Chapter 601 Heaven is dead. Numerous rubbles rolled from the ground and were absorbed by the black spheres in the sky. The black ball, which was originally no more than a palm, swelled instantly. The expansion rate is so fast, it's too late to stop it. Has it been released for a while? Kakashi secretly said in his heart. If the Earth explosive sky star is just coming out, it can be smashed by a long-range attack, but at this scale, I am afraid that it cannot be smashed by a normal attack. In the original book, Nagato, who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, used the Earthburst Sky Star to be cracked by Itachi, Naruto, and Kairabi. In addition to the Nagato who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, compared with the current Nagato, the ninjutsu used by the three was also the strongest long-range attack skill of the three at that time. The superimposed power of the three is terrifying. The huge gravitational force was released from the swelling black sphere, and Kakashi just felt that his body was going to fly upward involuntarily. The ground Kakashi was standing on was directly sucked up by gravity. Kakashi's pupils shrank. Such ninjutsu. Fortunately, Newton does not live in this world. Feel this power from the gods. The six immortals used this ninjutsu to create the moon. Kakashi ignored Pain's words, but frowned and looked at the huge sphere whose radius had exceeded 10 meters. This is simply an enhanced version of Vientiane Sky Attract. If it is sucked over, I am afraid it will be difficult to get out. I can only try to see if it can be broken. Unfortunately, my long-range attack is not strong. I don't know if it can be. Crack. Kakashi said. His hands knotted. Xianzu. Thunderdun. Thunder Tiger. The blue ferocious tiger flew out of Kakashi's hand and ran towards the huge sphere. Boom. Thunder Tiger slammed into the huge sphere and smashed a huge hole, but could not completely smash it. However, within a short time, the damaged ground was easily filled with new gravel. Sure enough, can't it? Kakashi frowned, thinking about countermeasures. Konoha. Everyone in Sasuke looked at the huge sphere, all shocked. What is that? Naruto was surprised. Hinata's face instantly became hideous. Roll your eyes, open. No, that seems to be Pen's ninjutsu. Kakashi teacher is being sucked over by the sphere. Hinata said in surprise. What? Such ninjutsu? What kind of monster is Pen? Sasuke gritted his teeth. The huge sphere produced by the Earth exploding sky star, at this time, is like a meteorite from the sky, hanging not far from Konoha. Can Kakashi Sensei crack this type of ninjutsu? Naruto said worriedly. No, I'm going to have a look, Sasuke said. He was about to rush out, but Tsunade grabbed him. Wait a minute, Sasuke. Sasuke opened his scarlet eyes and looked at Tsunade. The sphere exudes a huge gravitational force. Did you have a way to crack it in the past? Sasuke was speechless for a while, and he really couldn't help it. If there is no way to crack it, you were just sucked into the sphere in the past. What else can you do besides making Kakashi trouble? Sasuke lowered his head when he heard the words, resenting his powerlessness again. Sasuke. Sora on the side said with some worry when she saw this. Sasuke hit the ground with a punch and gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, can I still only watch Kakashi Sensei fighting from a distance? Everyone was silent, and the level of fighting was far more than ordinary ninjas. On the tree in the distance, the soil wearing a spiral mask watched this scene quietly. Have you used this trick? It really is the seal technique used by the six Tao immortals. This scale is really spectacular. Haiju on the side looked at the huge sphere, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Under this trick, the outcome should be obvious. If Kakashi cracks it, Nagato's defeat will happen in an instant. If Kakashi can't crack it, haha. After taking the soil, he took the eyes as the center and opened up the spatial fluctuations, and then disappeared on the tree. In an instant, Kakashi was already attached to the sphere. The effect of this gravitational force is probably several times that of gravity. No wonder it can absorb so many gravel. Just as Kakashi was feeling emotional, more rubble smashed over and wrapped Kakashi in it. It's no way to go on like this. If you don't escape here, I'm afraid you will really be sealed in this sphere. The rubble is flying again. The vision has also become pitch black. Boom. Kakashi was overwhelmed by the rubble at this time, trapped in the starburst. The Earthburst star has been completed. The huge sphere hangs high in the air. Pain held his hands high, gasping slightly. Did you succeed? Pain whispered. Among the big trees in the distance, blood spilled from the corner of Nagato's mouth, and he looked very tired, and he couldn't help gasping for breath. Nagato, are you okay? Xiaonan asked worriedly. It's okay. I finally completed the earth-blasting star. In this way, even Kakashi will definitely not be able to break through the seal of the earth-blasting star. Xiaonan looked out of the big tree. Even Xiaonan couldn't help but admire the huge scale. Is this the power of the 6 Tao Immortals? Compared to the 6 Tao Immortals, the 6 Tao Immortals used this ninjutsu to create the moon. But can this really seal that guy? No one can break the seal of the Earthburst star. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank, and it seemed that something terrible had been discovered. What's wrong? Nagato did not answer Xiaonan's words, but looked at the distant earth-booming star. That guy. I saw a huge sound from the starburst in the distance. Boom. The earth exploded. The sky star directly exploded a deep pit. In the deep pit, silver-white light kept flashing. No, it's not so much silver-white light, it's silver-white thunder. Kakashi gently shook the violent silver-white thunder in his right hand. His eyes filled with indifference. The fairy facial makeup on his face flashed like a flame. Xianzu. Broken stars. The profound meaning used by the 3 kinds of immortal arts once again united. Back then, Kakashi used the unfinished broken star to pierce the star of Madara. Such a huge celestial obstruction star can penetrate, not to mention this smaller earth-blasting star. What? Pain was shocked. Is the earth bursting into the sky? But so, as soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the silver-white thunder in his right hand pierced into the earth-bursting star. Broken. The thunder dances. I saw Kakashi holding the thunder, and the silver-white thunder wrapped his whole body. Then it actually went from top to bottom and directly penetrated the whole earth, bursting into the sky. Simple. Rough. The huge sphere was cut in half from the middle, and fell apart in the air. Kakashi did not stop, but rushed towards Pain. Shenluo dancing. Pain mobilized all the chakras in his body at this time, and sent the final blow. Shenluo dancing. Boom. The huge repulsion struck again, but Kakashi couldn't stop Kakashi for a while. Ended. Stabbed. The silver-white thunder pierced Pain's body, oozing blood. Lightning flashed, reflecting Kakashi's indifferent eyes. At this time, Pain no longer had any strength. Kakashi pulled out his right hand, and Pain crashed down. Next, it's you, Kakashi muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the distant tree. Chapter 602. Last blow. Above the Konoha Hokage building, Naruto and Sasuke watched the scene in the sky. Originally, Kakashi was submerged in the starburst, and the two were still a little worried. But the next moment, a silver-white light burst out of the starburst. That is, I saw the silver-white thunder dancing around, shocking countless rubble. Rachel? But why is it this color? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Naruto's eyes turned into frog pupils, and he shouted, there is a very powerful chakra in the silver-white thunder. Xianzu. Although they are far apart, Naruto can still feel Kakashi's movements at this time through the perception of the fairy mode. The sphere underneath contains very powerful power, but compared to the thunder in the hands of teacher Kakashi, it is a lot worse. Naruto said. As the two talked, the silver-white thunder broke out. Originally only in Kakashi's right hand, it was the size of Rachel, but at this time, its range was completely dispersed. The silver-white thunder wrapped around Kakashi's right hand, showing a burst pattern spreading around. Thunder Guard. Roar. The sound of the dragon chant sounded, as if to pierce the sky. The next moment, Kakashi jumped up, holding the thunder, and stabs towards the earth-burst star below his feet. Boom! A crack, stabbed. The earth-blasting star in the sky was cut in half directly from the middle. Then they scattered. Both Naruto and Sasuke were surprised. The two looked at each other and jumped out one after another. Tsunade's injury just now has been urgently treated. Although he has not healed yet, he has also regained his ability to act. Sasuke, Naruto-kun, Sakura and Hinata yelled at the same time, their words filled with worry. Tsunade said, "Let them go. These two boys have been here for so long, I'm afraid I can't help it." "Master, are they okay in the past like this?" Sakura said worriedly. "The battle between Kakashi and Pain should be almost over. The two of them are now past and there should be no problem." "Then let's go over and take a look," Sakura said. Tsunade nodded. The three of them kept up together, but the speed was a bit slower than that of the two of Naruto. Kakashi retracted his right hand and gasped slightly. The face of the fairy model faded temporarily, and the killing intent gradually faded. The consumption is slightly smaller than imagined. Fortunately, without using the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, it would not consume too much, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. At this time, among the big trees in the distance, Nagato spouted blood. Puff! Blood spilled all over the bed, and the white sheets instantly became dots. "Nagato, are you okay?" Xiaonan was shocked, and quickly stepped forward to support Nagato's dry body. Nagato shook his head and said, "It's okay, I didn't expect Kakashi to smash the earth and burst the stars." "Nagato, let's retreat first." Based on Kakashi's perception, it is estimated that we will find our position soon. Now is not the time to fight him, Xiaonan persuaded. Nagato refused. "No, there is still a chance. Opportunity." Tandao is made of Yahiko's body. In order to be able to reclaim the Tandao at any time, I spent a lot of energy in it. Even if I was hit to the point, as long as I have some remaining chakra, I can continue to control it, but it's not as flexible as it is, and it will cost a lot of chakras. "What do you mean?" Nagato didn't finish talking, just put his palms together, and in an instant, chakra flowed quickly. "While Kakashi relaxes, give him a fatal blow." Nagato closed his eyes and silently sensed the part of Tendo's body where the receiver was still inserted. "Can only the right hand be able to move?" Nagato secretly asked, and his eyes opened wide. Chakra broke out between his hands. In the distance, Ben, who had fallen in a pool of blood, moved his right hand, and a thin black rod quietly emerged. Kakashi was looking into the distance and whispered, "Is there?" Suddenly, Kakashi felt that something was not right, and suddenly turned his head, only to see a blue chakra on the black iron rod, stabbing towards his heart. "What? Can actually move?" Kakashi was shocked, and thunder flashed out of his right hand, trying to block it. At this moment, a purple chakra appeared in the distance. Suza's arrow. Different from Indra's arrow, the purple arrow shot out sharply, hitting the menacing black thin rod. Click. The thin black rod shattered. Kakashi was taken aback. The thunder light above his right hand dissipated, and he looked in the direction of the arrow. "Ms. Kakashi, are you okay?" Naruto emerged from behind Sasuke's Susanoo, and rushed to Kakashi to ask. Kakashi smiled and said, "It's okay." Sasuke dispersed to Susanoo, and also came to Kakashi's side. "Has Miss Kakashi defeated Pain? I thought I could come and help with Sasuke," Naruto said in annoyance. Kakashi stretched out his hands and hit them on the heads. "Ouch! Teacher Kakashi, what are you doing? It hurts." Naruto covered his head and said. Sasuke also hugged his head, looking a little aggrieved. "Didn't you two not come over?" "Why did you come over?" Kakashi said helplessly. "Ms. Kakashi, the momentum just now was so exaggerated, we are also worried about you," Naruto said aggrieved. "Well, then forgive you this time." Kakashi smiled. Sasuke said at this time, "Compared to this, Mr. Kakashi, you should probably explain to us what happened to the previous body." Sasuke looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. After hearing this, Naruto also remembered this incident. "Yeah, Mrs. Kakashi, what the is going on?" "It made me cry for a long time." Naruto's face was angry, like an innocent girl who was abandoned. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "That, ha ha ha, it was an accident. Actually, I was already dead. As for why I came alive and what, ha ha ha. What kind of explanation is this?" Naruto muttered. "Ms. Kakashi, you can't justify this explanation. Is this explanation bad?" "I have been thinking about it for a long time." Before Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke pounced on him together. Kakashi was taken aback, wondering what these two guys were up to. "Ms. Kakashi ... don't make such a joke in the future," Naruto whispered. Sasuke was silent, but seemed to convey the same mood as Naruto. Kakashi's eyes became gentle, and he gently touched their hair. "Ah, never again, sorry." Chapter 603 Miserable. I have never been afraid of anyone among the big trees. Nagato was sweating coldly, and seemed to have reached his limit. Nagato shook his head and said in a low voice, unexpectedly, "It failed." "Nagato, let's retreat first. We will collect Yahiko's corpse later." With Jiraiya teacher there, they will not do anything to Yahiko's corpse. Nagato lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, the big tree formed by the paper escape was suddenly pushed aside, and the white-haired uncle walked in with two toads standing on his shoulders. "Yo, Nagato, Xiaonan, it's been a long time." The casual words made both of them stunned for a moment, and that feeling was as if they had returned to their teenage years again. Both eyes focused on this person. Jiraiya, teacher. Jiraiya also looked at the skinny Nagato and the pile of instruments on him, frowning. "Nagato, how did you become like this?" Xiaonan stood in front of Nagato and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, you don't know anything about us now." Jiraiya also laughed when he heard the words, and then said, "Ha ha ha, Xiaonan, I really don't know your experience over the years, but I used to be your teacher. Don't you even give me such a right to know?" Xiaonan was taken aback and looked at the weak Nagato. Nagato looked at the familiar white-haired uncle in front of him. He once made up his mind to obliterate it. But at the last moment, he was rescued. At that time, Nagato felt a sense of relief in his heart. Nagato understood that he hadn't completely let go of this feeling of mentoring and apprenticeship. It was just that the killing over the years had made him accustomed to using killing to solve problems. Looking at Jiraiya, Nagato seemed to remember the time when he was young again. "Teacher Jiraiya, if you didn't stop Hosh or Mari from killing the three of us and didn't become our teacher, maybe you wouldn't be like this now?" Jiraiya also frowned. "Nagato, there are many choices in life. In the end, what makes you like this is not the initial choice, but what kind of choice you made in the face of your so-called hurt. If you guessed it correctly, Yahiko was the only one who died in that battle, right?" Nagato's face was dim, and he said nothing. "It seems I was right, then. How did Yahiko die?" "He died in the hands of a half." Jiraiya also asked. "No, Yahiko died in my hands," Nagato whispered. Jiraiya was also taken aback, and said, "What?" "No, Nagato, Yahiko's death is not your responsibility," Xiaonan said excitedly. "Xiaonan, with my hands, I personally sent Kyuwu into Yahiko's body. How is it not my responsibility?" "That was caused by Yahiko himself." After Xiaonan finished speaking, his expression was sad. Jiraiya's face was a little gloomy, and it seemed that Yahiko's death was indeed the crux of the problem. "Then, tell me what happened. As your teacher, I should have the right to bear this pain with you." Nagato looked at Jiraiya, and said word by word what happened back then. Yahiko died, under the coercion of the Urin village Sancho fish that they admired back then. Banz arrested Xiaonan and forced Nagato and Yahiko to kill each other. In order to save Xiaonan, Yahiko died voluntarily in Nagato's suffering. As a result, Nagato ran away and summoned an outgoing golem. Since then embarked on the road of blackening. Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko is dead. I became Akatsuki's leader and continued to run for peace. During this period, I lost countless partners. There is no peace in the country of rain. There is no peace in the country of fire. The so-called Shinobu village, accepted the remuneration from the nationals of their own country to perform the task, and these remuneration became the funds of the war. These people knew that they indirectly funded the war like this, but they were still immersed in it. Peace has been achieved between the big countries, but for a small country like the Rain country, wars are still constant. What's more, once a war breaks out between the big countries, the small countries will suffer first. The peace of your big countries is against us. Violence in a small country, as long as people live, they will unknowingly hurt others. As long as there are people, hatred will not disappear. In this cursed world, peace will not really exist. Teacher Jiraiya, you told us before everything is unrealistic at all. After Nagato finished speaking, Jiraiya's eyes were locked on this former teacher. He suddenly hoped to hear some different answers from Jiraiya. Jiraiya also laughed at himself and said, "Perhaps you are right. I don't know anything about your subsequent experiences. Indeed, I am not a qualified teacher. However, perhaps the ideal I have said is a fairy tale, but I believed that the era of mutual understanding between people will finally come." Teacher Jiraiya, you are still so naive. Do you think this kind of peace really exists? Don't be kidding. As long as we live in this cursed world, peace is impossible to achieve. That is wishful thinking. Then let me untie this curse. If peace really exists, I will catch it. I won't give up. The lazy sound came from the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Silver white hair came into view first. Kakashi, what you just said, Jiraiya said in confusion, and Nagato also showed a surprised look. That sentence is so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. At this time, Kakashi walked to Jiraiya's side. He also held a book about the size of Intimacy Paradise in his hand. Nagato, I don't know the answer. Are you satisfied? Kakashi looked directly at those surprised reincarnation eyes and said, I. Nagato was speechless for a while, and the familiar words reminded him of his former self. That innocent boy once expressed his youthful yearning to his master on a rainy night. Willing to use my own power to change the world. Jiraiya also took over the legend of perseverance from Kakashi, and said, Nagato, this book is your inspiration for me. And it is also the first book I wrote. Unfortunately, waiting for me to write after that, I can't find you anymore. Teacher Jiraiya, rather than using pain to guide the world, I hope that you will use the power that transcends pain to guide the world. The road to peace, only the hardest road is the real road. Really? But who can go on unswervingly? Who can experience pain without changing? Nagato, the pain may be unbearable, but it is definitely not a reason to change your dreams. The path of a ninja is always full of hatred. Not long after I was born, I lost my mother, and when I was 7 or 8 years old, I lost father. When I was 12 years old, I lost my 2 best partners. They are just like Yoyahiko and Xionan. One of them suffered the same way of death as Yohiko for special reasons and died in my hands. At the age of 14, I lost my master and my mother. I have lost all my life, but I have never changed. The world may be dirty, but this is not the reason for sinking. Nagato was speechless for a while. Nagato's heart Nima, this guy is the lone star of the gods, right? See a gram of one. It's slippery than me. Chapter 604 Eye-catching Nagato. As Kakashi said, you are not alone in the world suffering from this curse. What is more difficult than you is not non-existent. Let go of the unnecessary pain. Everything you do, it just brings deeper pain. Jiraiya also looked at Nagato, the disciple he once valued most. In his eyes, some are just sincere. He still hopes that this apprentice can go back to the right path, even if he almost killed himself. Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato was silent. The words Kakashi just said had actually evoked his naive dream when he was young. The dream that was originally abandoned by him. But at this time, Nagato suddenly felt that the originally unattainable dream seemed to see hope in these people. Xionan looked at Nagato's constantly changing face, and it was obvious that Nagato was shaken. Xionan didn't finish, but looked at Nagato in silence. At this moment, Xiaonan seemed to be on Nagato's body and saw the shadow that was once so familiar. That boy full of kindness and dreams. Nagato, Xiaonan whispered softly, full of expectation. Xiaonan didn't like the path that Nagato chose now. If possible, Xiaonan still hopes to be able to return to the past. That optimistic and cheerful Nagato is what Xiaonan likes. Xiaonan lost his previous smile, not only because of Yahiko's death, but also because of the great changes that took place in Nagato. She was also a girl who loved to laugh. Instead of the so-called angel with an iceberg face now, she would become an angel only because Nagato became pen and god. However, Xiaonan still wanted Nagato to be Nagato, and he was just Xiaonan. That's it. It's a pity that Xiaonan's previous persuasion of Nagato had no effect. Nagato chose hell, so Xiaonan followed Nagato without hesitation. If you are hell, then I will be your evil spirit. Now, Nagato seems to have found himself again. This is Xiaonan's happiest moment. Nagato also looked at Xiaonan, and from that gaze, he could see a lot of things. After a long time, Nagato sighed and said in a low voice, "Teacher Jiraiya, there are many things that can't be turned back if you want to. I can really." Snapped, snapped, snapped. Before Nagato finished speaking, applause sounded at the entrance of the tree. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Plain white kimono, purple belt, long black hair, pale face, and golden pupils. Oshpill. Jiraiya also surprised. No one thought that Oshimaru would appear here at this time. Kakashi was also taken aback. Oshimaru appeared so close, but he didn't notice it. Has the strength of this guy improved again? It seems that it happened to be a good show. Eyes of reincarnation. Immortal art. Ha ha. Jiraiya, Kakashi, long time no see. The hoarse and gloomy voice floated in the air, and the words were as if they had met. There is no murderousness and no hostility. Yes, just greetings. Oshwan, why are you here? Jiraiya also turned to look at Oshwan, his eyes full of solemnity. Oshimaru did not answer Jiraiya's question, but looked at Jiraiya's empty left hand. There was a wave of fluctuation in his eyes, but it disappeared soon. No one found out. Hee, Jiraiya, you really are a fool. Can't you even keep your left hand? Oshimaru mocked. Ha ha ha, it's just a mere left hand. Without it, I'm still a toad mortal. Jiraiya also smiled. It's still that blindly optimistic guy, Jiraiya. He hasn't died at this time. For you, I don't know if it is good or bad. Jiraiya was also a little puzzled when he heard this. Kakashi's pupils shrank. This guy. At this moment, Nagato suddenly heard a scream. What? Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Nagato. The appearance of Oshimaru just now attracted everyone's attention, but something unexpected happened on Nagato's side. I saw blood flowed out of Nagato's eyes at this time, and the two eye sockets were actually empty. The eye of reincarnation has been dug. The blood kept flowing and looked desolate. Next to Nagato, holding two reincarnation eyes with one hand, they disappeared into the space. Kakashi was taken aback, and suddenly appeared beside Nagato. A green chakra appeared in his hands, stopping the blood in his eyes. Nagato. Xiaonan also reacted at this time and walked to Nagato's bed with a worried expression on his face. Jiraiya also came in too. After a while, Nagato's bleeding stopped, but the whole person looked weaker. In the battle with Kakashi, Nagato had already consumed almost all of the chakra just after being attacked by someone and snatched away the eyes of reincarnation. At this time, there is really only one breath left. A wave of spatial fluctuations flashed, and a man wearing a red cloud robe with a black background and a spiral mask appeared beside Oshimaru, and in his hand is a small green bottle with two weird eyes in it. It is the reincarnation eye called the Eye of the Six Realms. It looks very smooth. Oshimaru laughed. Oshimaru, what are you doing? Jiraiya shouted angrily. But Kakashi's gaze was locked on the man in the spiral mask. As you can see, recycle the eyes of reincarnation. Oshimaru laughed. Asshole. That's Nagato's thing. Come back. Xiaonan said, waving his hands. and countless flying paper shot at the two. Paper shuriken. Dashi-1 stretched out his right hand and said softly, "The array of 10,000 snakes." Countless small snakes shot out, and the flying paper cancelled each other out. Flying paper was consumed, but flying snake continued to attack. Kakashi waved his right hand. "Well done, Chidorichimoto." With a wave of his right hand, the blue senbon shot out, killing all the remaining flying snakes. The scene regained harmony. "The Eye of Reincarnation is my thing, but I will lend it to Nagato for the time being. It is a pity that he has lost the value of utilization at this time." A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the masked man, seeming to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. "You nonsense," Xiao Nan said excitedly. "Hee, a mere whirlpool, how can you qualify for the reincarnation eye? The purpose of my coming here today is to reclaim the reincarnation eye. Then, we will meet again next time." After the masked man finished speaking, he pressed one hand on the shoulder of Dashi-1, and there was a wave of spatial fluctuations, and the two disappeared among the big trees. Only at the moment of disappearance, the masked man looked at Kakashi. The scarlet eyes hidden under the mask shrank suddenly, as if he had seen something incredible. Jai Lai also rushed over, but it was too late. "Damn it, is this space ninjutsu? How can anyone use this ninjutsu in this world?" Chapter 605 New Beginning. Kakashi's lips trembled slightly, and he made an unclear mouth shape, which fell into the eyes of the masked man. At that moment, the masked man seemed to have received a huge impact. His eyes were full of incredible. But after a period of spatial fluctuations, it still disappeared. Among the trees, Kakashi and Jiraiya were the only ones left. Nagato's face was full of blood, his expression languished, and he had even fallen into a coma. The severely wounded body, coupled with the loss of the reincarnation eye, once again faced a challenge to Nagato's life. Jai Lai also glanced around, and finally confirmed that Dashimaru and the masked man of unknown origin had disappeared together. "What's the matter? Who is that masked man? Is it also Akatsuki's person?" The masked man wore a black-bottomed red cloud robe. No wonder Jai Lai thought so too. Kakashi nodded and said, "It should be. I have seen him and Deidara before. It seems to be called Afe." "No, he calls himself Uekai Hamadara," Conan whispered. "What?" Jai Lai also surprised. Xiao Nan fell into the memory, and then whispered. "At first, not long after the establishment of the Akatsuki organization, this person came to the door to cooperate with us. But Yahiko refused, because Yahiko thought he had ulterior motives. Then Yahiko died. This guy came again, and said something strange to Nagato. If it's weird, Nagato has walked this way," Jiraiya said with a solemn expression. "If you say this, Nagato may have been bewitched by this person." Xiao Nan nodded and said, "Yes, because of Yahiko's death, Nagato couldn't listen to my persuasion at all." "So you went down the wrong path with him?" Kakashi chuckled. Kakashi said, looking at Nagato, who was already in a coma. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Nan was taken aback when he saw this, and quickly stood in front of Nagato. "What you up to?" "Probably thinking about how to deal with this guy who invaded Konoha," Kakashi whispered. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's shoulder with his right hand, and said in a low voice, "Kakashi, maybe you have hatred for Nagato, but now Nagato has repented. Moreover, he who has lost the Eye of Reincarnation has already with this appearance. Whether he can be regarded as a ninja in the future is also a question. He has already been punished, so let him go." Jiraiya's voice was a little low, probably because he felt that this request was a bit excessive. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya. "So many things have happened these days, which is a bit heavy for this uncle who is over half 100 years old. Look at the unconscious Nagato and the now wary Xiao Nan." Kakashi knew that if he wanted to kill Nagato, he would be obstructed by Xiao Nan and Jiraiya. Even if you kill Nagato, what about Xiao Nan? Kill or not? Jai Lai will never let Kakashi hurt Xiao Nan. "Don't kill. Xiao Nan will definitely avenge Nagato." At that time, he was also caught in an endless loop of revenge. The air became a little dignified and silent. Jiraiya and Xion both looked at Kakashi, waiting for the final reply. After a long time, Kakashi sighed, and said, "Pain is dead, so let's stop here." "Lord Jiraiya, leave them to you." "Leave first." Kakashi finished speaking and left here. For Nagato, Kakashi has hatred, regret, and sympathy. Looking at him, I thought of another person. Bring soil. The same person who was entrapped by Madara Uchiha's design made his life for others. It is really sad. Nowadays, Nagato is abandoned, and it seems a bit narrow-minded to care about such people. Pen was completely destroyed, and Kakashi had an explanation for the death of the 7 prisons. As for Nagato's death, it doesn't seem to be that important. Seeing Kakashi leave, Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. If Kakashi really does it, even if he has Jiraiya, he will protect him. Xiaonan is not sure that he will be able to protect Nagato's comprehensively. Jiraiya also watched Kakashi leave with a little regret. He knew that Kakashi made a compromise. Turned around and looked at Nagato, who was already in a coma. This disciple with a tortuous fate finally returned. Xiaonan bowed deeply towards Jiraiya, making Jiraiya look inexplicable. "Xiaonan, what are you?" "Teacher Jiraiya, this is to apologize for the rudeness before. Nagato and I have done too many wrong things. The biggest mistake is that you shouldn't do it to you." Xionan's tone was sincere and full of apologetics. "It is full of guilt." "Ha ha ha, Xiaonan, I'm not such a stingy person. It's great to see you get lost when you are lost." Jiraiya also smiled. Seeing Jiraiya, who was laughing heartily in front of him, Xiaonan couldn't help but lift a smile from the corner of his mouth. "The scene in front of me is really nostalgic. This silly-looking old man still looks like a decade ago. The character has not changed at all. Unfortunately, the 3 of them have changed beyond recognition. Yahiko, Nagato and I are finally back." Xion muttered in his heart. The face that looked like an iceberg also began to slowly relieve the freezing. Life seems to be here, starting a new life. Kakashi left here and returned to Konoha. At this time, Konoha's villagers had already come out of the shelter. Tsunade explained what happened to the villagers. Looking at some of the ruins in the village, and the exaggerated scene outside the village, everyone understood that if they were in the village in this battle, there would be countless casualties. For a time, both Mingzuo and Kakashi who participated in the battle were full of respect. Needless to say, Kakashi was originally the man in Konoha, the designated successor of the next Naruto. These praises are just icing on the cake for him. Naruto and Sasuke have also become heroes in everyone's minds. In the previous battle, although most people entered the shelter, but there are also many people watching from a distance. The scene of the Naruto battle against Pain was naturally seen by many people. The amazing strength of the two played an important role in defeating Pain. Therefore, the two naturally became Konoha's heroes. At this time, the two, surrounded by these villagers, enjoyed the treatment of heroes. Kakashi watched silently from a distance, smiled, but did not step forward to bother. Tsunade appeared behind Kakashi and said with a smile, "Why, don't you want to participate?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "No need, those things, I'm not used to it." On the contrary, it is the two of them. This is the first time this kind of treatment. It is a good experience. Let them feel it. Naruto at this time, it can be regarded as getting rid of the influence of the Kyuubi incident, and Sasuke can also strengthen a sense of belonging to the village. Tsunade said helplessly, "Still the same." Kakashi chuckled. The young eagle finally learned to fly, but the journey here is not the end. Chapter 606. Tsunade's worries. Although Tsunade and Kakashi made preparations for Pen's invasion, they still inevitably suffered some losses. Of course, this loss was only an economic loss, and there were no casualties. The battle between Naruto and Pain damaged Konoha's house. These need to be rebuilt. As for the cost, Konoha will naturally bear it. Pain's turmoil is almost here, and it can pass. And Akatsuki lost the leader, and in the next period of time, she will enter a dormant period. Lost one pen, but got another big snake pill. the uncertainty of this character becomes greater. Naruto office. Tsunade sat in the position of Hokage, while Kakashi and Shisui stood opposite. Tsunade looked at Shisui and said with a smile, Uchiha Shisui, known as Shushin Shisui, enjoys the strongest name of Uchiha's illusion. This is the first time we have met in the true sense. Shisui respectfully said, the name of Tsunade-sama, his subordinates have been like thunder since they were young. Hee. Kakashi has told me about you. You are indeed excellent. It was compelling to leave the village before. You can forgive me. But now you are not suitable for appearing on the bright side, so I will transfer you as the leader of the Roots. You will take care of everything about the Roots. This includes cleaning up Danzo's diehards. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Kakashi patted Shisui on the shoulder and smiled. Shisui, congratulations, this is also a return to Konoha. When Shisui heard the words, a smile appeared on his face. Born as Konoha, Shishui's feelings for Konoha are self-evident. Although he was forced to leave existence in these years, Shisui has always wanted to come back. Although it still can't appear in the village in an open manner, becoming the leader of the Roots is another form of return. Thank you, Kakashi. Shisui knew that Tsunade would make such an arrangement because of Kakashi. Otherwise, as the Tsunade Senju clan, even if you are at ease with yourself, you will not lead an organization with such a large root to yourself. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. Tsunade looked at the two of them and said, after this incident, you two will begin to move all the people from Jinin village in, especially the Hajiki clan. You must arrange them properly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The two responded in unison. After the three discussed some more things, Kakashi and Shisui left the office. Watching the two leave, Tsunade was quite relieved. The silence on the side said, I can't imagine that Shisui Uchiha, who was famous in the ninja world, is still alive. This may be good news for the Uchiha clan. Tsunade nodded and said, for the Uchiha clan, it is indeed good news. But for Konoha, I don't know if it is good or bad. Huh? Why did Tsunade-sama say that? Silent. In fact, although I am not very hostile to the Uchiha clan, I am quite worried. After all, the second generation of Hokage used to regulate the Uchiha clan back then, indicating that this clan does have certain problems. Tsunade-sama, what do you mean? The Uchiha clan is too strong now. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes were originally rare in a century. But I only heard that Uchiha Madara and his brother Uchiha Senu opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. But now, Futake, Shisui, and Itachi, Sasuke, all four have a kaleidoscope writing wheel. And once the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is turned on, it is equivalent to having the shadow level combat power. After proficient use, it will surpass the ordinary shadow level. The Uchiha clan alone has 4 kaleidoscope writing wheel eye shadow levels. The strong. Externally, they naturally have a great deterrent. But internally, it is difficult to guarantee whether the coup d'etat that happened 8 years ago will be repeated. Tsunade said, frowning. Obviously, she was worried about this. Although she is not good at politics, she also understands the threats. With 4 shadow ranks, it can almost resist the high-end combat power of a village. Even beyond that, you know, Shane now has only 3 shadow levels, Gaara, Shio and Ilozang. Among them, Shio and Ilozang are both very old, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Whether they really have a shadow level remains to be determined. On Yuan's face, Trumim was the only one. Those who fall into the fog will not know if there will be a breakthrough again. Even if it is a breakthrough, there will only be 2. Yannian, there is only 1 third-generation soil shadow on the bright surface. It is precisely because Yannian has no successor. The 3 generations of Tuiying still hold the position of Tuiying at the age of nearly 80 years old. Union, Kyrubi and the 4th generation of Raikage are 2. Excluding the uncertain factors that hide the shadow level combat power, the remaining 4 ninja villages are at this level, and there are only 8 shadow levels. Today, there are only 4 Uchiha. What's more, the combat power of Shisui and Itachi is not something that ordinary shadow ranks can fight against. To put it bluntly, Zishui and Itachi joined forces to sling 4 of them. Probably not difficult. It can be seen how powerful this is. Once this force becomes restless, things will become very troublesome. Mute listens to Tsunade's words, and feels that this force is too strong. The sword has double edges, which can hurt the enemy as well as yourself. Tsunade-sama, it seems that there is no solution anymore. Tsunade nodded and said, Uchiha's strength is doomed. There is no way. Fortunately, whether it is Shisui or Itachi, they are loyal to Konoha, so don't worry about it for the time being. Sasuke is even more for Kakashi. There is a feeling of mentoring and apprenticeship, and the belonging to Konoha is also considered strong. Fuayu is a person who yearns for peace and does not have much ambition, so there is no problem for the time being. Then there should be no problem. Moreover, the 3 Sasuke and Kakashi Senpai have a deep bond, and they should be safe in the future, Mute said. Tsunade nodded and agreed. After this stall, I'll give it to Kakashi. After all, this situation was caused by him. He should know it in his own heart. Tsunade smiled. I believe that Senior Kakashi has the ability to suppress all of this. This time in the Battle of Pain, Kakashi's strength is really terrifying. Silent said, as if thinking of the shocking battle before. Indeed, it has been a long time since I saw Kakashi make a full shot. That terrifying power reminds me of the grandfather of the pillars back then. I don't know if Kakashi has touched the threshold of that realm. Can Senior Kakashi surpass the original Hokage? No, Mute said in surprise. Senjijima, the of the shinobi world, anyone who has seen his mighty power, except Uchiha Madara, dare not say that he can surpass him. Tsunade's gaze moved to Hokage Rock outside the window. The head between the pillars was printed under the cliff, staring quietly at the whole village. It seems to be guarding here. Who knows, that guy, now is not something I can see through. Chapter 607 Meet old friends. Kaima's house. Kakashi and Zishuipan sit in the courtyard, with a tea tray in front of them. The kettle was puffing. Kakashi picked you up and poured it into the teapot. After a while, when the tea was brewed, Kakashi took a cup and placed it in front of Shisui. Shisui, what do you plan to do next? This bone is not easy to chew, Kakashi said, taking a sip of the hot tea. I can only find a few breakthroughs, although I have been in the route for a while. But after so long, I don't know what the route is today. Is that so? If you want to find a breakthrough, I have a suggestion. Kakashi smiled. Huh? What? There is a person codenamed Saiyan Gen, who is good at superb East pseudo painting, and his comprehensive ability is excellent. Although it was also cultivated by Gen, he still has warmth in his heart. He was included in my team before. I also know something about it. He also played a role in dealing with Danzo. He may be able to help you complete the compilation. When Zishui heard this, his eyes lit up and said, where is he? Naturally it was in Konoha prison. There were too many things before, and the pain incident was encountered immediately after the Belia incident. There was no time to deal with the root matter. The next thing is your method. These years, the whole Shinin village, everything has been dealt with. I think a small root, shouldn't it be a problem? Kakashi smiled. Hearing this, Zishui said helplessly, you are free. There is only time for leisure. Kakashi smiled. Forget it. I won't tell you this. What do you want to do with the Hagaki clan? After all, it is your clan. You arrange it more legitimately than mine. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, are the people in Jinin village on the road? Well, Longchi is leading them over, and it is estimated that they will be there tomorrow. Well, I will take care of them entering Konoha tomorrow. By the way, don't give up the original Jinren village base easily. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Of course, after all my hard work for so many years, how can it be so easy to give up? I have left some staff there, and then the old site of Jinren village will become Konoha's branch. Well, in this way, Jinrenkin's affairs can be considered as arranged properly. The next step is to wait for the news from Itachi. After dealing with the Yao incident, he should be back. I really miss the days with Itachi in Konoha. Shisui smiled. If Itachi comes back, it is estimated that he can only be in the Anbu for the time being, His identity is not suitable for appearing on the bright side. It's okay, Itachi, and I don't care about these things. Okay, let's talk about it. You should deal with the root matter as soon as possible. Zishui said helplessly. It's really ruthless. He pushed me to work as soon as he came back. Having said that, Zishui still drank the tea in the cup, then stood up and left. Kakashi smiled when he saw it. I'm sorry, Shishui. At Konoha Center, the building originally demolished by Pain is being renovated. Part of it was completed by Yamato, who was proficient in Mudan, and the rest was handed over to craftsmen. After all, Yamato is not omnipotent, let alone the problem of consumption. Even these buildings cannot be all made of wood. Kakashi came from a distance and saw that Sasuke and the three were chatting with an old and a young. This surprised Kakashi quite a bit. After all, these two faces do not seem to belong to Konoha, but it looks familiar. Both of them were dressed as carpenters, and they seemed to be the craftsmen Konoha had invited to rebuild the village. Just why do you feel familiar? Curious, Kakashi walked over. Brother Naruto, I really thank you for the previous time, otherwise, I might be dead. Ha ha ha, there, you are so kind. Naruto and the young man talked intimately, as if they had been friends for many years. Kakashi in the distance also recognized the two at this time. It turned out to be Dazna and Yi there. This is the first time out of the village mission of the 7th class, the client of the mission of the country of Poland. Kakashi was a little bit emotional. The years passed by really fast. Sasuke and others have not found Kakashi yet, Dazna asked curiously. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, why didn't you see Mr. Kakashi? Is there something busy in the village? Ms. Kakashi? I don't know. I haven't seen him today. Naruto scratched his head and said. When Kakashi heard the words, a momentary appeared in front of everyone, and said with a smile, is Mr. Dazna looking for something to do with me? Everyone was taken aback, but Kakashi suddenly appeared. Really, Mrs. Kakashi, why do you suddenly appear every time? It's scary. Naruto vomited. Really? Sorry. Kakashi smiled. Although it was an apology, in that tone, there was no sign of repentance. Obviously, Kakashi will still be like this next time, because watching the scared expressions of Class 7 members is also a unique pleasure for Kakashi. Dazna said, Mr. Kakashi, long time no see. It's been a long time indeed. For 3 years. I heard that Mr. Dazna is now a person respected by the daimyo in the country of Poland. The daimyo mansion was redesigned and built by Mr. Dazna. Kakashi laughed. Dazna was proud of his face when he heard the words, but said modestly, Mr. Kakashi joked. Dazna is just an architect. Mr. Dazna is humble. Is Mr. Dazna personally responsible for Konoha's reconstruction this time? Yes. After receiving Konoha's invitation, I came over with Yi. I will definitely build a better Konoha. Is Yi there? Kakashi said, looking at the boy. The cowardly kid in the hat would grow up and become a teenager. There was a sense of firmness in the eyes. Sure enough, it is not comparable to before. Grown up. Seeing the young face gradually matured, Kakashi suddenly felt old. Before I knew it, I was already 30 years old. And the 31st birthday, just a few months later. Mr. Kakashi, hello. Inari said respectfully. Kakashi smiled and said, there, you seem to have changed a lot. Yili smiled and flexed his biceps, and said, well, I will be the successor to my grandfather and the best architect. There, I will become the greatest Hokage. Naruto said at this time, the teenagers all have their own dreams and gradually become the characters that the new green leaves can rely on. In the sky, the eagle flew by, bringing gusts of wind. Chapter 608. A range flag. With the arrival of Dazna and Yi was an unexpected reunion. Life is always like this, some people parting, thinking that they will see each other again, but never see each other again. Some people parted, thinking that they would be forever, but they met again by chance. This may be the wonder of life. Life, where is so much qualitative. Several people chatted about the past, including the mission of the Namibia and the episode that happened afterwards. For a while, they talked very happily. But in fact, apart from talking about these past events, Those friends who have not seen for a long time gather together, and there is no other topic. But when we talk about things like memories, they become dull and boring. Fortunately, a few people still don't feel this way. After chatting for a while, Desna and Yili continued to get busy, and the 7th class also dispersed. The reconstruction of the village actually requires a lot of people. The 3 of them now also have a certain status in the village, and things are naturally true. Shishui went to contact Sei, and things went well. Without hesitation, Sei agreed to Shishui's invitation. At the moment when he helped Kakashi before, Sei had actually made a choice. Kakashi, who was worried about the shortage of Shishui's manpower, also allocated Tenzo to Shishui for temporary use. After all, Tanzang also came out of the roots, and he also knew a lot about it. With the help of Sei and Tanzang, Shishui conquered the roots, and he was on track. On the other side, the ninjas of Jinren village have also entered Konoha's sphere of influence. The Danzo incident completely exposed the existence of Jinren village. So Kakashi simply moved all the people from Jinren village into Konoha. This was originally something Kakashi thought about, but there has been no good reason. This time, it was easy. Because of the reconstruction of the village, many people are coming in and out of Konoha these days, so it has not attracted much attention. But those big families have been informed. In the beginning, these big families didn't really care. After all, almost all people in Jinren village are civilian ninjas. Although there are quite a few upper ninjas, they are relatively scattered and have little influence on the family. But when they heard that there was a missing Hagai clan, these big families couldn't help but become nervous. Wandering soldiers has never been the object of family fear. The rise of a powerful family is what worries these giants the most, especially Hyuga and Uchiha. They are now Konoha's famous family, but if the Flagwood clan emerges in a new force, whether their status and resources can be guaranteed, it will be a question mark. Especially this family is the family of the next Naruto successor. Originally, these big families supported Kakashi to become the 6th generation of Naruto. On the one hand, Kakashi is strong and has a very good relationship with them. On the other hand, Kakashi has no family fetters. At first glance, it seems that there is no difference, but in specific matters, it is inevitable that there will be bias. Without the fetters of the family, it would not be difficult for Kakashi to distribute resources fairly, but with a family, it is inevitable that Kakashi will be biased in this regard. Naruto is not hereditary. Every Hokage's attitude towards these families actually determines to some extent whether these families are prosperous. 3 generations of Hokage have discovered this problem. The Sarutobi clan was once a large clan of Konoha. After the 3 generations of Hokage had secured a position of Hokage, the clan asked for more resources. It's just that the 3 generations of Hokage are fairly fair on this, and there is not much deviation. However, the clan is obviously dissatisfied with the 3 generations of Hokage's approach. But there is no alternative. If it weren't for the powerful prestige, I am afraid that the 3 generations of Hokage will become 2 different people. It is precisely because of this that when selecting the next Naruto, the 3 generations of Naruto took this factor into consideration and tried to train civilians, lest you suffer from family ties and make wrong decisions. This also declares that Hyuga, Uchiha and others have no chance to get involved in the position of Naruto. Also let the civilian ninja gradually emerge. Dashimaru, Jiraiya, and Heifeng Shuiman are outstanding representatives, and these 3 have the posture of Naruto. Only in the end Dashwin did a human experiment and betrayed the village. Jiraiya was also unwilling to be in the position of Hokage. The civilian status of Watergate has also become a factor in the position of Hokage. As for the current Tsunade, even though they belonged to the Thousand Hands clan, the clansmen were almost wiped out. So naturally there was no scruples about this. Therefore, when they learned that Kakashi's family reappeared, these giants were all worried. But it seems helpless. Kakashi became the 6th generation of Hokage, which is already unstoppable. Kakashi had anticipated the worries of these families. Before the Hajiza clan had arrived at Konoha, They had already visited one by one. Finally, after Kakashi left, the patriarchs of these big clans all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Apparently Kakashi gave them an answer that satisfied them. The personnel of Jinren village had almost arranged the ground in Konoha, and only the last Hagai clan remained. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the village, welcoming his people. These foreshadowings left by myself through the past finally played a role at this moment. Not for how prosperous this family can be, but just for the family to be able to pass on. The setting sun has dyed the sky red, and in the distance, more than 100 people with silver hair are gradually approaching. When Kakashi saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The leader is a woman who is nearly 50 years old. Different from Tsunade's charm, this man's face was already covered with fine wrinkles. Kakashi stepped forward and said softly, "Welcome back, people." Suddenly, more than 100 people's eyes fell on Kakashi's body. There are men and women, old and young. There are surprises and doubts. "Are you Kakashi, the son of Master Shumao?" the leading woman said softly. "Yes," Kakashi said firmly. A smile appeared on the woman's face, and she said, "Sure enough, she is very similar to Lord Shumao." The old woman's name is Hagai Yainayu. There are 108 members of the tribe who came here this time, including 60 men and 48 women, waiting for Master Kakashi to send. The old woman said, she wanted to kneel in front of Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked and quickly helped the old woman up and said, "Aunt Yainayu is joking. How am I qualified to send you? Come with me back to the station of the Kima clan. I am ready for everyone." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the words. It would be great if there was a comfortable hotbed for a long journey. So, under the leadership of Kakashi, the members of the Hajime clan entered Konoha and went to the former residence of the Hajime clan. The place was abandoned, but it has now been reorganized. Along the way, the people of Konoha looked at these Silver Horde people curiously, and the people of the Hagai clan were also looking at the prosperity of the first village in the ninja world. Both parties have gained something, but they are all at ease. Kakashi glanced at the flagwood silver moon behind him, feeling deeply. The young girl who was originally young has now become such a steady old woman. Time really is not forgiving. And Haki Yainayu looked at the person in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. Chapter 609 Flower Bell. As night fell, the Kima clan's residence was lit up. This place, which has been empty for decades, is once again crowded. Kakashi's home is also in the residence of the Hagaki clan, but the location is more towards the center of Konoha. Looking at the busy people, a smile appeared on Kakashi's face. In the Kima ancestral hall, all the adults of the Kima clan were seated in it, a total of 98 people. Kakashi stood in front of the crowd and said, "First of all, welcome everyone's return. The Hagai family has disappeared in Konoha for too long. This time, everyone's return will be a blessing for the Hagai family. Master Kakashi, I'm serious. This is my ancestral mission. Now it is finally completed. We are also relieved." Yainayu said, "Thanks for your hard work. I must be very hard outside the village. But fortunately, the hard work is worth it." Everyone showed a relieved expression upon hearing the words. They all grew up under the guidance of their elders. And this so-called teaching is to return to Konoha in the future, where is their real home. Kakashi-sama, what are we going to do next? Hagigi Yainayu asked. Kakashi smiled and said, "The next thing you have to do is to integrate into Konoha. I will arrange for the young people to enter the regular army, and if the older people are willing to be Konoha teachers, I will also recommend it. As for the younger ones, clan members, go to the ninja school. Although you are now foreigners, with the name of the Hagai clan, no one will embarrass you too much." Kakashi said something else that needed attention, and everyone dispersed. Many things, don't rush for a while. Kakashi didn't want to see how strong or prosperous the Hagaki clan, as long as it was passed down steadily. Others, natural is to go with the flow. Kakashi has reached the limit of what he can do. Everyone left, but Yainayu hadn't left yet. Seeing this, Kakashi asked, "Aunt Yainayu, Is there anything else? Yainayu took a look at Kakashi, and said, Master Kakashi, it looks like a person I met when I was young. His name is also Kakashi. Really? That's a coincidence. Kakashi smiled. Kakashi didn't want too many people to know about the matter of traveling through time. So in the face of Yainayu's inquiry, Kakashi denied it. Only the information revealed in Yainayu's gaze indicated that she did not believe it. Immediately, it seemed to have thought of something. Yainayu said, yes, it's a coincidence. It's getting late. I won't bother Master Kakashi much. Aunt Yainayu walked slowly. Kakashi smiled. Yainayu walked to the door of the ancestral hall and suddenly said in a low voice, Brother Kakashi, you still didn't go to Yankee village to see me in the end. There was a hint of complaint in the voice, and there was also a hint of joy. It's just that the voice is very low, like talking to himself. After the faint voice drifted into Kakashi's ears, it disappeared with the wind. Watching Yainayu leave, Kakashi felt helpless. It seems that I still didn't hide it. But Kakashi left the ancestral hall and looked at the bright moon. The Minayu at that time was different from today. Konoha was still being repaired, and a wandering singer came to this day. At that busy construction site, everyone was eating lunch at this time, and the arrival of the singer-songwriter brought a relaxed atmosphere here. The showgirl played the instrument in her hand and said in a strange tone, Konoha's fathers and villagers, I hope that the song and dance of the little girl can provide everyone with leisure after dinner. The showgirl was welcomed by everyone and began to perform. On the tree in the distance, Kakashi looked at the woman quietly, feeling a little bit in her heart. Hanarin, you still came to Konoha again. Hanaling was originally a ninja from Sukian village in the Kingdom of Keys, a small village that sells information for a living. 3 years ago, Hualing sneaked into Konoha to steal information as a showgirl. Only before entering Konoha, he was spotted by Anb and arrested. During the interrogation department learned of his identity, but was unable to find information about his village. Later, Yamanaka realized that he had encountered young Kakashi in his mind, and he let Kakashi get along with him for a day. And Kakashi was also getting along with him, and unexpectedly discovered that his way of stealing information was to use eye seals to steal the information in the mind of Yamanaka, he who was prying into his own mind. Later, Suokian village caught Konoha's ninja Lichi and exchanged flower bells with Konoha. Seeing this, Kakashi drew up a battle plan to not let the information leak out while rescuing Lee. In the process of arresting Hanaling, Hanaling expressed her mind to Kakashi, and believed that Konoha was the hometown she had been looking for, and at the same time deleted Konoha's intelligence in her mind. In the end, Kakashi let her go. As for the reason, who knows? Memories flashed in her mind. Kakashi looked at Hualing, who was performing not far away. What is she doing here? After Hualing left, Kakashi also investigated her. Hualing, who had lost Konoha's intelligence, returned to Suokian village. She was supposed to be executed because of the loss of intelligence, but she was magically let go. He just lost his qualifications as a ninja and was exiled. Later, Hualing wandered in the world of shinobi, wandering around relying on a performer. Unexpectedly, I wandered to Konoha now. The Hanabelle who was performing seemed to feel something, and she looked at the location of Kakashi. Kakashi smiled at the corner of her eyes, and did not avoid Hualing's gaze. Hualing also smiled, and her melodious singing became more lively. At the end of the performance, Hualing walked to where Kakashi was. Kakashi also jumped from the tree. Long time no see, Kakashi. Hualing smiled. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to come to Konoha again. This time, isn't it to steal information? Kakashi smiled. Naturally not. I heard that Konoha was invaded, so I wanted to come over and take a look. As Hualing spoke, a blush appeared on her face, looking very charming. For Hualing, how could Kakashi not understand? She was worried about herself, so she wanted to come and have a look. Thank you. I heard that you have been wandering all these years. Yes, Being expelled from the village may also be a good thing for me. Over the years, I have traveled to the 5 great countries, and I have seen a lot of strange things, and I have a very fulfilling life. Hualing smiled. What are your plans next? Do you continue to wander? Hualing shook her head and said, no, I have seen so many other scenery, and I want to find a place to settle down. Have you chosen a place? Of course, as I said, Konoha feels like hometown, Hualing said with the sweetest smile. Chapter 610 Boring Trio Konoha. Kakashi smiled. Of course, don't you know you are welcome? As a friend, it is naturally welcome. Hualing looked dark and said, is it just a friend? Kakashi was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Kakashi has a good impression and pity for Hualing, but it is far from emotional. Furthermore, with true meaning, Kakashi had no other ideas. Hualing chuckled when she saw this, and said, you lied to you. Let's go. You didn't take me around Konoha before, so you have to be a guide today. After Hualing finished speaking, she took Kakashi to Konoha's commercial street. Kakashi was taken aback, did not resist, and allowed him to walk over with him. The two walked again in Konoha's streets, as if they were 3 years ago. Looking at the smiling Hualing, Kakashi suddenly felt that he was a little guilty. But things like feelings can never be forced. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and introduced Konoha's famous snacks to them one by one next to Hualing. The 7th class was gathering somewhere in the commercial street at this time. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head, looking bored. It's so boring. I haven't had anything to do recently, and I said I went to teacher Kakashi to practice, but I was not there. Naruto vomited. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is the head of ANB. There are many things, and it's normal to be away from home. Sakura said. That's how it is said, but halfway through Naruto's speech, Sasuke suddenly pulled Naruto's clothes. What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto said dissatisfied. Sasuke pointed to the front with an expression of seeing a ghost. Naruto and Sakura turned their heads to look at them when they were curious. At this look, both of them show the same expression as Sasuke. That's Kakashi-sensei. Who is the woman next to him? Sakura asked in surprise. Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads together. Mr. Kakashi? And a woman? How can it be? Does Mrs. Kakashi like women? Ahem, no. Is it the woman Kakashi likes? Naruto and Sasuke Sakura looked at each other and saw the gossip fire in each other's eyes. Yozai, I have something to do today, Naruto said, showing a smirk. When Sasuke and Sakura saw this, they understood. That's not good. Kakashi-sensei may be dating. Sakura hesitated. Don't worry, Sakura, nothing will happen. Besides, we are not malicious. We just want to find out. Naruto smiled. Okay. Sakura seems to have no choice but to compromise. But in fact the second personality in her heart is extremely excited. Be careful, otherwise it would be bad if Mr. Kakashi found out that we followed him. Sasuke reminded. Don't worry, Sasuke, after learning the fairy mode, my level of invisibility has improved a lot. As Naruto said, a fairy face appeared on his face. Naruto, you can already enter the fairy mode in an instant? Sasuke asked in surprise. Hey, thanks to teacher Kakashi, he got me a technique that can store the celestial chakra, you see. Naruto said, rolling up his sleeves, and there was a red 3-hook jade pattern on his arm. This is the curse seal? Sasuke said in surprise, and touched his neck at the same time. That's right, it's called this curse seal. It's quite useful. After it is full, it can be used for 5 minutes. When I improve, it will last longer. Okay, if you go on, Mr. Kakashi will go away, Sakura said. Both of them were shocked when they heard the words. Naruto quickly said, yes, well, follow up quickly. So behind Kakashi and Hualing, 3 little tails were hung up. Kakashi was talking with Hualing at this time, so he didn't notice this. Who would have thought that Naruto would be so boring, launching the fairy mode to follow him? Knowing this a long time ago, Kakashi might not give Naruto the curse seal of storing the fairy magic chakra. That is Konoha's most famous Idaku ramen, Naruto guy's favorite food. Kakashi pointed to a ramen not far away and said, "Really? You have to give it a try. Let's solve today's lunch." Hualing smiled. Okay. Kakashi checked the time, and it was almost time for lunch. The two opened the curtain and walked in. "Welcome." The Uncle Hand Beater warmly welcomes. This is a bit surprised when he sees the visitor clearly. "Kakashi, you are?" the Uncle Hand Beater said, with an unexplained smile on his face. "Well, how should I say, a little bit wretched." Imhanaling, "Hello, Uncle. I heard Kakashi say that your ramen here is the best in Konoha." Hearing this, the Uncle Hand laughed and said, "Ha ha, isn't it?" Kakashi is really discerning. "The first time I meet, let you best miso ramen." "My treat," Hualing said with a smile. "That's really thank you, Uncle." "Ha ha ha, number." Kakashi, who has such a beautiful girlfriend, should tell the uncle earlier. The Uncle Hand Beater laughed. Hualing's face turned red when she heard this. Kakashi scratched her head awkwardly, and said, "Well, hit the uncle, you misunderstood. Hualing is not my girlfriend. Isn't it? Such a good girl, Kakashi, you have to cherish it." Kakashi was even more embarrassed by the uncle's expression that you understand. "Fortunately, I will start to make ramen after the hand-beating uncle." After the two sat down, Kakashi said, "Sorry, the Uncle Beater misunderstood. Don't care." Hualing shook her head, saying that she didn't care. Outside of Ya ramen, the three Naruto stared from a distance. "How can it be repaired? Mr. Kakashi actually went to eat ramen and didn't call me anymore. It's too disgusting." Naruto said unhappy. "Naruto, this is not the point, okay?" Sakura said with her white eyes. At this time, Sasuke said, "Do you think this woman is familiar, as if you have seen it somewhere?" When Kozakura heard the words, a vigilant gaze flashed in her eyes, and said, "Really, Sasuke? I have no impression." Naruto showed a thoughtful expression, and then suddenly realized, "I remember, it was the beautiful sister who was caught as a spy 3 years ago. I was dating Kakashi teacher before." When Naruto said so, Sasuke and Sakura remembered it instantly. "Yes, that's her." "Hey, didn't Mrs. Kakashi said that she jumped off the cliff?" Sakura wondered. "It's not important. Look at the way it is now. Could it be that teacher Kakashi and the beautiful sister ... He he," Naruto said, showing a mean smile. Chapter 611 Dating Competition. "Ramen is coming, Miss Hualing, you try it." With a kindly appearance, the uncle handed the ramen and placed it in front of Hualing. "Thank you, Uncle. Then I will start." Hualing spoke, picked up the chopsticks, and enjoyed the food. "It's delicious," Hualing exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, that's natural." At this time, Kakashi asked, "Where is mine?" "Yours?" "Are you a bit single?" The Uncle Beater looked puzzled. "Amount." Kakashi was speechless for a while. "Uncle Hand Beater, I didn't think you were such a person." Hualing couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. "Girl Hualing, look at you, you are not from Konoha village. Did you come here to play?" Uncle Hand Beater said enthusiastically. "No, this time I want to settle in Konoha. I will go to Master Naruto to apply for it later." "Well, did you find a place to live?" "Not yet. Do you have any suggestions for hitting Uncle?" Hualing smiled. "Well, it happens that our shop is hiring a waiter. If you don't dislike it, you can come and help, including board and lodging." Hualing's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and said, "Is it really possible?" "Of course." Kakashi heard the words and said with some doubts, "Stop hitting Uncle. Why didn't I know that your store is hiring people?" Ya Ramen's business has always been very good, but it has always been two people, the uncle and Chinku. No matter how busy they are, they have no idea of recruiting new employees. Why is there such a sudden interest this time? "Well, it's just decided. Do you have any comments?" Uncle Hand Beater said with a smile. Kakashi suddenly felt cold behind his back, and quickly said, "No, ha ha ha, it's great that Hualing can work here with Uncle Hualing." "That's right." Hannibal, You are welcome to join Yael. Thank you, uncle. No, it should be the boss, Hualing said with a smile. It's fine to call my uncle, but it's too much to call the boss. Ha ha ha. Okay, uncle. Hualing and Uncle Xiaodai seemed to have a special relationship. The two chatted enthusiastically, while Kakashi became an audience. This feeling is really strange. It was also the first time Kakashi knew that there were so many topics to talk about with the woman. It's really hidden. After lunch, the two left Yael. On the way, Hualing said, Uncle is really a good person. Yeah, I didn't know that Uncle Hitting was so good before, Kakashi said bitterly. Obviously, I feel very resentful that the Uncle Hanbita didn't invite himself to eat ramen, but only invited Hualing to eat ramen. Seeing this rather childish side of Kakashi, Hualing found it very interesting. Behind the two, Naruto and the other three were still following. It's a simple and happy date. I'm so envious, Sakura said, looking at Sasuke who was aside. Sasuke didn't mean to pay attention to Sakura at all. Instead, he looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, what are you going to do? When Sakura saw this, her expression was a little bleak. Naruto gave a smirk and said, let's add fire to Kakashi Sensei's date. What? I want to participate, too. Xianglin and Shijigo didn't know where they came from and said, Xianglin, when did you come back? Didn't you go to perform the A-Level mission? Naruto wondered. Well, I just came back. Mr. Lugiu and Hyuda went to hand over the task. But Shijio and I didn't go. I didn't see you three sneaky as soon as I got here. What are you going to do? Xiangling was curious. Tao. It turned out to be like this. Look there. Xianglin and Shijigo looked in the direction Naruto pointed, and both were surprised. Is that brother Kakashi? Who is the sister next to him? Is it dating? God. Brother Kakashi would actually date girls. Xianglin was shocked. SHHH, keep it quiet. It won't be good if Kakashi teacher finds out later. Naruto quickly covered Xianglin's mouth and said. Xiangling opened Naruto's hand and said, What? What are you going to do? He. I finally saw Mrs. Kakashi dating someone, so we plan to make a more romantic date. Xianglin seemed to be very interested when he heard the words, and said, more romantic? What is that? Everyone come over and listen to me. So everyone saw the 5 students of Kakashi, gathered in the street at this time, discussing something in secret. The people around were a little curious when they saw it. Can this work? Xianglin questioned. Don't worry, there must be no problem. I also think there is a problem. I don't care if something goes wrong, Sakura said. It won't be a problem. I'm all for the good of teacher Kakashi. I learned this routine from the novels of the lecherous fairy, and it must be useful. Naruto said confidently. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but think of the lascivious uncle again. Is that uncle's routine really reliable? It seems that the uncle is still single now. Why do I always feel that something is wrong? Yozai, Mr. Kakashi state battle. Start now. Let's take action, Naruto said excitedly. The remaining 4 people looked at each other and felt something was wrong, but they proceeded according to Naruto's plan. Kakashi was walking with Hualing, and he didn't realize that there were 5 little ghosts behind him preparing to do something for himself. After all, in the village, Kakashi did not completely let go of perception. Hanarin, I'll send you to Tsunade-sama later. There are some problems with your identity, but I will explain to Tsunade-sama. There should be no problem. Thank you. Kakashi scratched his head and said, it's okay, little thing. If you can settle in Konoha, we will be in the same village in the future. Okay. The two left the commercial street and walked towards the Hokage building. Before passing the Hokage building, there is a secluded path. At this moment, a breeze suddenly blew, and the cherry blossoms on the side of the road fell one after another. It is April, the season of cherry blossoms. For a time, the sky full of cherry blossoms danced with the wind. Turning beside Kakashi and Hualing. What a beauty! Hualing looked at the cherry blossom rain and exclaimed. Kakashi frowned. There was something wrong with this gust of wind. Chakra was in it. At this moment, in front of Kakashi and Hualing, 3 masked men appeared. Kakashi and Hualing were both taken aback. I started this road, and I planted this tree. If you want to pass this time, you can buy road money. Kakashi and Hualing were stunned. There are still robbers in Konoha, and beside the masked man, his obviously little friend was obviously shocked by the man's words. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he knew the identities of the 3 in front of him. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. What are you doing? Chapter 612 Discover How the 3 people under the mask immediately became nervous. Sakura's heart roared. Naruto is an idiot. I know that this kind of disguise can't fool Kakashi's teacher. Sasuke secretly said, sure enough, you shouldn't believe this idiot's battle plan. Naruto calmly said, calm down, teacher. Kakashi must be just a guess. It is impossible to recognize me at a glance. This hero's plan to save the United States is obviously perfect. Hualing seemed to understand the identities of the 3 people in front of her. They should be the 3 disciples of Kakashi. Who is Naruto? Sasuke, Sakura. We are the 3 masked thieves. Coming to Konoha today is here to rob you. Hurry up and hand over your belongings. Otherwise, we will be welcome. As Naruto said, he pulled out kunai. As if I were about to do something if you didn't give it. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and said helplessly, I said, are you 3 too free? Stupid. We are not the clever and handsome Naruto you think, Sasuke the narcissistic, and the violent and brutal Sakura. We are the 3 masked thieves. Sasuke and Sakura covered their faces and couldn't listen anymore. Kakashi was also helpless, and had never seen such a brazen person. Hualing was covering her mouth and snickering, probably because she thought Naruto was so cute. Kare and Shigogo, who were blowing the cherry blossoms not far away, also stopped. Xiangrin said to Jungo, Jungo, although I know that Naruto is an idiot, I didn't expect that Naruto is so idiot. Shijigo smiled helplessly, I've long been used to it. Kakashi shook his head, appeared behind the 3 of them, and took off all their masks. The 3 of them were shocked and felt that the mask was gone before they could react. Then Naruto, you better give me an explanation, otherwise. Kakashi leaned into Naruto's ear and said softly. It was just the tone that made Naruto shudder. This is going to be over. Naruto quickly walked a few steps forward, pulled away from Kakashi, then looked at Kakashi, and smiled dryly. Ha ha ha, that, Mrs. Kakashi, I just made a joke with you, and then welcome Sister Hualing back. After Naruto finished speaking, he didn't know where he took out a bunch of tulips and gave it to Hualing, and said, Sister Hualing, welcome back. I wish you a perfect date with Mrs. Kakashi. Hualing was taken aback for a moment, and the scene before her was really like the one 3 years ago. Hualing took the tulips and smiled. Thank you. Hee. Naruto touched her blonde hair shyly. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. This guy really likes to do things. Don't think that it's enough. You openly robbed Konoha. I think the 3 of you must want to go to the Konoha police department to sit for a while. The 3 were shocked when they heard the words. Sasuke said quickly, Kakashi-sensei, these are Naruto's ideas, and we are all threatened by him. Sasuke didn't want to enter the Konoha police department. Otherwise, the headline tomorrow will be, Shock. Uchiha Sasuke, the son of Konoha police department chief, was arrested in Konoha robbing road. Is it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality behind this? Hey, you can imagine how pretty Fuyu's face is. Kozakura quickly said, yes, Mr. Kakashi, these are all made by Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura with a heartache. Sasuke, Sakura, how can you? Kakashi heard the words and smiled. So, Naruto, it seems I should send you to Konoha Police Department for tea. Wait a minute. Teacher Kakashi, listen to me to explain. It's actually like this. Sorry, I don't listen, Kakashi said with a dangerous smile. A desperate expression appeared on Naruto's face. This time it seemed to be a mess. Damn, the novel routines of the lecherous fairy are indeed deceptive. With a bang, Kakashi's cyan fist hit Naruto's head. Ouch! Naruto clutched his head, and a big bag swelled up immediately. Fortunately for you, I still have things to do today. You will be miserable next time. After Kakashi finished speaking, he walked to Hualing and said, sorry, students like me are a bit naughty. Hualing smiled and said, it's okay, they are all cute. Hee hee, let's go to the Hokage office first. Okay. Kakashi and Hualing left, leaving a few people in place. All the plans are messed up. Naruto complained. You are ashamed to say, I said that your plan is not reliable. Sakura vomited. A boring plan is weird if it succeeds, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at the two of them and said, you guys just been threatened by teacher Kakashi, you two betrayed me. When Sasuke and Sakura heard the words, they looked away with some embarrassment. The weather today is really good, Sasuke said. Yes, Sasuke-kun, why don't we go to the library to read a book? Good suggestion. Then let's go. Okay. Sasuke and Sakura ignored Naruto and left together. Hey, you two. A gust of wind blew, leaving only the sad expression of Naruto with a big bag on his head. How can it be repaired? These two guys. The date battle is a complete failure. With Kakashi's company, Hana Ling's stay in Konoha went smoothly. Hana Bell became a member of Konoha and also an employee of Eel Raymond. Started a plain and happy life. Konoha was peaceful, and on the other side, Itachi and Onijai also started their own actions. In a cave somewhere in Thunder Country, Itachi and Ghost Shark are resting inside. Ghost Shark, have you found the trail of Yao? The news has just arrived at Yunlai Gorge. Yunlai Gorge? There are not many people there, just to start. Then let's go. Ha ha ha. Are you finally going to do it? My ghost shark can't wait long ago. Your eye is not an ordinary human column power that can be compared, and it is known as the most perfect human column power. We have to deal with it carefully. Cough cough cough. Itachi said, covering his mouth with his hands, and coughing violently. As soon as he took his hand away, there was a pool of blood on it. Gear's eyes condensed and said, Brother Itachi, your body seems to be deteriorating. It's okay, I can't die. Let's go, Itachi said lightly, and then took the lead to go out. It's just that the body looks a little vain. Upon seeing this, Gin secretly said in his heart, it seems that big brother Itachi is already dying. And it's not surprising when he died. It's a pity that it's hard to have such a companion, but I didn't expect to die in front of him. What Gil didn't notice was that when Itachi left, there was a smile on his mouth. The day of return is just around the corner. Chapter 613 Yunlai Gorge. Yunlai Gorge is located somewhere in the territory of Thunder Country. Located in a remote location, it is the long-term residence of Rabbi the Eight-Tailed Man. Unlike other ninja villages, where everyone shouted and beaten Renzyuli, Rabbi Renzyuli in Union Village had already completed Renzyuli's counterattack. That is to win the respect of everyone in the village. Of course, now Gaara and Naruto have done this. On this day, two uninvited guests came from Yunlai Gorge. Is it here? Itachi whispered. It's a good place. As a place to bury the bones, it's really suitable. Gyu sneered. The Yunlai Gorge is surrounded by towering conical rocks, and there is water flow below it. It looks like the environment is indeed quite good, but it lacks a little green vitality. Itachi condensed his eyes and looked at the only building in the Yunlai Gorge. On the red roof, it says Yunlai Gorge is 3 characters. Feel the chakra of Yao, right in that building. Oh, it seems that I won't return without success this time. It's really hard to find out. Hearing this, the ghost shark pressed a hand on the Kuji. Facing Yao, even the ghost shark became solemn. After a while, a dark-skinned man with sunglasses walked out of the building. It hurts the eyes, this light. Is it past noon? It's damned. Stupid bastard. When the dark-skinned man finished speaking, he began to dance with his hands and said rap while jumping. I get up early to practice, and I can't bear it on an empty stomach. The uncle who likes to sing rap. The lunch at noon will be sukiyaki. The dark-skinned man finished speaking, walked to the stairs, and then saw 2 guys wearing red cloud robes with black background. The eyes under the sunglasses were a little surprised. Of course, Kairabi wouldn't know who it was with such a dress. Dawn looked at Kairabi, who was doing antics in front of him, and sneered, "It's really a funny guy, but this kind of chakra feels really exciting." Ha ha, Yuji is already about to move. Ghost, be careful. This guy is no better than his previous opponent. Cough cough. Itachi said, coughing violently again. I understand, brother Itachi, your health is unwell, let me deal with this guy. It is good, Itachi said, stepped back and let out the battlefield. Huh? Is there only one person? I was underestimated, idiot. Jerk. Kairabi looked at the two and noticed their forehead protection at the same time. When I saw Itachi's scarlet eyes and the Konoha forehead he wore on his head, I was a little surprised. Konoha Renin? And writing round eyes. The last Konoha ninja who fought with me also has this thing. Let me think about it. That guy is Kakashi Hagai. Asshole, idiot. Kairabi said. Hearing this, Itachi was a little surprised, and said, unexpectedly, you once played against Senior Kakashi. That guy, I'll settle accounts with him sooner or later, idiot. Jerk. Haha. The chatting is over. Ya, Oren's Yulai, your chakra looks very delicious. I think my Yuji will like it very much. Sorry, I want you to be the food of Yuji. Don't worry, I will not kill you. I will kill you so that you can understand the gap with me. Realize it, idiot. Jerk. Gave a sneer, and pulled out Yuji with one hand, and said, really a nonsense person, Zulai. After speaking, the ghost shark lifted up the knife. Are you here, asshole idiot? Upon seeing this, Kairabi drew two knives and bumped into Keiji. Ding. The two looked at each other. Oh, the strength is not small. Only two short knives can block the impact of Keiji. Gi whispered. With a shark face, but with a pair of unexpectedly cute little eyes, but soon, I will make him dead fish eyes. 8 swords. After Kairabi finished speaking, a bright red chakra appeared all over his body, and 8 tails appeared. The chakra on top of his head even formed the shape of a knife and slammed into the ghost shark. Gear's eyes condensed, and Yuji danced instantly, and the red chakra had disappeared before it even touched Yuji. Boom! The foreheads of the two slammed together and made a loud noise. Chakra disappeared. No, it was sucked. Is it the knife? Asshole idiot. These thoughts flashed through Kairabi's mind, and then he jumped up and distanced himself from Kairabi. Not far away, Itachi watched this scene silently, and said in a low voice, it's true that it is known as the most perfect human pillar power, and the tail beast's coat is skillfully used. In the face of Itachi's appreciation, Kairabi didn't have any happiness. As far as human strength is concerned, the powerful chakra is the most powerful whole card. But encountering this kind of thing that can absorb chakras, it is really helpless. Yuji broke open the bandage wrapped around the knife. His body expanded more than doubled, and even a tongue protruded from Yuji. Hee. Really delicious chakra. I didn't expect that Keiji could become so huge. The shark's face showed an unfinished expression, which was quite excited. Itachi was also a little surprised. It was the first time he saw such a huge Yuji. Ghost's Yuji is indeed terrifying. The bigger the chakra is, the more amazing the combat power it shows. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a tail beast nemesis, Itachi secretly said in his heart. Kairabi looked at the hideous Yuji and whispered, if this is the case, I can only use chakra less. After speaking, Kairabi shook his body, and 7 knives were unsheathed and hung everywhere on his body. Let you feel the rhythm of this, uncle. Seeing Kairabi's weird posture, Gui Shao was a little curious. What kind of knife technique can you use 7 knives at the same time? Interesting, Gu said. An expression of excitement appeared on his face. Boom! Kairabi tipped his toes and bounced out. For a moment, Kairabi was like a continuously rotating cutting machine in midair, shooting at the ghost shark. The ghost shark raised the ghost shark to resist. Ding ding ding! With the sound of continuous collision, Kairabi's short knife Kakiji kept colliding. Kairabi's speed is very fast, and his knife skills are even more unpredictable. At first, the ghost shark could still whisper, but gradually he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Kakashi has become too huge, and Ghostfish's agility has also dropped a lot. This weird sword technique can hardly be seen clearly, Gui Yao secretly said in his heart. At this moment, Kairabi's sunglasses flashed a white light, and 7 knives flew up at the same time. The ghost shark flashed around, guessing where the knife fell, but can't keep up. Kairabi's speed increased to the extreme, and 7 knives danced at the same time, stabbing the ghost shark. Stabbed, stabbed. Ding 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 ding. 5 knives were blocked by Kakashi, but the remaining 2 knives pierced into the body of the ghost. Boom. The ghost flew directly out. Chapter 614 Failed monthly reading. The ghost shark's body was dripping with blood and looked rather miserable. Itachi furrowed his brows, and Kairabi's sword skills were far superior to the ghost shark in terms of physical competition alone. That fast to the extreme speed, perhaps only Kakashi's single-handedly can resist. After all, it was a net-even collision, not faster than the opponent. How could it be possible to resist all the blades with just a knife? In particular, Kairabi's knife is shorter than normal, and shorter means faster. Blood spilled from the corner of the ghost shark's mouth, and even though the chakra that was mixed up in the last hit was sucked by Yuji, the brute force combined with the sharpness of the short knife still pierced into the body. Fortunately, the ghost shark avoided the critical point. Otherwise, I am afraid that it has been seriously injured by this time. Octopus can hunt sharks? Bastard. Stupid. Kairabi said. The koji in his hand trembled slightly, and the white skull sling crawled towards the body of the ghost. The ghost shark grasped the 2 short knives that had pierced into his body with his left hand, and drew them out. For a while, blood splashed. Although this short knife did not penetrate the entire body of the ghost shark, it also penetrated most of it. If you pull it out forcibly, your internal organs will inevitably be injured. At this moment, the wound of the ghost shark miraculously healed. Kairabi stared, and soon found out what was wrong. The knife named Kakashi. I didn't expect that not only can I chakras, but also can feed back to my owner to repair his injuries. Bastard. Idiot. The ghost shark recovered its body functions and slowly stood up. It's really agile speed, and the sword technique is even more amazing. Among the strength of the people who fight against it, you are still the most difficult to deal with. However, these injuries are nothing to me. Water escape. Big water burst. Puff. A huge current spouted from the mouth of the ghost shark, turning the entire Yunlai Gorge into a vast ocean. Itachi jumped on the cone-shaped boulder on the side and watched the battle in front of him quietly. Kairabi also jumped up to the roof, with a surprised expression on his face. The huge number of chakras is not inferior to the strength of the human column. I am afraid that such a large water escape. I am afraid that Shui Ying has no such ability. It is estimated that only the original 2nd generation Hokage can do this. Then, the second round of the battle. Let's start. Your blade can't touch me anymore. Gyu obviously understood that if he competed with Kairabi, he would not have the slightest advantage over him. The battle of the ninja is to choose the most suitable way for you. The way of the ghost is to turn any venue into its own home. There is no terrain, and one water escape can't change it. If it doesn't work, then 2. With the gigantic chakra of the ghost shark, even in the desert, it can make a big water polo for you. For ghosts, no matter where they go, they are their home courts. Chakrado, that's so capricious. Has it become the opponent's home court? It's a little troublesome now. Kairabi whispered. Become a complete body. This guy's moves are very troublesome. Let's solve him with one move. Yao said. Okay, let's solve it with one trick. The chakra surged, and the red chakra seemed to cover Kairabi's body, and then turned into an octopus-like body. Kairabi's body size instantly increased, becoming the body of an 8-tailed bull ghost. Full body. Ghost Shark and Itachi were a little surprised when they saw this. Is that what Yao really looks like? it's really huge. Gyu sneered. Itachi jumped to the side of the ghost shark and said, Ghost shark, it's too much movement if it becomes this way, let me solve him, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone else comes over. The ghost shark glanced at Itachi and said, Brother Itachi, can your body support it? I guess so, Itachi said, looking directly at Yao, and the three jade instantly transformed into the shape of a triangular windmill. The left eye suddenly shed blood. Monthly reading. Kairabi felt that the sky was spinning, and he entered a strange blood-colored space. What's the matter? Have you been illusioned? Kairabi whispered. Itachi appeared in front of Kairabi, holding a long knife in his hand. Kairabi was tied to the cross. Uchiha's kid, it's really an amazing eye to get me in illusion. Bastard. Idiot. Kairabi whispered. Thanks for the compliment, but you are stupid. Forens you lie. As long as he drives the chakra of the tail beast, the illusion will be released instantly. Bastard. Idiot. It's true, but it's a normal illusion. The time spent on monthly reading is just a moment. Your tail beast can't react at all. When you get out of here, it has already fallen. What? Bastard. Idiot. Xiaoba. Kairabi screamed. But Yao did not respond. Presumably you have figured out the situation. Itachi said coldly. I didn't expect this kind of illusion. Bastard. Idiot. So, let's start. There are still 72 hours. Kairabi was a little anxious when he heard the words. If the effect of the illusion is as Itachi said, I am afraid that after the illusion is over, it will be the moment of his defeat. At this moment, Itachi's eyes widened suddenly, and Kairabi felt that all the illusions in front of him had disappeared in an instant. What's the matter, asshole idiot? When Kairabi reacted, he realized that he had returned to the full body of Yao. Are you okay? Yao asked. It's okay, but how did the illusion get rid of? Is that you? Xiaoba, asshole fool. No, it's not me, it's Uchiha. His condition is a bit wrong. Kairabi heard the words and looked at Itachi. I saw Itachi knelt on the ground. The water in front of him was stained red with blood, and more blood leaked from his left eye. A large mouthful of blood spurted from the mouth of the ferret. Brother ferret. Itachi coughed violently, as if to cough out all his lungs. Sure enough, this kind of physical condition is still too reluctant to use monthly reading. Isn't the body unable to stand it even if it is not completed? Gi whispered. Itachi seemed to have come to an end. Even the writing wheel eyes could not be maintained, and they retreated into black pupils. I'm really lucky. I didn't expect the other party to have a problem. Stupid bastard. Solve them now. Bye. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is really too much trouble. Yao said. Okay, use tail beast jade. In an instant, the huge black chakra condensed into a blackened ball and floated above Yao. Tailed beast jade. It's really a huge scale, the ghost said in a low voice, and at the same time his hands were sealed. The art of shark bullets. The huge shark instantly condensed beside the ghost shark. That scale is not inferior to Yao. The ghost shark pushed his hands forward, and the huge shark shot away. At this time, the tail beast jade also smashed over. Boom. A loud noise. Chapter 615 Reikage is coming. The two huge scale ninjutsu. It seems that it is no longer a confrontation between ordinary ninjas. This kind of existence, once on the battlefield, is the kind of weapon that sweeps a large area. The tail beast jade hit the big shark bullet. The black tail beast jade was bit by the big shark bullet. The sharp fangs cut fiercely into the tail beast jade. For a time, the two entered a stalemate in midair. The ghost shark's face showed a sneer, and he whispered, the art of shark bullet can swallow the chakras of the opponent's ninjutsu. The more chakras that are consumed, the more powerful the art of shark bullet will be. This is the end. Beast jade is the best nourishment for the art of shark bullet. As soon as the ghost shark's voice fell, he saw the beast jade shattered under the shark's bite, and then swallowed it into his belly. In the next moment, the shark's size suddenly doubled, almost filled the entire Yunlai gorge. The tail beast jade has been swallowed. Idiot. Kairabi said in surprise. I didn't expect this guy's ninjutsu to have the effect of devouring chakra. This is a problem, Yao said. The huge shark pounced on the full body of the 8 tails. In desperation, Kairabi had to erect 8 tails to form a defensive wall. Boom! The shark slammed into the defensive wall, stalemate for only a moment, and then penetrated it. Oops, bastard, idiot. Kairabi gave a low growl and was knocked out by the shark. The huge body instantly disappeared and changed back to his original appearance. Boom! Kairabi finally hit the rock and made a big hole. Puff! The blood spurted from his mouth, and Kairabi felt a sharp pain in his body, and it seemed that his internal organs had suffered huge damage. What's more serious is that not only the chakra of his own was swallowed up, but also the chakra of 8 tails was also lost. The battle situation took a turn for the worse, and Kairabi, who had the upper hand, turned into a predicament in an instant. "Bye, how are you?" Yao asked worriedly. "It hurts. I can hold it, bastard, idiot." Kairabi got up and whispered. Itachi also slowly stood up, but his face looked extremely pale, and it seemed that he had run out of oil. "Brother Itachi, let me solve it. In today's situation, you are no longer suitable to make another move." The ghost shark glanced at Itachi, his eyes a little complicated. But these inexplicable emotions are just a flash. The ghost shark turned around and walked towards Kairabi. Hee, it seems that Yao is nothing more than that. "Isn't that okay?" Gu sneered. Kairabi didn't finish speaking, and slammed 2 short knives with both hands. "It is covered with powerful thunder attribute chakras, which is extremely fast." The ghost was taken aback for a moment. His head suddenly tilted. Stabbed. A blood stain appeared on the ghost shark's face. The short knife with the thunder attribute chakra attached has a sharper quality than the wind attribute chakra, and it has great chakra control. Before the ghosts had finished speaking, Kairabi reached out for another 2 swords. Chakra with the same thunder attribute, one shot at the head of the ghost shark, and the other at the heart of the ghost shark. This time, the ghost shark did not hide, but waved Yuji, blocking in front of him. Ding ding! The 2 short knives were directly shot out, and the chakra attached to the thunder attribute was also consumed. The formerly huge Yuji, because of the previous 2 water ninjutsu and the treatment of the injuries of the ghost shark, has returned to its original appearance. The speed of using the ghost shark has also increased a lot. While throwing the short knife, Kairabi moved again. When the ghost shark swung the Yuji to block the short knife, Kairabi had already rushed behind him, and immediately took out the last short knife, and pierced the back of the ghost shark. Stabbed. The short knife pierced the ghost shark's body without hindrance, but Kairabi didn't have the slightest emotion of joy, because this feels wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, the body of the ghost shark turned into a puddle of water. "Water body. You are too careless." The cold voice of the ghost shark floated from below, and the next moment, a hand grabbed Kairabi's ankle. Water escape. The technique of water prison. The water polo condensed and directly trapped Kairabi in it. The ghost shark's hand was inserted into the water polo, and the control was completed. Kairabi naturally wouldn't give up so easily, and chakra burst out again in his body. But at this moment, the other hand of the ghost shark caught Yuji and inserted it into the water polo, swallowing all the remaining chakra of Kairabi. Kg became extremely huge again. Kairabi felt weak for a while. That was the feeling that chakra was exhausted. "Damn it, my chakra," Kairabi whispered, and fell into a brief coma because of weakness. Inside Kairabi, Yao shouted worriedly, "Bye, wake up. If you give up now, everything will be over." But Kairabi was motionless, as if he hadn't heard at all. "Damn it, Bis chakra and I were all sucked up by the big knife." At this time, there is no ability to resist. "No, I want to condense a new chakra as soon as possible," Yao whispered in his heart, and immediately began to gather chakra inside Kairabi's body. The ghost shark looked at Kairabi, who had been unconscious in the technique of the water prison, and sneered. The 8 tails have been captured. But at this moment, Itachi suddenly shouted, "Ghost, be careful." When the ghost heard the words, he was taken aback, and then he felt that a powerful chakra was approaching behind him. He looked back, and saw a blue thunder light instantly approaching him. Taking a closer look, he was a sturdy man with yellow hair, dark skin, and yellow iron rings on his arms. Well done. A plow hot knife. The arm glowing with blue chakra ran into the ghost shark's neck. In the next moment, the ghost grabbed Yuji and flew out directly. Itachi dodges and catches the flying ghost shark. I saw a wide range of scars appeared on the ghost shark's neck at this time. It's almost bloody. Its terrible offensive power. With the physical quality of the ghost shark, it will be seriously injured to this degree, Itachi said in shock. At the same time, Itachi looked at the visitor. That burly body, dark skin, cold eyes. There is also a very representative chakra with thunder attributes. Thunder armor. The person here is not someone else, but the current 4th-generation Raking. Sure enough, the people of Xiao came to Yunlai Gorge to capture Bai. If he comes one step later, Bai is really caught. 4 generations of Raikage whispered, and at the same time looked at Kairabi, who was in a coma. Kairabi, who lost chakra, looked a little weak. Yao saw the arrival of the 4th generation of Raikage, so he injected the chakra that had just been extracted into Kairabi's body. Kairabi moved, and then woke up. Brother, why are you here? Bastard, idiot, Kairabi said. The 4th generation of Liang scolded, Bai, it's really bad. I was actually driven to ruin by such an opponent. Chapter 616 Amaterasu burns his body. Sorry, brother, this guy's ability to absorb chakras is very unfavorable to me. Taking chakras? No wonder you look embarrassed. 4th generation Liang snorted coldly. Kairabi and the 4th generation of Raikage were talking here. But the situation on the ghost shark's side was not optimistic. The terrifying injury made the ghost shark look dying, as if it would die in the next moment. At this time, the little skull of Yuji stretched out to the ghost shark, transporting the chakra into the ghost shark again. The terrifying injury was quickly healed. This scene fell into the eyes of the 4th generation of Raikage, quite surprised. There is actually this kind of operation. Ghost shark, how do you feel? Itachi asked. It's okay, it's really a powerful blow, coupled with that amazing speed. It really deserves to be the 4th generation of Raikage, with such a powerful combat effectiveness. Nothing can be done. Let's retreat first, Itachi said. Looking at Kairabi and the 4th generation Raikage not far away, the ghost quickly made a decision in his heart. If Itachi's body is not injured, then the two of them will have a chance to win against Kairabi and Raikage 4. But now Itachi's body can't hold it anymore. Maybe not only can't help, it will be a drag. In addition, the ghost shark's body had just been seriously injured twice, although he recovered quickly because of the relationship with Yuji. But he was also a little tired mentally. Neither of them is in their heyday. It is really choking to face the prosperous 4th generation Raikage and the 8-year-old man who has recovered part of the chakra. What's more, the 4th generation of Raikage is still the most annoying ninja of speed type combined with power type. In the current situation, the odds of winning are definitely not high. Therefore, retreat is currently the most wise choice. Want to run? How could it be so easy? The 4th generation of Liang quickly saw through the two people's thoughts. Since he came over, naturally he would not let the two escape. Haha, it's really miserable to be stared at by Master Aang. Gu sneered. Itachi stood up and looked at the 4th generation of Raikage. The 4th generation of Raikage also looked at Itachi. Young face, about 20 years old. There is no longer a minority of people who have become famous at this age in ninja world. But the young man in front of him is not just as simple as becoming famous. Those scarlet writing round eyes had a strength far surpassing ordinary ninjas. In the information of Union Village, a rough assessment of Uchiha Itachi's strength was made. The answer is that there are no two elites with more than ninja power, and it is best to retreat immediately. This is a kind of praise for a 21-year-old young ninja. In the ninja world, there are definitely not many people who have this kind of praise. Uchiha Itachi. Raikage 4th generation yelled softly, unexpectedly, Raikage-sama still knows me. Itachi said faintly. In his words, he couldn't tell whether he was surprised or happy, or nothing at all. The Uchiha ninja who betrayed Konoha at the age of 13, a rare genius of the Uchiha clan for decades, has the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. At a young age, he has so many titles, let him very curious. In your hands, how different is the writing wheel Yan from that person? Hearing the words, Itachi said, that person? Reikage-sama said, Senior Kakashi, right? That's right, that's the alien who owns Zwinyan. I haven't played against Zwinyan before, but Kakashi was the first to use Zwinyan to such an extent. So, I want to see how powerful these eyes can be in the hands of the so-called Uchiha genius. Senior Kakashi's strength is naturally unfathomable. Itachi sighs. However, as far as I know, Master Reikage once lost to Senior Kakashi. The soft words were passed into the ears of the fourth generation of Reikage, and his expression could not help but change slightly. Obviously, the fourth generation of Reikage has always been brooding about the loss to Kakashi. Losing to Watergate is still a peer. Although the four generations of Reikage were not reconciled, but still full of respect for Watergate. But losing to Kakashi, the fourth generation of Reikage, was somewhat unacceptable. After all, Kakashi is a disciple of Watergate. It is a shame for the fourth generation of Reiking to fail to win the master. Even the apprentice cannot win. That year, Kakashi was only 18 years old. The fourth generation of Reikage is already 34 years old. In fact, the fourth generation Reikage at the time was much stronger than Kakashi. But the reason for it was that Kakashi suddenly used the technique of the Thunder God. This is what the fourth generation of Reikage did not expect. After all, after the death of Watergate, the fourth generation of Reikage always thought that this space ninjutsu had become a dead end. At that time, he was careless and didn't think of this trick. Second, when the Flying Thunder God's art appeared, the fourth generation of Reikage again remembered the fear of being dominated by the Flying Thunder God, and his reaction was also slow. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi and Kakashi will lose out. But in the battle between ninjas, if you lose, you lose. There are so many reasons. Yes, I lost to Kakashi at the beginning, but now I am. Kakashi is definitely not an opponent. The fourth generation of Reikage believes. Itachi didn't answer, because in his opinion, the four generations of Reikage in front of him were full of amazing power, but compared with the calm and breezy Kakashi, it seemed to be a lot worse. The gossip ends here. As Konoha and Uian's rebellious forbearance, I want Union to clean up. I really feel ashamed for these two villages. Then, I will send you on the road. The fourth generation of Liang said, and tore away the robes on his body, revealing the dark skin. The thunder light shining on his body has already opened the thunder dun armor. It's troublesome now, said the ghost. The four generations of Reikage are so fast, I'm afraid it's not so easy to escape. Ghost Shark, after I break, you go first, Itachi said suddenly. After hearing the words, the ghost shark was taken aback, and looked at Itachi with some surprise. The tall figure, who was far inferior to his own, had a faintly tragic feeling at this time. Itachi is planning to sacrifice himself. Gip couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. Given Itachi's current situation, after staying and breaking, I'm afraid he left without life. But the ghost shark is not a hypocritical person. This may be the best method today. After all, Itachi had nothing to live with even if it escaped with a body like this. Hearing this, the ghost shark moved and prepared to flee. Big brother Itachi, the days with you partnered are very good. The ghost shark's words floated into Itachi's ears, and the corners of Itachi's mouth curled up. Bastard. Actually want to run. Seeing that Kairabi was about to run, the fourth generation Reikage rushed over. At this moment, Itachi blocked the fourth generation of Reikage abruptly. Caught death. The four generations of Reikage's iron fist hit Itachi's body. In Itachi's right eye, the kaleidoscope writing wheel reappeared. Amaterasu. The black flame burned on Itachi's hand, and then spread all over his body. Amaterasu burns his body, and the fourth generation of Raikichi's iron fist was instantly stained with that black flame. Chapter 617. Another game. The fourth generation of Raikichi's pupils shrank, obviously not expecting Itachi would actually burn flames on his body. This is simply what a lunatic does. When Gyu watched this scene from a distance, he couldn't help being surprised. Itachi actually used the most extreme method to break the queen. But the ghost shark did not stay for a while, holding the shark rock. The ghost shark left. The fourth generation of Raikichi immediately pulled away, but the black flame was still burning on the left fist. The scorching sensation made the fourth generation Raikichi frowned. This flame won't go out. Fourth generation Liang whispered, "Brother, are you okay?" Kairabi asked worriedly. The fourth generation of Raikichi did not say a word, and directly drew out Kairabi's short knife and slashed at his left fist. Stabbed. The left fist burning with black flames was instantly burned into ashes. "Brother, you." Kairabi was a little surprised. His left hand said to Chop and Chop, "The eldest brother is really a cruel person." The four generations of Raikichi did not catch Rabbi Ritchie, but instead focused on Itachi, who was completely swallowed by the fire of the sky, with a trace of respect in his eyes. "Did you sacrifice yourself in order to cover the departure of your companion? Really a respectable ninja." The fourth generation of Liang whispered. In the flames, Itachi's scarlet writing wheel eyes looked very coquettish. Only the fourth generation of Raikichi clearly saw that there was a smile on the corner of Itachi's mouth. Why laugh? The fourth generation of Raikichi didn't know. It is obviously not a pleasant thing to be burned by such flames. Perhaps that is the most beautiful story that a person remembers before his death. After a while, Itachi's body turned into ashes under the black flame. A gust of wind blew by and the ashes dispersed, leaving nothing in place, as if it had never existed. The fourth generation of Raikichi looked at the area where Itachi was, and after Amaterasu burned the target, it went out. "Bye, let's go back to the village. This place is not safe anymore." "Brother, it's not long since I left the village." "Bastard, idiot." "Shut up, you have no right to refute." Now Akatsuki is becoming more and more rampant. Akatsuki's members have just attacked Konoha, and now they are attacking you again. In the ninja world, how can such a lunatic appear? I want to convene the Five Shadows Conference to completely eliminate these malignant tumors. Four generations of Liang said. A ruthless color flashed in his eyes. What no one found was that there was a piece of paper stuck in the waist of the fourth generation of Raikichi. And this piece of paper is exactly why the fourth generation of Raikichi came here. Only a few simple words were written on this piece of paper. Xiao, Kairabi. There is not even a signature. When I saw this note, the fourth generation Raikichi also wondered if it would be a trap. But thinking of Kairabi's safety, the fourth generation of Raikichi rushed over without stopping. Even if it is a trap, by virtue of its own strength, the fourth generation of Raikichi does not worry about this happening. Who is this whistleblower? What is his purpose? The fourth generation of Raikichi was puzzled, but he also knew that this person should be a friend but not an enemy. After the war, Kairabi was slightly injured, and the fourth generation of Raikichi broke his arm. The ghost shark was wounded and fled, and Itachi set himself on fire and died. Underground space. Daita silently looked at the outgoing golem, drilled out of the ground, and said, "Take the soil, it's not good. Itachi is dead." Taita was a little surprised when he heard this, probably because he didn't expect that terrible man would die so easily. What happened? Itachi's body is already very ill. When it catches Yao, its combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Although the ghost shark overpowered Yao, the four generations of Raikichi that followed were too strong for the two to resist. Finally, after it was broken, they were replaced by the ghost shark. Escape. Really? I didn't expect that man would die so easily in the end. What about the pair of Shalunyan? I went to collect it. That's a good pair of eyes, asked Daito. I'm afraid it won't be recycled. Why? Itachi used Amaterasu in the end, not only burned the left arm of the fourth generation of Raikichi, but also burned himself to death. It is really Itachi, even suicide chose such a creative method of death. He frowned, apparently a little surprised by this way of death. Itachi, are you trying not to leave those eyes? Sure enough, your heart is still toward Konoha. Ha ha. Bringing a sneer, he had his own guesses about Itachi's actions. From the point of view of the soil, even if it is broken, it does not need to use such extreme methods. The reason for using Amaterasu to self-immolate must be to destroy his own eyes and prevent them from falling into his own hands. Bring soil. What do you do next? It will take a while. After the preparations are completed, war can be declared. But before that, I have one more thing to do. What is it? Daodu asked. Taita did not answer, but looked at Gui's eyes on the outgoing golem. There is still a game to be done. There is an answer. I also want to know. Bringing the soil whispered. On the other side, in the dark basement, Daodu was reporting information about Itachi to Oshamaru. Master Oshamaru, that's how things are. Ha ha. Did Itachi set himself on fire? It's really interesting. Osamaru's armor. In this way, we won't be able to reincarnate into Uchiha Itachi from the dirty soil. No, anyway, even with his cells, he won't be able to reincarnate from the dirty soil. Daishiwan said meaningfully. Duenyan was a little puzzled. Daishimaru did not appear to explain. Instead, she looked over at her pocket pouch. How did you practice the reincarnation of the dirty soil? Return to Lord Oshimaru. I have basically learned it, but chakra is not enough, and now I can only control about 2 or 3 people. Have you learned it? Hee, your talent in this area is pretty good. No, this is thanks to the body cells left by the former immortal reincarnation of Oshimaru's armor. After being transplanted in the body, it seems that there is a feeling that this aspect is easy to learn. After finishing talking, he raised his head. Under the round glasses, there are a pair of golden pupils that are indistinguishable from Dashimaru. It seems that the fusion is good, but this is not enough. Go to Longdedong, go to the cave, and come back after learning the magic. During the war, you still need to play. Duenyan was startled, but he didn't expect Daishiwan to give himself even the immortal technique. Yes, Master Dashimaru, Daodu will certainly not disappoint your expectations. That's good. Time is running out. You can speed up. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. Okay, step back. Du bowed slightly, and then left. Ninja World War, I really miss it, but this time it has become more interesting. Under the dim light, the golden pupils of Daishiwan turned the gloomy light. The unclear look in his eyes made it hard to guess what he was thinking. Chapter 618 Itachi back the root of Konoha. The intervention of Shishui re-established it. Of course, it is not so easy. Although Danzo's brainwashing methods are crude, they are indeed effective. Followers of brain damage are no longer in the minority. It's just that Shishui naturally has its own means. Being hailed as Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja is not a boast. Today's roots barely maintain surface peace. In a short time, Shishui can only do this step. The rest is to clean it slowly, and it takes a year or 2 to solve almost completely. No one is born ruthless. It's hard to be ruthless. People with roots are more of suppressing this kind of emotion. It is not so difficult to release this emotion. After liberation, they will be qualified dark parts, not roots. Not to mention these for the time being. On this day, 3 people appeared in the secret room of Minister Anbu. One person is lying on the bed, while the other 2 are beside the bed. Kakashi, what's the situation with Itachi? It's okay. Although it was burned by Amaterasu for a while, it was only a slight burn. After healed it with medical ninjutsu, it was fine after 2 days of rest. Shishui breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, this escape plan is a bit too cruel. If it is a little bit worse, Itachi will really be burned by the fire of the sky. Kakashi smiled and said, this is true enough. I have tried it once before. At the moment when Amaterasu was used, The three people of Gi were dulled for a while through the small illusion of writing round eyes. Then they will use the reverse usage of Thor's technique, teleported Itachi while leaving the real corpse to be burned. In this way, there are almost no flaws. And what? Zashui asked in confusion. It's nothing. And how could something like Amaterasu burn to death? At this time, Itachi, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and looked at the two familiar faces in front of him. Itachi knew that the plan to get out had been successful. The red cloud robe with black background on her body has been burned by Amaterasu, and the rest is only the ninja sexy fishnet outfit. It seems that the plan is a success. Itachi smiled. Of course, there is no absolute certainty. How can I let you take risks? Kakashi smiled. Finally came back, Itachi said, getting off the bed, and the burns on his body didn't seem to affect him at all. Itachi, your injury still needs 2 days of recuperation, so let's rest here for now. By the way, this is your thing, Kakashi said, handing a crow mask to Itachi. Itachi took it, and looked at the somewhat old mask, with a little nostalgia in his heart. When he entered Anbu, Kakashi gave him this mask. This mask followed all his time in Anbu. Now, this mask was handed over to him in the hands of the same person, giving Itachi an illusion of going back in time. But he knew that 10 years had passed. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. It's too far-fetched to say this. Kakashi smiled. Itachi nodded and said nothing. Itachi, after the injury is healed, just like Shishui, lurking in the roots for the time being, Shishui will tell you specific things. I see. The war is coming, we still have a lot of things to do. It's troublesome. Senior Kakashi made a serious statement. These are also the purposes of my undercover for so many years. I understand the importance of them. That's good, Shishui. I'll leave it to you next. I still have things to do. Zashui heard this with a smile and said, I see. Kakashi waved his hand and left here. The thin back figure looked rather lazy. Itachi looked at Kakashi's departure with emotion in his heart. He couldn't imagine how desolate his life would be without Kakashi's help. I am afraid that Shishui will die, and the Uchiha clan will also perish in his own hands. At that time, I am afraid that I will really be a sin. Even his own life will be lost due to injury, and this was also saved by Kakashi. Suddenly, Itachi realized that he already owed Kakashi too much. Seeing Itachi was in a daze, Zashui patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, What's wrong? What do you think? It's nothing. I just think Senior Kakashi is really not easy. Yeah. He has taken on too many things over the years. He has also tried his best for Uchiha. This favor is really too heavy. Yes, but, in this way, Uchiha has finally integrated into Konoha. Our efforts over the years have not been in vain. Well, but the next battle still needs to be careful. Zashui solemnly said, I still have some doubts about the identity of the masked man. I am afraid it is not Uchiha Madara. Oh, what did you find? Because of the injection of the intercolumn cell solution, I found that his body also seems to have the power of the intercolumn cells. When Zashui heard this, he was a little curious, and said, This is quite strange. Furthermore, I am afraid that together with Beijo are the products of intercolumnar cells. This is interesting. The cells of the first generation of Hokage are really everywhere nowadays. Zashui laughed. But I think the most troublesome thing right now is perhaps Oshimaru. Oshimaru? Why? Oshimaru rejoined Akatsuki, and seemed to have reached some agreement with the mask man. When I saw him this time, I felt that there was a terrible power in his body, which might still be higher than the mask man. What? One has reached this level? Zashui asked in surprise. Itachi nodded, confirming. It seems that the situation is getting more and more complicated. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. You should take care of your injury now. Okay. In the dim room, Itachi sat quietly, enjoying the air from Konoha. Back here, Itachi's nerves that had been tense over the years gradually relaxed. An undercover career is not so easy. Make preparations all the time. People who have tasted the kind of homework with a high degree of nervousness will probably not want to try it a second time. Of course, there may also be some strange people enjoying this kind of fun. Unfortunately, Itachi is not such a person. One day later, Itachi felt that his body had recovered to its best condition. The physique of the ferret that had been injected into the cells between the columns was also improved. The resilience is greatly enhanced, and the total amount of chakras has also increased a lot. So, it's time to go out. What is the situation in this village now? Itachi said, putting on the Anbu costume placed on the side of the room and the somewhat old crow mask. Scarlet eyes flickered under the mask. Uchiha Itachi, come back. Chapter 619. Three color balls. Uchiha's house. Fuayu sat in the courtyard with a tea tray in front of him, while Mikoto sat opposite Fuayu. The kettle puffed, reminding everyone that it was boiling. After making a pot of good tea, the two of them drank separately into their throats. This kind of comfortable life is quite enjoyable for the two of them. What the two of them didn't notice was that on a big tree not far away, a figure was watching all this. There was a little warmth in the indifferent writing wheel eyes. Father, mother, I am back. Fu put down his teacup and said leisurely, Mikoto, your craft has improved again. Hee. After not being a ninja, this has become my new pleasure. Such a dull life is really good. Mikoto smiled, but there was a sudden sorrow in that smile. Upon seeing this, Fu asked, what's the matter? Husband, the child Itachi has been away from Konoha for 8 years. When will he be able to come back? Akatsuki has already attacked Konoha openly before. That terrible power. Is Itachi really okay to be inside? Mikoto asked worriedly. On the tree, Itachi's body trembled slightly, but soon he recovered his calm. Fu sighed and said, Mikoto, what we can do now is to believe in Itachi. But, the child Itachi, Fu said suddenly, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Mikoto immediately withdrew her previous words. Mum and Dad, why are you here? Familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voices made Itachi's eyes softer. The handsome face, the ninja dress, Konoha's forehead guard was worn on his forehead. The person here is not someone else, but Sasuke. Sasuke, why are you still at home today and don't have to perform tasks? Fuayu asked. Dad, I'm about to leave. Well, go early and return early. Yes, father. Sasuke left quietly, taking his parents' and Itachi's relieved gaze. The teenagers of the past have gradually grown up. Sasuke, you've grown up, Itachi secretly said in his heart, and the smile on the corner of his mouth continued to expand. Immediately after a flash, Itachi left here. And at the moment Itachi left, Fu looked at the big tree suspiciously. Seems to be missing something. On Konoha Street, Itachi changed into a different appearance and walked on the street. He and Gi came here 3 years ago, but 3 years later, the changes here are still great. The previous pain attack also affected this area, and some unlucky shops are being rebuilt. After walking a few steps, Itachi saw the familiar shop. Meatball shop. It's not time for dinner. It looks a little deserted here. The familiar scent aroused Itachi's desire. Without thinking, Itachi walked over. At this moment, a beautiful shadow passed by Itachi, and at a faster speed, walked in. Itachi was taken aback for a moment. That back figure was so familiar. Spring. Boss, are my 3-color ready? Quain, you are really on time. Of course, here you are. The 3-color you want. Thank you, boss. Izumi Uchiha smiled while holding the wrapped 3-color balls. That look is enough to cause ripples in the hearts of most men. Quain took the 3-color and prepared to leave, but found that a look fell on him. Quain looked at it with some doubts. It was a young man. His face was a bit strange, but those eyes gave Quain a feeling of déjà vu. The two looked at each other. Itachi's eyes were indifferent and gentle, and Quain was suspicious. Why do you have a strange feeling to this person? You are not from Konoha, are you? Quain suddenly said. Quain's direct questioning surprised Itachi, but immediately said, Well, I'm just a tourist. Really? Why do you find it familiar to you? Queen asked in confusion. Maybe I am more popular. Itachi smiled. Is it? Queen still feels something is wrong. Itachi ignored it, walked past the spring, came to the boss, and said, Boss, hello, a 3-color meatball. Okay, wait a minute, it will be done soon. Queen looked at Itachi, and said, Do you like 3-color meatballs? 2? Itachi nodded. I have a friend who also likes it. Itachi was taken aback, and said, That's really fate. Your first visit to Konoha? No, I've been here many times. Do you like Konoha so many times? Okay. Queen looked at the person in front of him, and suddenly felt that he was inexplicably similar to Itachi. If it hadn't been for Izumi to know that Itachi, as a betrayal, would not be able to appear in Konoha, he would have thought that this person was Itachi. Well, this gentleman, your 3-color are ready. The boss packed the 3-color meatballs and handed them to Itachi. Itachi reached out and took it, and said, Thank you, boss. After speaking, Itachi walked out of the shop. Seeing this, Queen hurriedly followed. Itachi was a little confused and said, This girl, what are you doing with me? Queen's face flushed. After all, it was really embarrassing to follow a strange man. Well, aren't you a tourist? There must be a lot of things you don't know about Konoha. How about I be your tour guide? Itachi was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly Queen would make such a request. In that case, I will trouble you. Itachi smiled. I don't know why, but the words that I wanted to refuse turned into agreement. Queen heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. It would be really shameful to be rejected just now. Yeah, let's go. Izumi led the way, explaining Konoha's history and culture, and the legends to Itachi. Before long, the two walked to a pond. Queen looked at the pond in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, I walked to this place without knowing it. What attraction is here? Itachi asked with a smile. Excuse me, this is actually the first place where a friend and I have eaten meatballs. I didn't expect to come here unknowingly. Maybe it's because you are somewhat similar to him. I will treat you as him. Queen smiled. Hearing this, Ferret's heart shook slightly. This silly girl. Is that person important to you? Queen lowered his head when he heard the words. A trace of shame flashed in his eyes, and some were sad. Well, it's important. He is my most important person. Is it? Queen nodded heavily, and then said, It's a pity that he has gone and never came back. I don't know if I can see him in this life. After Queen said, his expression became even more sad. Maybe he will be back one day. Itachi smiled. Really? Queen looked at Itachi and said in a low voice, Yes. It will definitely be. Itachi said, and handed the 3-color to Queen. Suddenly, Queen seemed to see the familiar face again. Itachi. Chapter 620. Their respective destinations. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, probably without expecting Queen to call out his name. Queen was also taken aback, then reacted and said, I'm sorry, I confessed to the wrong person. Itachi smiled and said, It's okay. Let's eat. Thank you. Queen took it, but had no intention of eating it. Itachi didn't care, sat on the wooden bridge by himself, took out the remaining meatballs, and ate. Upon seeing this, Queen also sat down. Seeing the appearance of Itachi eating Zenxiang, his heart was a little moved. Itachi spotted Queen's gaze, turned his head and said, What's the matter? No. Nothing. Queen quickly retracted his gaze and became a little shy. It looked like a shy look of a girl in love. His heartbeat speeded up, making Queen somewhat at a loss. Itachi smiled and said, Hurry up. It won't taste good when it's cold. Okay. Queen responded quietly, and at the same time took the 3-color in his hand and put it into his mouth. The breeze blew and the hair floated. The microwave rippling in the pond is like the heart of a girl at this time. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so strange to this stranger in front of me? Queen was puzzled. Some feelings will not change even if the face changes. The kind of breath that comes from the soul, even if it is blocked. People who love each other can find each other. The 3-color disappeared quickly in the hands of the two. A day's time also passed unconsciously. Parting. Quain looked at the strange face in front of him that gave him a familiar feeling, and whispered, "What's your name?" "Shuyu." "My name is Quain." "It's nice to meet you. It's getting late. I'm leaving first," Itachi said. "Well, will we see you again?" Itachi smiled and said, "Yes." Under the setting sun, Itachi's shadow was stretched for a long time, and Quain looked at it blankly, shaking his mind for a while. That back figure really looked like it was when Itachi left. After Itachi's figure disappeared completely, Quain retracted his gaze in a daze. If Ukaiha's teenagers knew that their goddess would show such an expression, she would probably want to grab this man and squeeze it. And Itachi removed his disguise, revealing that delicate face. Putting a hand on Itachi's shoulder, he smiled and said, "Itachi, are the three color delicious?" Itachi was rather helpless in his ridiculous tone. "I'll just say why there is a gaze that has been staring at me. It turned out to be you." "Haha, Itachi, just went out to see the fountain just after the injury. I just met by chance. I really envy you. There is such a good woman like you." Zishui smiled. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, but he didn't say anything. Sometimes time can give the best answer. Naruto building. Kakashi, as you said, the fourth generation of Raikage has sent an invitation to the Five Shadows Conference to discuss things about Fuxiao. It will be a month later. Yaoi is stared at by Akatsuki. Presumably the fourth generation Raikage can sit still. Coupled with the combat power that has seen Akatsuki, the original attitude of contempt should have changed. Kakashi smiled. "Well, you will come with me this meeting. It is good. We will leave in a week. Before that, you will arrange the affairs of Anbu." "No problem." "By the way, Itachi is back?" "Well, at Shishui. I plan to let him help Shishui solve the root problem first." When we went to the Five Shadows Conference, Konoha's safety was entrusted to them. Tsunade nodded and agreed. "By the way, hasn't Master Jiraiya come back yet?" Kakashi asked suddenly. Tsunade said with a smile, "That idiot went to the Land of Rain with Nagato and Xionan, and he should be back soon." As soon as the voice fell, an old man with white hair appeared outside the window. "Ha ha ha, are you thinking of me?" Jiraiya jumped in directly from the window and landed beside Tsunade. "Master Jiraiya," Kakashi said respectfully. "Kakashi, I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. With the addition of Nagato and Xionan, I owe you more and more favors." Xylai also laughed. "It's just a small thing." "Well, you two don't be polite." "Now that you are back, everyone will go to the bar together," Tsunade said with interest. Mute on the side said worriedly, "Tsunazama, do you want to drink again?" Silent, "It's rare for everyone to get together, and it's not a big deal to have a drink." Seeing that Tsunade was so determined, it was hard to mute. So the four moved to the tavern. After 3 rounds of drinking, the three of Kakashi were slightly drunk, while Silent stood by without drinking. Seeing Jiraiya's empty sleeves, Kakashi was a little melancholy. "Master Jiraiya, if you can, connect your left arm. The battle is imminent, and your combat power is also an indispensable part," Kakashi said. Tsunade also looked towards Jiraiya when he heard this. The empty sleeves made his eyes a little sore. "Fortunately, it's just an arm. If it's a life, Tsunade really doesn't know how to deal with it." Jiraiya laughed and said, "It's nothing, just an arm." "Idiot, leave this to me. As a medical ninja, transplanting an arm is not difficult for me. Don't worry, I will transplant a better arm for you," Tsunade said, drinking again. "I made a cup." Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Don't look at me with those squinted eyes." Tsunade turned away, his face flushed. Seeing the two more ambiguous than before, Kakashi showed a clear smile. "Perhaps after this time, these two people can also open the last defense." "Ha ha ha, then I beg you, Master Jiraiya, are the two of Nagato planning to live in seclusion in the Rain Country?" Kakashi asked. "Well, the operation of Uran village is inseparable from the two people. When they returned this time, the first thing they solved was the problem of Uran village. The new leader is not bad and should develop Uran village well. As for Nagato and Xionan, They will live in the place where I lived with them before, and live some ordinary lives." Kakashi nodded. This ending may be quite suitable for them. As for bringing soil to them, they should have no interest in Nagato, who has lost the eye of reincarnation. The three of them were a little drunk late at night. The four got up and left together. The homes of several people are in the same direction, so they are also walking the same road. Soon, Tsunade and Silent's house arrived. "Master Jiraiya, Master Kakashi, thank you for your hospitality tonight. Please be careful on the way." "Ha ha, don't worry, you just need to take good care of Tsunade." "Okay." Silent helped Tsunade, who was already asleep, and walked in. "Kakashi, let's go." Kakashi nodded, but Jiraiya stopped before taking 2 steps. "Well, Kakashi, my home is here." Kakashi was a little confused when he heard that. When was Jiraiya's home here? Could it be that he was drunk and admitted his mistake? Perhaps seeing Kakashi's doubts, Jiraiya also laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, just moved." Then, "Goodbye." Kakashi was a little surprised watching Jiraiya also opened the door and walked in. This is really his home. Glancing at the Tsunade house next to him, Kakashi smiled. This might be enough. Chapter 621, 18 Dogs in a Hill of Konoha. Kakashi sat cross-legged, and the silver-white curse mark behind it shone with a faint brilliance. After a while, Kakashi opened his eyes. The immortal curse seal has become more proficient. With the immortal chakra stored in it, it should be able to sustain a long battle. The battle is coming, and now against the 6th-level combat power, I'm afraid there is still not enough. Is there any way to increase strength? Kakashi frowned her silver eyebrows, feeling a little irritable in her heart. It is true that it is much stronger now than before, but in the crazy open world in the later period, this point of combat power may still be insufficient. Kakashi couldn't help but think of the golden light that had scattered into his mind before. That golden light till now, Kakashi still hasn't seen the content clearly. It seems that there is something wrong. Kakashi took out a bell from the ninja bag. This is the bell that I got from Shinmiko before. According to the 7 hells, this bell is the core of Rashomon, but the mystery has not been penetrated to this day. Kakashi was a little bit distressed, that kind of feeling, as if he was sitting on a golden mountain and silver mountain, but there was no way to use it. That feeling is really too aggrieved. Kakashi got up, and at this moment, the unclosed ninja bag fell out of a scroll. Kakashi picked it up and was a little surprised to see the seal characters on it. Is this the 9-tailed chakra intercepted from the hollow body at that time? Having said that, at first I thought that this 9-tailed chakra would be useful, but now it seems that this is not very useful. Although there are huge chakras with 4 tails inside, they are not compatible with Kakashi unless Kakashi seals it in his body. It's just that, it's really hard to explain how his 9-tailed chakra came from, and this chakra is not very important to Kakashi today. His chakra volume is no longer low, otherwise he would not be able to use the fairy mode so skillfully. The pitfall is the consumption of the writing wheel. Whether it was before or now, the consumption of this writing wheel has always been a problem Kakashi wants to solve. It's just that there hasn't been much progress. With the increase in strength, the consumption of ordinary 3 jade writing round eyes is no longer within the range of Kakashi's worry. However, Kakashi still dare not use it lightly for the kaleidoscope to write the Eye of the Wheel and the Eye of Eternity. It consumes too much. Of course, there is no solution. One is to inject the intercolumn cell solution. This has already been used on Itachi. In general, the intercolumn cell solution does have a certain effect, but it is not as good as the water-stopping effect of directly transplanting a hand. The effect is only about an 1/3. But for Itachi, it was enough. That huge vitality not only cured his disease, but also repaired the blindness problem of Kaleidoscope's union. But one of the important reasons is that Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan. I changed Kakashi. The effect is probably not satisfactory. This is a problem for Kakashi that can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Before finding a better way, Kakashi will not use it lightly. After all, It's a physical problem. If Kakashi can improve his physique and blend it perfectly with the writing wheel eye, these problems will no longer exist. Hey, it really is a world of blood. Kakashi sighed with emotion, and put the scroll of nine-tailed chakra back into the ninja bag. Kakashi looked at the bell in his hand, thoughtfully, then took out kunai and drew a lightly on his hand. Blood overflowed, and his hands became imprinted. Psychic art. Boom. In front of Kakashi, many ninja dogs appeared. 8 ninja dogs and 10 hell dogs. 18 ninja dogs appeared at the same time, and the scene was quite spectacular for a time. Parker stood on Bru's head, looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, what can I do to call us all out?" Kakashi sat on the ground and said, "Is the funeral of the 7 prisons held?" The dogs were a little sad when they heard this. After going to Inutingshan in the 7 prisons, it has actually become the leader in the hearts of all the dogs. The 7 prisons were summoned not long ago, and then they died. The dogs also followed, knowing the cause and effect of the incident from Kakashi's mouth. Although reluctant to give up, they all respect the choice of the 7 hells. Master Kakashi, Master of the 7 prisons, we have already cremated it. This is also what it requested during his lifetime. Ding-chan said. Kakashi nodded, and he could only express his silent condolences for the departure of this partner. Ding-chan, I will leave the affairs of Inutingshan to you from now on. This is what it meant before the 7 prisons. Ding-chan nodded and said, I understand. Kakashi took out the bell from his palm and said, the 7 prisons used to say that this bell is the core of Rashomon. Do you know any other information in it? The 10 dogs have looked at each other, and finally Ding-chan said, Master Kakashi, we don't know much about Rashomon, but according to the records of Hell Valley, it is the gate of hell. Perhaps this bell is the opening of hell, the key to the gate of hell. Perhaps it is the link that inherits the power of the gate of hell. Kakashi heard the words thoughtfully. It seems that it is difficult to get more power from this. I have been to Jigoku-dani before, and there is nothing more. Just as Kakashi was thinking, he suddenly heard a loud noise not far away. Boom. Kakashi was taken aback. What happened? Parker moved his nose and said, Kakashi, it seems to smell like Inuzuka and Akamaru. Parker still had an impression of the Inuzuka clan who also raised ninja dogs. Really? What are these 2 guys doing? Kakashi was curious and walked over. The ninja dogs behind him also followed. Behind the bushes, Ya and Akamaru are practicing ninjutsu. It just doesn't seem to be very effective. Damn. Is there only such a little power? This is not enough. Ya looked dissatisfied, obviously not very satisfied with the results of the practice. That fellow Naruto has grown to that level, and I am still like this. I really don't want to. Thinking back to the scene of Naruto fighting in the distance before, Ya felt even more unwilling in her heart. Although Naruto's grades in the ninja school are not bad, the relationship between the 2 is good because of the similarity of the character to the tooth. They often urge each other. Originally, the gap between the 2 was not big, but after graduating from school, the gap between the 2 grew wildly. Now, Ya can no longer see Naruto's back. Hateful. Ya punched the ground, and Akamaru screamed. Oh, Ya, are you practicing? The lazy voice stunned Ya slightly. Chapter 622. Something happened again. Ms. Kakashi. Why are you here? As soon as Ya finished speaking, he saw the pile of ninja dogs behind Kakashi. The number is amazing. Well, I'm training dogs. Kakashi smiled. Ya froze, and then said with some excitement, I almost forgot. Teacher Kakashi is also a master dog training. Teacher Kakashi, please guide me to practice. My current strength is far from enough. Teacher Hong is pregnant. I can't guide us in our practice, so I ask Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, this development is a bit strange. Why do you need to guide yourself? Kakashi was really embarrassed to refuse, just looking sincere, but thinking about it, the allocation of the 8th class is still quite problematic. Hong is an illusionist ninja, but none of the 3 students underneath can be illusionist. This is obviously a professional mismatch. No wonder Ya's strength has not risen fast. Hinata has the background of his own wealthy family, the red sect is not enough, and there is the Hyuga clan behind him, and there is no shortage of people to teach. Shino's father is a former teammate of Watergate. You envy why. The strength is also not weak, has the level of elite supremacy. To's situation is almost the same. Although he is the son of the patriarch, the Inuzuka clan is not a big clan. Even if he is the patriarch, his strength is only the level of Shinobu. In addition, there are a lot of things about the patriarch, and his sister, Inuzuka Hana, teaches the practice of tooth more. And Inuzuka Hana is nothing but a ninja. In addition, Ya's personality is a bit arrogant, and it is often 3 minutes of enthusiasm for spiritual practice. This has led to the extremely slow growth of Ya's strength. Well, since you are so requesting, I happen to be free, so I will accompany you to practice once. Ya was even more excited after hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi. Thinking that with Kakashi's teaching, I must soon be able to surpass Naruto Sasuke and become Konoha's first person. At that time, she will rise to Shinobu, increase the reward for the task, marry Baifumai, become Naruto, and reach the pinnacle of life. Think about it, I'm still a little excited. The tooth sank into the beautiful fantasy, and the saliva almost came out. Kakashi was quite helpless when he saw this. Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, it was obviously not a good thing to look like this. Yeah. Your expression is a little constricted. Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about how to practice today. Hey, what was your expression just thinking about this kind of thing? It was obviously an expression that was thinking about something unhealthy. Hey, no, why do I know this expression so much? Oh, yes, I must have seen it in Jailia. Then let's start the first lesson. Parker. You go! Parker yelled when he heard the words, and then the 8 ninja dogs rushed up and surrounded the teeth. A dog bit a position and trap the teeth. The technique of chasing teeth. Kakashi stepped aside and leaned on Ding-chan's huge body. The soft white fur is really comfortable. Kakashi took out the intimacy heaven from the ninja bag and started to learn again. The other hellhounds surrounded Kakashi, closed their eyes and took a nap. Ya is dumbfounded. Ms. Kakashi? What are you doing? Ah, well, the first lesson of training, defeat the 8 ninja dogs. What? Shouldn't you accompany me to practice? Ya said with some dissatisfaction. Tooth, the way of practice is not important. What is important is what you can learn from it. If you can defeat the 8 ninja dogs, then I will teach you other things. If you can't even beat the 8 ninja dogs, then other things practice is meaningless to you. Really? Teacher Kakashi teaches me personally after defeating them. Of course. After hearing this, Ya had a passion for fighting, and said, okay, Chimaru, let's go. Wow! Akamaru screamed, ready to fight. And Ya also threw away the 8 ninja dog from her body, and stood with Akamaru imitating the beast. The orc clone, boom. Akamaru became like a tooth. 4-leg technique. One person and one beast attacked the 8 ninja dogs. When Parker saw this, he whispered, oh, it's a good cooperation, but it's far from it. Crane wings. As soon as the voice fell, the 8 ninja dogs were scattered, and immediately in front of To and Akamaru, they looked like white cranes with their wings spread out. After the phantom disappeared, Ya and Akamaru Slims had been bitten by the Hakinin dogs and fell to the ground. Damn it, how could it be? Fang said puzzledly. You are too impulsive. You have not judged the strength of the enemy, so you blindly step forward. If it is a strong opponent, you are already dead at this time, Kakashi said while turning to the intimate heaven. Ya heard this and was a little unconvinced, and said, I don't believe it anymore. The battle between Ya and the 8 ninja dogs started again. Kakashi glanced and shook his head. Ya looks like this. It is really difficult to defeat the 8 ninja dogs. Although the fighting power of the 8 ninja dogs is not high, but after Kakashi's training, the 8 ninja dogs cooperate, and the fighting power they exert is comparable to that of the ninja. Fighting with Ya now like this is already releasing water, Master Kakashi, I think this kid can't beat Parker and the others. Ding-chun said. This is not necessarily true. If you can have the right mentality, in fact, the strength is not weak. If the ninja's own ability is 10, ordinary people can only display the combat power of 8, and those with a good mentality can play 20 or even it's a strength of 30. If you are a person with a superior IQ, you can show the ability of 100. Of course, I don't have any expectations for Ya's IQ, but the mentality can still be changed. It's really a ruthless statement. Ding-chun vomited. Well, that's the truth. As a ninja, it's still important to recognize the facts. Next, let's look at your own problems. After a while, Ya was a little annoyed by the tyranny of the 8 ninja dogs. Damn it. What is the point of this practice? At this time, both Ya and Akamaru were a little embarrassed. Under Parker's leadership, Toe and Akamaru can be said to be tricked around. Now, it's really useless. Parker mocked. Damn it. How could this happen? Kakashi closed the intimate paradise and looked at Ya and said, Ya, your heart is too impatient. Now you are like a wooden bucket filled with half of water, completely unable to exert your strength. Your own strength is all. How can I move forward if I can't fully control it? Think about how to deal with them. If you just try to do it, there will be no results. It was rare for Ya to not be irritable, but to calm down and think. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. Being able to think is the beginning of success. At this time, the ninja eagle flew in the sky, and Kakashi couldn't help but frown. Something happened again. Chapter 623 Demon Light Castle in the Green Hills. Kakashi leaned against Ding-chun, holding the intimate paradise in his hand, surrounded by the 8 ninja dogs and the other 9 hellhounds. 18 dogs were resting with their eyes closed, and the scene was exceptionally harmonious. Not far away, he was sitting on the ground with the crank set, seeming to be thinking about something. For a long time, Ya opened his eyes, and there was a glimmer of comprehension. Ms. Kakashi, I understand. Kakashi heard the words, closed the intimacy paradise, and smiled. Really? So, continue? Of course, I will defeat them. Then Parker, go on. Okay, Kakashi. The 8 ninja dogs went online again and started a training battle with Toe and Akamaru. Kakashi didn't care about the result at this time. If Ya really figured it out, then it wouldn't be a big problem to beat the dogs like Parker who released the water. What Kakashi is more concerned about now is what happened to the previous Ninja Eagle. Being able to use Ninja Eagle shows the seriousnade of the matter. Sure enough, the Hokage office had already exploded. Boom! With a loud noise, Tsunade smashed the desk in front of him. Tsunade-sama, what's the matter? The silence on the side was amazed, making Tsunade so angry, showing how amazing the content in that scroll is. Tsunade didn't speak, but threw the scroll to silence. Mute took a look, showing a surprised expression. Naruto went to Union to assassinate Raikage. He killed Yanin's Shangnin before? How is this possible? Mute said in surprise. A lot of people, including Raikage, have seen that person's true face. It is Naruto. But how is it possible? We also saw Naruto yesterday. How could Naruto go back and forth to Union overnight? Naruto doesn't know how to space ninjutsu. Mute said in confusion. I'm afraid someone set it up. The 5 Shadows conference is just around the corner. If you can't give Union a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid it will be in trouble. Tsunade said with an unhappy expression. What should I do then? Mute asked worriedly. Let Kakashi and Shikaku come over. Tsunade said. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Mute heard the words and ran out immediately. Tsunade sat down on the chair and said in a low voice, it's really troublesome. It seems that besides Akatsuki, there are other restless guys. Among the Green Mountains, Ya finally passed the training of the 8 ninja dogs. Great. I made it, Ya said excitedly. Well, it's faster than I thought. Then, I will teach you something interesting. After Kakashi finished speaking, Mute suddenly ran from a distance. Senior Kakashi. Huh? Silence. Why are you here? Kakashi asked in surprise. Kakashi-senpai, Tsunade-sama has something to do with you. Kakashi heard the words, and remembered the shinobu before, and the secret path really happened. I understand. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to be leaving, Ya quickly said, Mr. Kakashi, you won't want to run away now, do you? Kakashi scratched his head and said, it's really embarrassing. Not on both hands. The technique of shadow avatar. Let the shadow avatar teach you well, then, ya, goodbye. Kakashi waved his hand, and disappeared with silent Naruto office. Lugiu handed the scroll to Kakashi. Looking at the scroll, Kakashi looked thoughtful. Kakashi, Shikahisa, what do you think? Tsunade asked. Lugiu said, it's very simple. This is a conspiracy to send Naruto to the Ghost Lantern City. Kakashi put down the scroll and said, I agree with Kageyu-senpai. I'm afraid this is the purpose of the black man behind the scenes. Ghost Lantern City? Tsunade whispered. Ghost Lantern City also has a name called Blood Prison. It is a prison for criminal ninjas established by Kaoyin Village, commissioned by various countries. The ninjas there are all extremely sinful people who have been abandoned and trusted by various countries. It is mentioned in the scroll that Naruto should be sent here for investigation. The Five Shadows conference is just around the corner. The relationship between us and Union is particularly important. If this matter affects the Union, I am afraid there will be even greater trouble. Lugiu said, there are two ways to deal with it today. One is to use the tricks and lock Naruto into the Ghost Lantern City to draw out the black hand behind it. However, this method is too risky. Once it misses, Naruto will become very dangerous. And Xiao also ready to move. If you know that Naruto is not in Konoha, it is impossible to guarantee that you will not make a move. Kakashi said. With that said, Naruto can't go to Ghost Lantern City. Yes, the risk factor is too high, and it is not necessary. The person who can come up with this framing method must be a jumping clown. Then what is the second method you said? Tsunade asked. First of all, explain to Union and Yanien. Presumably these two villages don't believe that Naruto did it. If it is a transformation technique, Reiking will definitely be able to see it, so it must be a more advanced transformation skill. The one with this ability in the ninja world is the Variety Huashan. As far as I know, Variety Huashan has retired, and this time it is estimated that it was pulled out to do something. Kakashi said. Variety Huashan? That claims to be able to become anyone without flaws? Lugiu asked. Yes, it's him. Although I don't know why he would act for this black hand. As long as he is found, the problem will be solved. Even if I explained it to Union and Yanien, but the murderer was not found, this problem still cannot be solved. Tsunade said. Master Tsunade, give me 3 days to go to the Ghost Lantern City to investigate the matter. 3 days? Well, be careful. To understanding. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left directly. Ghost Lantern City. I remember that Kaiminu Ui from Kushinen Village is in charge. Shikamaru said. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, it's him. This person is not weak, and possesses a confinement technique like the fire escape sky prison. He is the most suitable person to take care of the Ghost Lantern City. The interior of Kushinen Village seems to have been divided into two factions, arguing about something. I have also heard about this. It seems to be something called the Gate of Bliss. It is rumored that as long as you open that thing, you can realize your wish. It is said that Kushinen Village once opened that thing and almost dominated the ninja world. Is it so powerful? Lugiu asked in surprise. How is it possible? Where is such a good thing? Kushinamura didn't dominate the world in the end. Tsunade sneered. That's true. I hope Kakashi can solve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be really troublesome. The other party has calculated this time and we have no extra time to waste. Don't worry, Kakashi's efficiency is still worthy of trust. Lugiu nodded and agreed. Chapter 624 Dragon Tongue Ghost Lantern City. Located on an isolated island. There are dense whirlpools all around, and there is only one waterway into the city. Since Kakashi wanted to investigate, naturally he would not go in from the front. The swirling water around that may be difficult for others to reach the sky, but for Kakashi, it is simply a piece of cake. Passing the water smoothly, Kakashi fell on the roof of the Ghost Lantern City. With the excellent concealment technique, no one found Kakashi. At this time, the entrance of Ghost Lantern City attracted Kakashi's attention. New prisoners are entering, and a middle-aged man in uniform is engraving strange symbols on each prisoner. Fire escape. Heavenly prison technique. With a soft drink, the right palm was pressed on the prisoner's body, and in an instant, the hot fire attribute chakra formed a chain-like shape on the prisoner's body. The chakra in his body was instantly sealed, and if he changed a little, he would be burned by fire. Kakashi opened his forehead, and the three GUI writing wheels slowly turned, watching this scene from a distance. It's really an interesting ninjutsu. No wonder you can control so many ninjas. Putting down the forehead, Kakashi began to look for the location of the cell. It was time for the prisoners to be outside, so there was no one in the cell. Kakashi looked around here and whispered, "It seems that there will be no clues here." "Then, you should sneak into the prisoners to get more information." Kakashi immediately left the cell and walked to the toilet in the square. At this time, an uncle ran over to go to the toilet, and Kakashi punched him when he went up, knocking him unconscious to the ground. "Sorry, let me use your identity." The writing wheel turned to read the personal information in the uncle's mind, and then a transformation technique became the appearance of this uncle. As for this uncle, he was taken away by Kaka. Then the investigation starts here. Kakashi walked back to the square, where the prisoners were frolicking. "I have everything." Kakashi quickly got involved and investigated the situation in Ghost Lantern City. Ghost Lamp City meeting room. UI and the four masked people are discussing something. I didn't expect Konoha to be so calm. He hasn't sent the nine-tailed Mangilai. Without Mangilai, we don't have enough chakras to open the gate of bliss. The man wearing the bullhead mask said. In this case, we can only let Variety Huashan go to kill a few people from Ninja Village. I don't believe it. Under the pressure of the four great ninja villages, Konoha can still make Nine Tails July stay in the village at ease. It can only be so. The Lord of Ghost Lantern City UI looked at the four people without saying a word. There was neither opposition nor support for their decision. UI looked out the window, and the prisoners were still immersed in drunkenness and dreams. Then it's so decided. UI, do you have any comments? UI got up and said, "No, just do what you want." After UI finished speaking, he left. Cut. This is an arrogant guy. Hold it up. Only he can open the gate of bliss. Our Koen village still needs his power. I see. Huashan will come back in the evening, and then we will have a good talk with him. It is good. Kakashi circled the square, but found no valuable clues. It seems that these prisoners don't know what's going on. Then, the person who should be investigated is the lord of this Ghost Lamp City, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. But at this moment, Kakashi found a different person. It was a white-haired girl with a headscarf. Although dressed as a man, who Kakashi is, naturally she can see her disguise at a glance. But this is not the reason she attracted Kakashi. The reason is that in this person, he can't feel the vicious atmosphere. You know, the prisoners here are on almost every hand, and more people are frantic. This person was unexpectedly peaceful, and he didn't mix up with these prisoners, which was really strange. And it looks like it's a batch that just came in this morning. It seems that this guy has a problem, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and suddenly had an idea. At night, the white-haired girl secretly ran out of the prison, moving in the direction of the city lord's room. UI, I will kill you today. The girl's expression was full of disgust, and she seemed to hate the people in the room. What the girl didn't know was that there was a small tail hanging behind him. Pushing open the door, the girl pulled out kunai and pierced the figure in the bed. But at this moment, UI opened his eyes and said, "Are you the killer of the flower faction?" The girl was taken aback, and quickly stabbed. But only a bang was heard. UI turned into smoke, and then another figure hugged the girl, and Kiwu was in the girl's throat. "I'm sorry, UI has something to deal with, not here." "Who are you?" Malloy, just a little follower of UI. "Hateful." The girl struggled. At this time, a figure suddenly jumped out, stunned Malloy, and ran out with the girl. The girl still wanted to resist, but she was struggling at all. In a cave somewhere, Kakashi let go of the girl and said, "Sorry, the place just wasn't suitable for conversation, so I was rude." "Who are you?" the girl said warily. "Konoha ninja, Hagai Kakashi. You should be the Anbu ninja of Kushin village, Dragon Tongue, right?" The girl was startled and said, "How do you know?" "I noticed you during the day, so I investigated it a little bit." "It seems there is nothing wrong. Your mission is to assassinate UI, right?" "Yes. UI wants to open the box of bliss. I must stop him." "Really a simple and rude way to stop it." "You don't need to worry about it. I heard that Konoha sent the nine-tailed Manjilai over. Why did you come here?" Long Tongue asked in confusion. "It's just for some special reason." "Then, now tell me what you know." "After telling you, can you destroy the box of bliss?" "Relax, no problem. It is good." Dragon Tongue then told Kakashi about the matter. "There is a box of bliss in Kain village, which is a six-dimensional ninja. According to legend, it takes a lot of chakras to open. In order to open this box or not, Kaoyin village is divided into flower faction and grass faction. The flower school advocates not, while the grass school advocates it. Inaction is a cursive person. For this reason UI sent his son Wagu into the box of bliss a few years ago. But chakra is still not enough. So the people in Kaoyin village are planning the matter of Renzilai. Naruto was targeted by them. Ever-changing Huashan was also instigated by the high-level grassroots. Sure enough, then, the people who should be dealt with are those high-level ones. Kakashi whispered. Chapter 625 Box of Bliss. Yes, as long as UI is killed and the Box of Bliss is destroyed, all this is over. Long Tongue said. I understand. Kakashi nodded slightly. These are only the words of the tongue. Can I believe it? Kakashi needs further investigation. However, since something like the Box of Bliss was called the Six Ninjas, I don't know whether it is related to the Six Ninjas of Union. Anyway, let's go and see the so-called Box of Bliss first. If the Box of Bliss really has this ability, it obviously can't stay in Kaoyin village. Otherwise, even if UI falls, there are still thousands of UI stand up. When the two were discussing, Kakashi suddenly felt that someone was fighting not far from the cave. Wait here for a while, I'll take a look outside. It seems that someone is fighting, Kakashi said, and walked away. Long Tongue was startled, and whispered, fast speed. By the way, Hagai Kakashi, isn't Konoha famous? If it were him, he would surely subdue Inaction and destroy the Box of Bliss. Kakashi didn't know it. Dragon Tongue had placed hope on him. The name of Hagai Kakashi has become a sign in the ninja world. Kakashi walked out of the cave, hiding behind a huge boulder somewhere. Not far away, 5 figures were intertwined. 4 wear masks, and one of them is a bald head. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. If he read correctly, that bald head should be Huashan Huashan. Kakashi has seen his photos in his profile. If it's Huashan Mountain, then the 4 masked people are the high-ranking Kaoyin village of Kaoyin village. Suddenly, Kakashi felt another chakra in action. I saw UI not far away, watching everything from a distance. Kakashi frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with this inaction. UI always has a gloomy atmosphere. It's as if something is buried in the heart. Such a person would really have the ambition to dominate the ninja world? Kakashi was skeptical. At this moment, the victory and defeat of Huashan and those people had already appeared. I saw the person wearing the sheep's head mask used the imprisonment technique to fix the ever-changing Huashan. Damn it, I can't move it. Variety Huashan gritted his teeth. Variety Huashan, if you shoot at us again, I'm afraid you will never see your son again. So just obediently do what we say. Damn it. I have helped you kill so many ninjas, and I have also assassinated Raikage, and have fulfilled the requirements you said. Why have so many targets added now? Huashan said dissatisfied. HMPH, you have no room to bargain with us. The lives of you and your son are in our hands. I advise you to be honest. You from Kaoyin village. Huashan, don't talk nonsense. Agree or disagree? Think about your son. Variety Huashan's face changed, and in desperation, he had no choice but to say, okay, I agree, but this is the last time. After this, you must release my son, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the net. Okay, refreshing. After a few people reached an agreement, they dispersed. Kakashi narrowed his eyes behind the boulder and said in secret, sure enough, there is Variety Huashan involved in it. It looks like it should be threatened. Now that the culprit is known, Naruto's grievance can be washed away. This ever-changing Huashan is the biggest witness, Kakashi said. His body flashed and disappeared behind the boulder. Variety Huashan was walking on the way out of Ghost Lantern City at this time, with a very unhappy expression on his face. The hateful Koen village has threatened me again and again. If it were not for my son's safety, I would have killed you all. Ever-changing Huashan cursed while walking, and the feeling of being threatened was obviously not so pleasant. Since you are so unwilling, let me make a conclusion for you. The indifferent voice rang in Huashan's ears, which surprised him. When Huashan wanted to resist, he slapped his neck with a heavy palm. Amount. Variety Huashan only came with a muffled hum, and then fainted. It's really weak, Kakashi murmured. Then kunai pierced his finger. Hands not printing. Psychic art. Boom. The big white dog appeared in front of Kakashi. Master Kakashi. Ding-chun, you bring this guy back to Konoha and tell Tsunade-sama that this is Huashan Mountain. With him, Naruto's suspicion can be removed. Specific information will let Senior Hei get out of his mind. Just read it out. Yes, Lord Kakashi. Don't you just go back? No, I also want to investigate things about the box of bliss here. Understood, Master Kakashi. Be careful. Rest assured. Ding-chun put the ever-changing Huashan on his back, and then ran away, with the goal of Konoha. Watching Ding-chun leave, Kakashi looked towards Ghost Lantern City. Then, let me take a look at what is this so-called box of bliss. Back in the cave, Kakashi told Dragon Tongue what had happened before, and learned the location of the box of bliss from Dragon Tongue's mouth. It is in the room of UI. Dragon Tongue, we will act separately tomorrow. You will create a commotion in the square. It is best to incite all the prisoners and create a big riot, and then I will sneak into the UI room to find out. Okay, wrap it on me. Well, then everything is waiting for tomorrow. After the matter was decided, the two went back to their cells. The next day, Dragon Tongue succeeded in arousing the anger in the prisoners' hearts according to Kakashi's instructions, and a great riot broke out immediately. These prisoners are not kind, and a little friction will turn into a battle. Originally, he might have been scrupulous about Huo Dungeon Prison and would not do it, but when everyone did it, this scruples would no longer exist. The riots spread throughout the Ghost Lantern City. All the guards were dispatched one after another, but they were still unable to suppress the riot. In the dark, Kakashi watched this scene with satisfaction. When UI also appeared in the square, Kakashi began his own actions. According to Dragon Tongue's instructions, Kakashi quickly found the secret door where the box of bliss was located. Is it here? Kakashi walked in, and the door closed again. The circular corridor leads directly to the underground. Kakashi jumped straight down. After landing more than 20 meters, Kakashi hit the ground again. After walking a few steps forward, under the dim light, I saw the hideous pattern door. Is this the box of bliss? Chapter 626. Enter. At this moment, Kakashi moved his ears and looked behind him. The four figures quickly approached and appeared around him. They all wear masks, looking funny and hideous. It was the four people who fought against ever-changing Huashan yesterday. It's you. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the four pointed at him, and then a powerful imprisoning force locked him firmly. This is... Kakashi was a little surprised, but didn't expect the imprisonment technique used by these four people to be so powerful. He couldn't break free even for a while. This is the imprisonment technique of Archaean village. No one can break free. The bullhead mask said quite proudly. At this time, UI came from behind, glanced at Kakashi, and said faintly, silver white hair, hidden left eye, and Konoha's forehead. You are Konoha's flag. Kaka. West. Unexpectedly even you are here. It seems that you have found someone invaded a long time ago, Kakashi whispered. It's not as if I knew it long ago. It's just that when I was counting the number of people in the morning, I found a poor man who was knocked out somewhere. He seemed to have been in a coma for one day, and the man was obviously very active yesterday. This is worth thinking about. That's it. It seems that you didn't hide that guy well, Kakashi said in annoyance. Why? This guy is really our guy. Kakashi. Doesn't that mean Konoha has discovered our plan? Perhaps. Ui said lightly, as if none of this mattered to him. Damn. Send this guy into the box of bliss. As a strong man in the ninja world, he has enough chakras to open the box of bliss. Then, we will be able to dominate the ninja world. Even Konoha will not be enough, for fear. Good idea. The four masked men reached an agreement and set their sights on Ui. Ui nodded and agreed. Kakashi said helplessly, I said, you have to ask for my opinion too? I say that I don't agree. HMPH. As a prisoner under the order, you have no right to resist. Really? I'm sorry, I don't like the identity of the prisoner of the order. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, his pupils shrank involuntarily. Kakashi suddenly burst into a powerful chakra, but in an instant, the confinement technique used by the four masked men was cracked. How is this possible? The Tauren man was surprised. The next moment, Kakashi pulled out 4 kunai, and shot them out at the same time, hitting the throats of the four. What? With 4 screams, it was a masked man covering his throat, falling down. Blood still flowing. Everything is just between electric light and flint, and Ui has not reacted, and everything is over. Then next, we can talk. Kakashi looked at Ui and smiled. Ui was shocked. His hands were sealed, and he shouted in a low voice, Huodang. How Huotan prison. The fire attribute chakra took shape in an instant, rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi was a little surprised. This guy's fire escape is really not bad. The unique ninjutsu formed by combining fire escape and imprisonment has indeed some merits. But it's still far from being used to deal with yourself. Shun step, open. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Ui's fierce fire heaven was empty. Kakashi appeared behind Ui. Ended. Lightning suddenly appeared. Thousands of birds sing together. Chidori. Kakashi's right hand was pressed on Ui's shoulder, and the powerful current directly stunned Ui. Well, I'm really sorry, it seems to be a bit too heavy. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 masked men and Ui fell down. Only Ui is still alive, and the masked man is dead. Then tell me your true purpose. Kakashi opened his forehead, and the scarlet writing wheel eyes were reflected in Ui's pupils. After a while, Kakashi also got the information he wanted from Ui's mind. So, this guy wants to save his son with the help of the box of bliss. Although he is not a good person, he is a good father, Kakashi said with emotion. Ui regretted sending his son Wagu into the box of bliss, so he wanted to open the box of bliss and resurrect his son. It's just that Kakashi is not optimistic. This is a box of bliss, not a Dragon Ball. If you say resurrection, you will be resurrected. It is unrealistic to look at it. Then, let me see what exactly this box of bliss is. Kakashi looked at the box of bliss in front of him, and started to seal with the method he had just learned from Ui's mind. That's right. Kakashi wants to go inside this box of bliss to see the situation. According to intelligence, to open the box of bliss, a powerful chakra is needed. But if you send people in, you don't need too much chakra. And as long as there is a huge chakra, even inside the box of bliss, you can open the box of bliss. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi wanted to go in and investigate. Box of bliss, open. With a soft drink, the door with a hideous pattern opened. Endless darkness seemed to gush out from the door. With a frightening chill, a huge suction force pulled Kakashi's body directly in. Kakashi did not resist, and the next moment, he appeared in the gate of bliss. Endless darkness, without a little brilliance. Is this inside the box of bliss? There seems to be nothing. Is there only endless darkness? Kakashi whispered. Immediately, red lights lit up all around. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and saw that blood-red patterns appeared in all four directions. It seems that there are just four expressions of joy, anger, sorrow and joy. One of them is exactly the same as the previous door. What does this mean? Kakashi was puzzled. Kakashi was not in a hurry to go out, so he began to study these things. Only a moment later, Kakashi discovered that these blood-red patterns seemed to affect his mind. The scene in front of him changed, and Kakashi appeared in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain instantly. Fear, destroy, all kinds of uneasy emotions poured into Kakashi's mind instantly. With Kakashi's firm willpower, Ryo couldn't help but waver slightly. This thing is really not a good thing, Kakashi said, opening his forehead, and the scarlet writing wheel eyes began to turn. 3 Goo Kaleidoscope. The Eye of Eternity, broken. With a boom, the illusion in front of him completely disappeared. Kakashi knelt on the ground. The pattern of the Eye of Eternity faded, looking a little tired. This illusion is really terrifying. At this moment, Kakashi realized that there was a person beside him. Fair skin, tattered clothes, handsome face, like the person in Yui's memory. No dirt. Chapter 627 Fairy Image. The pale boy looked a little weak. Fair skin should be due to the fact that it has not been exposed to the sun for a long time. The clothes were in tatters, and only a few rags were left to cover his body. At this moment, he was lying there quietly, like a corpse. Kakashi was a little surprised. In his perception, this guy was still alive. In terms of time, Wuga has entered the box of bliss for at least a few years. How does he survive in such an environment? When Kakashi was puzzled, Wuga suddenly opened his eyes. The pitch black is like ink, like a black whirlpool. He looked at Kakashi, a little confused at first, and then showed a bloodthirsty light. Kakashi frowned. This guy felt something wrong with this reaction. Someone came in. Are you unlucky too? Hee, let me guess. Who sent you in? It was my ruthless father, Yui. It's really pitiful. Come here. But don't, I figured it out. Because I can't get out at all. Unless someone outside opens the door completely. Maybe it's been too long to speak to anyone, Wuga said a lot. Kakashi just watched silently, his left eye turning scarlet. Under the eyes of the writing wheel, Kakashi clearly saw that there was an evil force in Washa's body. That force is huge, and it has the effect of deceiving people's minds. Seeing Kakashi didn't answer to himself, Wuga's expression became a little sordid. Why didn't you answer me? Why? Kakashi shook his head. Because of the long-term illusion and the influence of evil forces, this guy has now become a little crazy. If you want to return to normal, I am afraid that the evil force can only be expelled forcibly. But Kakashi was a little curious. The box didn't look big, but after coming in, it was unexpectedly huge. Do you remember who you are? Kakashi suddenly said. Who am I? I'm just an abandoned person, Wuga said with a sneer. Yeah, it is a tragic life to be abandoned and lead such a life, Kakashi whispered. Seeing the appearance of the person in front of him, Kakashi felt a little sad. But many people's lives are like this. Can't control it by yourself. Seeing Kakashi's pitying expression, Wuga's sensitive nerves were touched. What's your face? Have pity on me. I don't need your pity, Wuga said. Black chi emerged from his body. His whole body completely changed. His body became huge. His whole body black, and black wings appeared. Big hands, big feet, long slender waist, big head, white fangs. Scary monster. Is this the monster the 7 prisons once said? Kakashi murmured. Kakashi had also heard about the Box of Bliss. The Box of Bliss is born from enlightenment, moves from enlightenment, and ends from enlightenment. Legend has it that in the box, there is a monster named Wu. But among the 7 hells, the enlightenment in this one does not actually refer to monsters. The box of bliss was once a container used by the 6 immortals to seal monsters. And the monster that people call enlightenment is not actually called by this name. It's just because of the spread of that sentence that people think that the name of this monster is Wu. It is rumored that this is a monster that can see through people's hearts and is very powerful. But the 7 prisons have said that this is just a monster that can sense fear. As long as there is no fear, you will not be induced. Just as Kakashi recalled, the monster's attack had already arrived. The huge palm slammed towards Kakashi. Kakashi did not evade. Thunderlight appeared in his right hand. Thousand-bird sharp gun. The blue spear came first and pierced into the huge black palm. Stabbed. The bright red blood fell down. And what followed was the heart-piercing scream of the monster. What? The monster backed a few steps before it could stand, and the feeling of numbness on the palm of his hand came in waves, and it was a little immobile for a while. Why can't I feel the fear in your heart? The voice is full of incredible. Kakashi looked at the monster coldly, and whispered, with an unyielding heart and not losing your soul, there will be nothing worth fearing in this world. Your heart has been lost, nothing dirt. The monster's heart was shocked, and for a moment he was a little stunned. It seems to recall the time he used to be with that girl. Dragon tongue, I sometimes worry that I will get lost. No, Washu, in my heart, you will never lose yourself. Washu is the strongest. Memories are thought-provoking, and the soul that has been affected by illusion and the power of evil for a long time seems to have a different kind of movement. What? The monster screamed again, as if his head was about to explode. When Kakashi saw this, the thunder light in his right hand converged and turned into a flame. The ninjutsu that I just copied, see if it works. Huo done. How Huo 10 prison. Kakashi jumped up. His right palm full of fire was printed on the monster's head. The fire spread, forming a huge chain, completely blocking the monster's body. Afterwards, the monster screamed and changed back to Wuga's original appearance. Wuga's expression of pain made a scream from time to time. Kakashi looked at Wuga. That evil power was still in his body, but it became weaker and weaker. Upon seeing this, Kakashi took out a seal scroll, spread it out, and immediately sealed his hands. Seal of the 4 elephants. The black energy flew out of Wuga's body and fell into the scroll. After a while, the seal was completed. Kakashi closed the scroll and whispered, it seems that this monster is already weak to a certain extent, and the seal is so smooth. At this time, Wuga had passed out in a coma. Kakashi also stopped paying attention to this boy, because he has more important things to do. And this is the purpose of his entering the box of bliss. I don't know if it was because of the monster being solved. At this time, changes have taken place on the 4 walls. The 7 prisons are right. In this box of bliss, it is really famous. Kakashi whispered. I saw the patterns of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy on the surrounding walls gradually faded, and new patterns emerged. Birth from enlightenment, move from enlightenment, and end from enlightenment. Those who enter this place will have the conditions for them. After a string of text was displayed, the faint golden light spread out, and a fuzzy image emerged, and Kakashi felt the golden light in his mind seemed to have a sensation around the corner. Kakashi is an exciting spirit. Is this also related? The image gradually became clear, and 2 people in white clothes appeared in front of them. When Kakashi saw this, his pupils shrank. Fatsutsuki Uintotsuki Umura. Chapter 628. Yin and Yang escape and seeking Taoism. In the video, Yu and Hamura are sitting cross-legged, and a black sphere is slowly emerging behind Yu. Kakashi looked surprised. This turned out to be the situation where the 6 Tao immortals were condensing and seeking Tao Jade. That black sphere is nothing else. It's just a jade for the truth. Hei and Hamura opened their eyes at the same time, a pair of reincarnation eyes and a pair of reincarnation eyes. Hamura, how is your quest for Taoism and Jade blended? Brother, I'm still in the process of fusion. Yin and Yang escape has been completely mastered by me, and the 7 attribute chakra has gradually tended to merge. It will take a while to complete the fusion. Yu nodded, smiled, and said, Yes, I will leave here tomorrow to travel the world. Hamura was a little surprised. Brother, what are you going to do? In this troubled world, I want to find an answer about peace. I hope this trip can help me find the answer I should have. Brother, shall I go with you? Yui shook his head, and said, no, I want to feel it myself this time. Seeing he insisted, Hamura stopped talking. Then I wish my brother a smooth journey. He patted Hamura on the shoulder, and said with a smile, well, you must be careful too. The picture in front of him gradually blurred, leaving only the 6 elderly mortals floating in the picture. He was sitting with his legs crossed, and 9 jade for seeking Taoism hovered underneath. The fairy tin rod is even more in his hand. People who are destined can enter the box of bliss and be able to subdue monsters. If you want to come, you are also a person without fear. Then, take this gift from me, and hope you can bring a different color to this world. I saw 6 immortals point the immortal tin rod on top of Kakashi's head, and in an instant, an inexplicable thing flooded into Kakashi's mind. The golden light in his mind also radiated dazzling light, as if it was echoing something. After doing all this, the 6 Tao immortals withdrew the immortal tin rod, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Unexpectedly, you have already obtained the cultivation method of seeking Taoist jade, and it is really a deep blessing. It happens that with the method of yin and yang escape that I gave you, and the chakra with 7 attributes, this practice of seeking Taoist jade can also be carried out. Young man, with such a great fortune, I think you will also have great achievements. I really look forward to the moment to meet you. After the 6 immortals finished speaking, his figure gradually dissipated. The image that exists is nothing but a few chakras left behind. The purpose is to leave the practice of yin and yang escape. After all, no one knows this special technique except the person who awakens the eyes of reincarnation. The so-called yin and yang escape is different from the chakra, which has the attributes of yin and yang, nor is it yin and yang escape. It is a combination of yin done and yang done. It is the art of creating all things from nothing and giving them growth. And Kudao Jade is a high-density chakra that is made of yin-yang escape and adds all 7 attributes of yin-yang and 5 elements to it. The 2 can be said to be the most advanced power in the world of Naruto. Kakashi only felt that his mind was clouded at this time, and his headache was splitting. Countless information travels through my mind. The golden light that was originally vague, suddenly became clear. The characters were engraved in Kakashi's mind, and he kept walking around. And what came from the fairy tin rod also gradually emerged. After a while, the headache gradually disappeared. Kakashi opened his eyes, but he was already sweating. Yin and yang escape? Seeking Daon. It's really lucky this time. Kakashi's expression of joy was so joyful that he could not imagine that in this box of bliss, there would be the images left by the 6 immortals and the method of yin and yang escape. It was a surprise. Yin and yang escape, this kind of thing, just relying on one's own comprehension, it is really too difficult. In the original work, apart from the ancient myths such as the 6 Tao immortals, only Madara who possessed the reincarnation eye could use it. Of course, there are also Naruto who have been given the 6 ways of immortality and the power of the sun by the 6 ways of immortals. Kakashi also tried to study Pain's black stick, but found nothing. The underlying principles are too complicated. Kakashi thought that this kind of ninjutsu had no fate with him, but he didn't expect to get it here. What Kakashi didn't even think of was that the golden light in his mind was actually the method of seeking Taoism. It is a horror secret technique formed after the yin and yang escape, which is perfectly integrated into the 7 attributes of chakra. Unexpectedly, this golden light gave up the mysterious appearance before because of the appearance of the 6 immortals. This made Kakashi very happy. But soon, Kakashi frowned again, because he discovered that there was still a part of golden light, and the aura in it was the seal technique that was sensed before. It seems that the golden light has not been completely unraveled. Kakashi sighed. However, Kakashi was not disappointed. It was already a great harvest to obtain the secret technique of yin and yang escape and the method of seeking Tao's jade. With these 2 things, Kakashi has a certain degree of confidence in the upcoming war. Lost the surrounding area of chakra, the 6 immortals, and once again changed back to the original pattern. 4 patterns of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy emerged quietly. But at this time, it didn't look like that hideous and terrifying, but there was a gentle feeling. The monster that has lost its seal. This box of bliss seems to have become a little normal, Kakashi whispered softly. The goal has been achieved, and the benefits have been taken. Kakashi does not intend to stay here more. Taking a look at Wugu on the side, Kakashi grabbed it, then pulled off the scroll that sealed the 9-tailed chakra and pressed it with one hand. Solution. With a soft drink, crimson chakras swarmed out in an instant, filling the box of bliss. Click, click, click. The box of bliss continued to hear the sound of gears turning, and then the door in front of it with a happy expression clicked and opened. Seeing this, Kakashi pressed his hand on the scroll slightly hard, chakra floated, and shouted again in a low voice, seal. The remaining crimson chakras poured into it again, and the pattern of 9 appeared again. But it was much dimmer compared to before. 9-tailed chakra has the characteristics of endless life. Although it is over-consuming at this time, it can be restored to its original appearance by giving it a little time. Kakashi naturally will not give up casually, no matter how bad it is. It can also be used as a gas station. The scroll was rolled and put it back in the ninja bag. Holding Wugu in his right hand, Kakashi walked out of the box of bliss. 4 corpses, and a comatose person. There was no one else in the room. It seems that no one has entered here just now. As soon as Kakashi came out, the box of bliss closed the door. Not only that, in Kakashi's surprised gaze, the box of bliss quickly shrank and became about the size of a Rubik's Cube, and then flew into his hand. This. Chapter 629 Storm is coming. Seeing the box of bliss that was the size of a Rubik's Cube in front of him, Kakashi was a little surprised. Didn't expect this thing to be smaller. It seems that the 6 immortals just didn't explain what this thing is. Kakashi didn't think about it, took out a seal scroll, sealed it on it, and put it in the ninja bag. At this time, the movement outside gradually became smaller, and the white-haired girl in a turban ran in. Long Tong looked at the scene in front of him, and was stunned. What's going on? The 4 elders seemed to have received the lunch, and Ui was lying on the ground, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. But what surprised Dragon Tongue most was that Kakashi also carried a teenager in his hands. That look, although there are some changes, the Dragon Tongue can still be seen. That person is Washu. Wugu is not dead. Long Tongue's heart was filled with joy, and he rushed over, held Wugu in one hand, and shouted, Wugu, Wugu. But Wugu did not respond, still closed his eyes and was in a coma. What's going on? Long Tongue said, looking at Kakashi. It's nothing. It's just a little weak. Dragon Tongue also saw the imprint of the celestial cell on Yugi's body at this time, and asked, could it be that Yugi was imprisoned by Ui? There is still the imprint of the celestial cell on his body. No, Wugu was swallowed by the box of bliss. This mark was used by me to ban his body. When Kakashi was about to say what had just happened, Long Tongue was startled at first, and then he came back to his senses. Although things are somewhat different from my own guesses, in general, they are still very satisfactory. Wugu didn't die, and returned to its original state, which was enough for Dragon Tongue. Where is the box of bliss? It's broken. There will be no box of bliss in this world anymore, Kakashi said. Great. Long Tongue said excitedly. For the box of bliss, the Dragon Tongue does not have a good impression, and it is best to ruin it. That is a Pandora's box, and keeping it is a scourge. Kakashi didn't tell the truth to Long Tongue. After all, it is not a good thing to let people know that this kind of thing is in their hands. No one would have thought that this box of bliss could be reduced. After the two talked, Ui also woke up leisurely. Seeing the scene before me, I was also surprised. Kakashi handed Yugi to Dragon Tongue and went out by himself. Next, there may be a reunion of father and son, the scene of the reunion of lovers, which may be very touching. But Kakashi has no interest in it. Out of the basement, Kakashi saw that the commotion outside had settled down. It wasn't that someone stopped it, but because the prisoners had been beaten to the ground. After losing chakra, they couldn't last long after such a fight. The matter is settled. It's almost time to go back to Konoha, and the Five Shadows tournament is almost ready to begin, Kakashi murmured, then disappeared in place. This incident, with the testimony of Huashan and the bodies of 4 masked men, could be solved perfectly. As for the end of New Y, Kakashi doesn't care. If Raking is in a good mood, there may not be any disaster. After all, the Five Shadows conference is just around the corner, and Raikage doesn't have so much idle time to pay attention to such a small role. A flying of thunder, Kakashi returned to Konoha. Kakashi's peaceful atmosphere is quite useful. This is the place he wants to protect. Maybe Konoha still has many imperfections, but as a Konoha, what you have to do is not to criticize it, but to change it. You cannot change your origin, but you can change the place where you were born. Of course, the premise is that you have to make yourself stronger. Blaming the heavens and the others has no effect. It will only expose one's ignorance and weakness. The world has no sympathy for the weak in belief, and will only laugh at it mercilessly. In the Naruto office, Kakashi stated his mission in Ghost Lantern City. Very good, but it took 2 days to solve the problem. It really is Kakashi. Tsunade-sama praised. The variety Huashan you asked Ding-chan to bring back has been interrogated and handed over to Union. Union also didn't mention it at this time, and this matter is considered resolved. That's good. So it seems that the Five Shadows conference will not have any impact. Tsunade nodded and said, well, but the Five Shadows tournament has been advanced. We will leave the day after tomorrow. Advance? Why? Kakashi was puzzled. Probably Raikage feels that there are too many changes, so I want to hold it as soon as possible. So, where is that location? Iron Country. Kakashi heard the words and expressed understanding. The Five Shadows convention, no matter which ninja village is held, is not appropriate. After all, they are the top leaders of the 5 villages, gathered in one of the villages. If something happens, the explanation is not clear. The most suitable choice is the Iron Country, that is a neutral country. First of all, this country is not weak, second only to the 5 ninja villages. Then, Mifune, the leader of the Iron Kingdom, is highly respected and possesses the spirit of Bushido, which is worthy of trust. As the host of the Five Shadows Conference, it is most suitable. Finally, the country of Iron is not far from the other 4 Shinobu villages except Konoha, and belongs to the central area. The time and place of the Five Shadows Conference were confirmed again, and things became natural. Next is the passage of waiting time. Uchiha's house. Kakashi and Fu sat opposite each other, seeming to be discussing something. Senior Fu, I don't know what I told you before. How are you thinking about it? Fuyu's expression was serious, and then a smile appeared. Actually, I don't need to think about this matter at all. For the sake of my children, what I don't want to do. Kakashi heard the words and smiled. Senior Fuyu is really a great father. I can't talk about being great. I'm not even a good father. If I can, I would like to live in peace with my family. Unfortunately, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I have no choice but to take this responsibility. Now I am a little tired, Fu said. A tired look appeared on his face. Kakashi believes that as the head of a family, the pressure is self-evident. Kakashi was originally alone, so naturally he didn't have so many scruples, but Fu was different. Sometimes, he was more helpless and bitter. Kakashi saw Fuyu like this, so he refused to serve as the head of the Hagai family. Kakashi, I want to ask you a question. What happened to Itachi? Fuyu looked at Kakashi with piercing eyes, waiting for an answer. Kakashi smiled lightly and said, very good. Chapter 630 Go. The country of Iron. The Five Shadows conference is just around the corner. Is there really no problem with Itachi in Akatsuki? Fuyu asked worriedly. Senior Fuyu, there is actually one thing I haven't told you yet. Fu was puzzled upon hearing this. What is it? Itachi has actually returned. What? Where is it? Fu, who has always had an iceberg face, also showed a surprised expression at this time. Obviously, the news was very shocking to him. Kakashi made a gesture of silence, and Fu realized his gaffe. Sorry for being rude. Fu regained his original solemnity in an instant, and the cultivation of the big family was vividly reflected at this moment. Most of the real giants and heirs who come out are outstanding. It can be said that there are very few people who are as mentally retarded as written in the novel. After all, once such a wealthy heir comes out, I am afraid that this family will not be far from extinction. And the background of a rich family will not allow his heir to become mentally handicapped. Unless it is a special reason. Kakashi admired Fuayu's restraint very much. This is a wise and foresighted person. Being a friend is a good choice. Senior Fuayu, although Itachi has returned, for some reason, it is not convenient to appear in the sun for the time being, so I hope you can keep this secret. Fu nodded, expressing his understanding. Kakashi got up and said, that matter will be set for the time being. After the Five Shadows conference, I will complete this matter myself. Senior Fuayu will also make preparations as soon as possible, as well as the replacement. I understand. Trouble you. Kakashi smiled and turned to leave. I am for the world, but also for myself. Fu watched Kakashi leave, feeling a little in his heart. The son of this former companion has now grown to a point where he can't see clearly. Even if it is a kaleidoscope writing round eyes, it does not seem to be worth mentioning in front of it. In this regard, Fu just sighed that Baiya had a good son. But what makes Fuayu more fortunate is that Kakashi is very friendly to the Uchiha clan. In this way, at least for the next few decades, there is no need to worry about the conflict between the village and Uchiha. And after that, Uchiha should have merged with the village long ago, regardless of each other. Uchiha Madara, is it really still alive? Futake whispered to himself, thinking of the person he had heard from his father. That person's strength was praised by his father's generation as ruining the world. Even if it was only mentioned at the beginning, his father had an expression of horror, shaking his head. Fu put this idea behind him. No matter how powerful this enemy is, in the end, he still has to face it. It's just that he might lose the qualification to stand in front of that person. Entrusting hope to the next generation is what Fuayu has to do at this time. Sasuke, Itachi, and the future of the Uchiha clan is yours. Fuayu murmured to himself, as he drank the tea in front of him. The original serious face gradually melted, and replaced by a kind of relief. Time passed quietly, and the Five Shadows conference was at hand. The shadows of the major ninja village is also officially set off. In Sagara village, Gaara, who has fully obtained the power of the village, took Kankuro and Temari on the road to the country of Iron. Gaara, will the Five Shadows conference this time establish an alliance? Kankuro asked. It should be. Konoha's Kakashi once mentioned to me about the alliance. But I didn't expect that the person who initiated the Five Shadows conference this time would be Reikage-sama. I originally thought it would be Hokage-sama. Then we want to join? Kankuro asked. Kankuro, you idiot. Akatsuki once invaded our village and arrested Gaara. We must defeat Akatsuki. Temari said angrily. Kanjiro smiled and said, that's what I said. Gaara touched his stomach, and said lightly, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Okay? Both of them were taken aback when they heard the words, not knowing why Gaara said that. Gaara did not explain, but said, you will know when you arrive in the country of Iron. Let's speed up, and we must arrive within 3 days. Yes, Misty. Master Shuai-ing, everything is ready. We can set off to the Iron country. King said. Ming nodded and said, okay. Ow. Don't cut it anymore. This time you two will go to the Iron Country with me. Yes, Lord Shuai-ing. Go get ready. See you at the gate of the village in an hour. Yes. The two withdrew, each preparing. Teumim was the only one left in the Water Shadow office. Teumim, who is already 30 years old, looks charming and sexy. Kakashi, would you also go to the Five Shadows conference? Humphrey, it's been so long since you haven't come to see me. This time I will see how I can clean up you. Tsurumi whispered to herself, his words full of dissatisfaction with someone. I don't know how Kakashi would feel if he heard this sentence. Maybe you want to escape. After all, once a woman starts to be unreasonable, it is really terrible. Especially when he himself is still at a loss, it is even more miserable. Over the years, Kakashi has not been tossed less. The worst result is probably not getting up the next day. After this war, the 10-year agreement is about to come to an end. Then Tsurumi seemed to have thought of something, and an expression of excitement and joy appeared on her face, like a young girl with spring. Yanin Village and Union Village also set off one after another. The people from Yanin are 3 generations of Earth, Shadow, Terracotta and Black Earth. The people from Union are the 4 generations of Raking, Darui and Mabui. Konoha Gate. Tsunade wears Hokage's hat, followed by Silent and Kakashi. Set off. Tsunade let out a low drink, and the 3 of them disappeared at the door. The 5 ninja villages. The 5 shadows officially set off. The 5 shadows conference is about to kick off. Dim underground space. Sit on a boulder quietly with the soil drilling out from the ground. Bring the soil. The 5 shadows conference is about to begin. I see. What happened to Baiju's army? Already basically completed, but the outer Golem wants to recover, and it needs the power of 9 tails and 8 tails. Yes, I know. Will the 5 shadows conference go? Naturally, I want to go. And it's time to declare war. Bring the soil whispered. It's just that the expression under the mask became very weird. By the way, Kakashi is going too. Are you sure? Suddenly asked Kakashi. Maybe I have to ask Daishiwan for a favor. Daito whispered softly, and Kakashi's only mouth-shaped words appeared in his mind when he regained the reincarnation eye. Bring soil. He already knows his identity. Daito's originally calm heart. There was a wave of waves again. Chapter 631. Goodbye Iron Country. This is the 3rd time Kakashi has come here. The first time I traveled here, I participated in the samurai meeting, met Iron Sword, and also met the persons Yulai of Yao, Kairabi. The second time was a decisive battle with Taijin, which also helped the Beachin family to clear the malignant tumor. Having said that, a lot of things happened in the 2 visits to the Iron Country. This time, I am afraid it will not be easy. The 5 Shadows Conference is just around the corner, and the city of Iron has become lively. Of course, the defense has also become tighter. The leaders of the 5 Shinobu villages all appeared here, and Xiao didn't dare to mess around in the Iron City. Therefore, this is probably the best time for public security in the Iron City. Above the tower, Mifune looked into the distance, and his confidant stood beside him. Chongji. Chongsyuk, how are things going, Master? 3 ships, everything is ready. This 5 Shadows Conference is guaranteed to go on successfully. That's good. It's really amazing that this organization named Xiao would cause such a big storm, Mifune said with emotion. Indeed, the 5 Shadows Conference will be held again. This is the first time in so many years. Yes. The previous 5 Shadows Conference was divided into resources after the war. Only this time, it was for cooperation. It can be seen how far Akatsuki's threat has been. Anyway, if the 5 big countries join forces, I must know that they are not rivals either, Chongsyuk said. I hope so, Mifune whispered. In the distance, 3 figures approached quickly. Mifune's eyes condensed and looked at the 3 of them. Okishik also looked over. With such speed, the coming person is definitely the strong one. The 3 of them got closer, the leader with pale yellow hair, young and beautiful face, and the pair of huge mountains jumping up and down. In the ninja world, there is only one person with such characteristics. That is Hokage 5th, Tsunade. Not far behind him, his silver-white hair and his left eye covered by his forehead showed his identity. Minister Konoha, Kakashi Hagai. As for the woman next to him, she looked plain, and she didn't seem to have anything special. It's just that Mifune still recognizes this woman, who should be Secretary Naruto. Silent. The speed of the 3 was very fast, and after a while, they appeared at the gate of the city. Mifune-sama, Konoha village is here for the appointment, Kakashi said. Mifune smiled upon seeing this, and he always admired this old man's son. Open the door. With an order from Mitsune, the gate of the city opened. Upon seeing this, the three of them walked in. Mifune also walked down the tower and came to greet him. Hokage-sama, welcome to the country of iron, Mifune said. Tsunade smiled and said, Mifune-sama is polite. I will trouble you this time. For the peace of the world, this is nothing. Tsunade nodded. Mifune is not only amazing in strength, but also very respectable as well as his morals. Tsunade has also heard the legend of Mifune. This is not a simple character. After greeting Tsunade, Mifune's gaze fell on Kakashi. Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi smiled and said, Mr. Mifune, you are the same as you are, and you are still so energetic. Hee, as a samurai, you naturally have to have a spirit of energy. Judging from your appearance, the swordsmanship must be more diligent, right? It's not that easy. Maybe I've come to the end of this road. It's not necessarily. Kakashi, there is no end to swordsmanship. Unfortunately, you are a ninja. If you study swordsmanship with great concentration, I am afraid you will become the first person in ancient and modern swordsmanship, Mifune said. It's not that Mitsune is talking about it. Having seen Kakashi's talent, Mifune is very clear that if Kakashi were not for distraction ninjutsu, swordsmanship would definitely be more powerful than it is now. In this regard, Mifune was also very helpless. After all, Kakashi is a ninja first, and then a swordsman. Master Mifune praised. Regarding Mifune's regret, Kakashi didn't say anything. Maybe Mifune was right, but Kakashi would not do it. After all, this is the world of chakra. Several people exchanged greetings, and not far away, three figures appeared again. The aqua blue clothes, tan hair, and the right eye blocked, looked charming. Behind him was an unclothed bandaged man with a big knife on his back. The other is a middle-aged uncle who uses a black eye mask to cover his right eye. The Misty people are here too. When Kakashi saw this, he looked over, and Tryumi Ming's gaze also projected over. His eyes were facing each other, and there seemed to be sparks beating. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and the secret path was worse. This feeling is very bad. Master Shuai-ing, you are here, too, and Master Naruto has just arrived, Mifune said. That's right, it's a coincidence, Tryumi said, and said hello to Tsunade. Tsunade responded with a smile. Over the years, Mizuki and Konoha have been very good, and various cooperation issues have also continued. The relationship between the two villages has surpassed that of Sane and Konoha. After all, the Konoha collapse plan had affected the relationship between the two villages to a certain extent. After saying hello, Tryumi looked at Kakashi with a smile on his face. Isn't this the famous minister Konoha Anbu, Hammer Kakashi? I heard that your Anbu has a lot of things recently, and you, the Anbu minister, are too busy to get away. Tryumi Ming's words attracted everyone's attention. Probably no one thought that Tryumi Ming would suddenly say this to Kakashi. In this regard, Kakashi could only smile awkwardly, and said, yes, there have been more things recently and heavy tasks. Then Minister Hagai must have a good rest. Tryumi smiled. That is, Kakashi answered as usual, but with a guilty conscience in his heart. This rhythm seems to be unlucky. After Tryumi Ming finished speaking, he didn't talk to Kakashi again. It was as if what she had just said on a whim. Tsunade glanced at Tryumi, and then at Kakashi. Why do you always think there is something wrong between these two people? Don't stand here. Let me go in with the old man. The Iron Kingdom has prepared rooms for you. Union, Yanian, and Shane may arrive later, Mifune said. Then Trouble Master Mifune. The six people followed behind the three ships and walked into the Iron City together. Konoha is in front, and the mist is behind. Kakashi just felt that a hot gaze had been staring at him, as if he was about to melt himself. Kakashi complained secretly in his heart, this time coming to the country of iron, I am afraid it will be more dangerous than the previous two times. It seems that I haven't been to see Tryumi for a long time, which makes this young master very dissatisfied. Kakashi could only pray that something would happen afterwards, which distracted this person. Chapter 632 Plot at Mifune's residence. Kakashi sat alone in the living room. At this time, the night was dark and most people were already asleep. Kakashi originally planned to talk to Tsumim, but after thinking about it, it was over. After all, it would be a lot of trouble if they were arrested and paid for public rations at this time. In addition, the Five Shadows conference will be held tomorrow, and it is not suitable for anything to happen. Therefore, Kakashi decided to come to Mifune to talk about something. After all, Chumi Ming's question is not going to happen for a while. Mitsune hadn't rested yet, and when he heard that Kakashi had arrived, he came to the living room. Kakashi, it's so late. Do you have anything to do? Mifune said with some confusion. Kakashi slightly bowed, and said, Mr. Mifune, when we met during the day, I wanted to ask you something, but I didn't have a chance. I am free now, so come and ask. Mifune had some doubts at first, and then understood. Are you trying to talk about Iron Sword? Mifune laughed. Kakashi nodded and said, Iron Sword left Konoha at the beginning and said he was going to travel around the world. Now that it has been so long, there is no news, so I want to ask you about your specific situation. It turns out that Iron Sword is already on the way back, and it is estimated that I will be back in 2 days. Mifune smiled. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard the words, but he didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Are you surprised? Mifune laughed. One thing, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. It's not a coincidence. I heard that the Five Shadows conference was held in the Iron Country. Iron Sword was very curious, so I rushed back to see it. Kakashi smiled and said, this is in line with that guy's personality. From this point of view, he has already seen what happened before. If there is anything I can't see, Taijian's character doesn't care about these things. Before, he was just a little bored, so he left. Now he has returned from his travels, he wants to come back. Whether it is his state of mind or the skill of the sword, he should be more the one upstairs is right, Mifune said. Kakashi nodded, agreeing. You don't have to worry about the Iron Sword. That kid is very big-hearted. That's good. At this time, Mifune suddenly said, since you are here, then I will also ask you something. What? Kakashi wondered. This time the Five Shadows conference. How likely do you think the 5 ninja villages will join forces? Mifune solemnly said. It shouldn't be a big problem. Akatsuki catches tail beasts everywhere. This is not something the 5 major villages can bear. I'm afraid it will be a discord between face and heart. When the time comes, they will be more troublesome. Mifune worried. Mr. Mifune, don't worry, I won't let this happen. Moreover, the opponent this time will absolutely not allow such a situation to happen. Mifune was a little surprised when he heard this, and said, does Akatsuki need the 5 great ninja villages to do everything to deal with? Kakashi shook his head, and Mifune sighed in relief. Sure enough, how could Akatsuki be so powerful? But Kakashi's next words surprised Mifune. No, I'm afraid it's not enough. What? Mifune said in surprise. Mr. Mifune, if you can, I hope you can help at that time. Mifune hesitated. After all, this is a ninja's business, and the samurai's involvement seemed unreasonable. I know Mr. Mifune's concerns, but I also believe that after tomorrow, Mr. Mifune will change his mind. Kakashi said. Huh? Are you so confident? Naturally, I am very confident in Mr. Mifune's belief. Faith? What does this have to do with the old man's belief? Mifune was puzzled. Mr. Mifune will know tomorrow. It's getting late. Mr. Mifune will rest early and I will leave first. Kakashi finished speaking and turned to leave. 3 ships were left with some doubts. This little guy has learned to sell things to the old man. No matter, the old man will take a look tomorrow. What kind of medicine this guy sells in the gourd? The private chat ended, and they dispersed. At this moment, in the station, Chumi Ming was lying in her room, holding the red jade in her hand. The expression on his face looked a bit angry. Damn Kakashi, you didn't even come to me at night, you are dead. Chumi Ming said. pulling the quilt up and covering her head. The rising anger seemed to burn the quilt. Outside the city of iron, a plain white Oshimari looked at the brightly lit city from a distance, with an intriguing light in his eyes. It's really interesting. Is the Five Shadows Conference about to begin? Then, my plan can also be officially launched. Ha ha. Oshimari sneered twice, then closed his mouth, because he felt someone approaching. Sure enough, after a period of spatial fluctuations, the soil appeared behind Oshimari. Isn't this Mr. Madara? How could it appear here? Oshimari turned and smiled. Oshimari, there is something you need to do. Take the soil, said lightly. Oh, I don't know what it is. I'm very happy to serve Mr. Madara, Oshimari said with a smile. Looking at such a big snake pill with soil, I don't know why, and I feel uncomfortable for a while. But things are still to be done here. Tomorrow is the Five Shadows Conference. I will declare war on this Five Shadows Conference and kick off the Fourth Ninja World War. Really? Mr. Madara is really courageous. At the meeting, Five Shadows, plus the powerhouses such as Mifune and Kakashi, only Mr. Madara has the confidence to openly declare war in front of these people. Oshimari smiled, even more weirdly. HMPH. If I still have the original strength, these people are naturally not afraid, but now, I am just an empty shell, and my strength is greatly reduced, which becomes troublesome. Oh, is that why Mr. Madara came to see me? Do you want me to go with you? It doesn't need to be so troublesome, you just need to distract Kakashi. Leave Kakashi away? Oshimari said, seemingly surprised. Yes. The only thing I can use at this time is space ninjutsu. Kakashi, who is also proficient in space ninjutsu, is likely to disrupt my actions. So, you need to distract it. That's it. It's really an interesting thing. How? Do you agree? Bringta looked at Oshimari with scorching eyes. The scarlet right eye exuded awe-inspiring power. Oshimari chuckled slightly, and then said, of course I agree. I will finish such an interesting thing. That's good. It's up to you tomorrow. Let me also see your abilities and whether you are qualified to start this fourth ninja war with me. Speaking with the soil, there was another wave of spatial fluctuations and disappeared. Hee, that's natural. Take the Earth Monarch. Oshimari sneered. Chapter 633. Oshimari's plan. The Dark Knight is not as calm as on the surface. After taking the soil and leaving, Oshimari did not leave but still looked at the Iron City from a distance from the tree. It's really a quiet city. What a pity. Oshimari whispered to herself, the gloomy light in her eyes flickering. Not long after, a figure appeared behind Oshimari. Oshimari didn't look back, but said lightly, Pouch, are you back? How's the situation? I saw the man in a red robe. His skin looked very pale, and the round glasses looked a little more gloomy. The most peculiar thing is that his eyes are exactly the same as Oshimari. The golden pupils glowed with gloomy light. This person is no one else, but the confidant of Oshimari, the pharmacist. No. Maybe it should be called Big Snake Do now. Master Oshimari's guess is true. I found the man's body there, Oshida said respectfully. Hee, it's interesting. And there is another very good choice. Master Oshimari, what are we going to do next? Oshida said. Mr. Madara asked me to help him lead Kakashi away. I can't refuse such an interesting request. It just so happens that there are some things that I want to have a good chat with this Kakashi. He is a very interesting person. Oshimari said with a light smile. Yes, Lord Oshimari. Oshimari retracted his gaze from the Iron City, turned around and looked at the pocket that was similar to her already 5 or 6 points, and smiled. Pouch, how was the intelligence of the Hyuga clan that you asked you to investigate last time? It has been investigated clearly. Oshimari moved slightly in his heart when he heard the words, and said in a low voice, let's talk and listen. Yes, in today's Hyuga clan, except for Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Kazuo, everyone else has caged birds. However, Kakashi completed the caged bird curse at the request of Hyuga Hinata. The work of cracking. Nowadays, Hyuga Tiger, Hyuga Nejai and Hyuga Nissa have cracked the bird in the cage and gained the true power of white eyes. Hee hee. I didn't expect Kakashi and the bird in the cage to be able to crack it. It's really funny. Oshimaru chuckled lightly, agreeing with Kakashi's research on the curse imprint. After all, he had seen a bird in a cage before, and it was indeed a very tricky curse. Even if he wants to crack, it will take some time. Diashedu continued. Among them, Hinata's white eyes are the purest. Nejai Hyuga has the highest talent, and the strongest is Hyuga Tiger. Oh, Hyuga Tiger, the strongest Hyuga. This name is quite unfamiliar. It seems to be Kakashi's subordinate. Oshimaru was a little surprised. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. The initial starting point for the removal of the bird in the cage was Hyuga Tiger. According to investigations, after the removal of the bird in the cage, Hyuga Tiger's strength has greatly increased, and it seems that the white eyes have also changed. A touch of gold. Really? It's really interesting. Ha ha. Oshimaru chuckled twice, stuck out his tongue, and licked gently on his lips. It seems to be very interested in this so-called Hyuga Tiger. Master Oshimaru, this is the Hyuga information we have at present. After talking, Da stood respectfully in front of Oshimaru. Daishiwon nodded and said with a smile, "Pouch, you are doing very well. You should have completely mastered the reincarnation of the dirty soil, right?" "Yes, Lord Oshimaru, with your cell and magical powers, it won't be a problem even if you control dozens of dirty reincarnations at the same time." "Pouch, you are really good." Oshimaru suddenly sighed, wondering why Master Oshimaru is overwhelmed. Haha, okay, after tomorrow, I still have some things for you to do. You can rest for now. "Yes, Lord Oshimaru." Duenyan retreated, and did not say much. Oshimaru turned and looked at the Iron City again. "Kakashi, in this game of chess, let me see who is the final winner." Dashimaru's hoarse voice disappeared in the dark, without a trace of shock. In the dark space, looking at the huge alien golem with soil, holding a green bottle in his right hand. It was filled with green liquid, and the most amazing thing was that there were 2 eyeballs in the green liquid. If anyone saw it, they would be very surprised, because those are not ordinary eyes, but the eyes of the supreme pupil technique, the eyes of reincarnation. It is the legendary eye of the fairy. Circles of ripples swayed open, looking very mysterious. The pupil power of the reincarnation eye has almost recovered. After tomorrow, it should be possible to transplant. Daimyo spoke and touched his left eye. It was not empty there, but there was also a red eye. It's just that those eyes are not his own. The left eye was given to Kakashi more than 10 years ago, and he did not ask for it back. After that, with soil, a writing wheel eye was installed on it. It's not a high-end item, but it is enough to use as an Archi. This is also the skill that brings soil to save lives nowadays. In the world, there is no life-saving skill more powerful than is an Archi. Installing a reincarnation eye will definitely increase my strength, and then I will become a 10-tailed human pillar, and my goal will be achieved. "Lin, I will create a world with you," Taito whispered softly, with a touch of warmth in that indifferent voice. That girl was once the softest part of his life. Taito used to think that as long as he was kind enough, the world would treat itself tenderly. But he was wrong, and the world would only treat him more cruelly, because Lin died, in the hands of his most trusted companion. The young man who had promised to protect his beloved woman used his most proud ninjutsu to penetrate the girl's chest. At that moment, the original Uchiha belt soil had already died with the girl. What is left is a shell filled with suffering. He was desperate, but he found a way to save it all. From the legend named Madara. Taito knew that Madara was using herself. Even such an overseer was left behind. But he is not afraid of taking the soil. He is just a dead person, no matter how powerful he was in his lifetime. If you want to be resurrected, you can only rely on these reincarnation eyes. This eye is now in his own hands. And absolutely, it's not his opponent at all. Mara, the dominant right now is on me, and I won't let you resurrect and hinder me. With the soil in his heart, Blue veins appeared on the right hand holding the bottle. Obviously, his heart is not at peace at this time. Touching his right eye. Bringing the dead couldn't help but think of the man again. So, what would you do to me? Kakashi. Chapter 634 5 Shadows Conference. The night is silent. Kakashi sat on his bed, motionless. If someone else saw it, they might think that Kakashi was asleep at this time. In fact, Kakashi entered a strange practice. If you look at Kakashi's body at this time, you will find that the 7 different chakras in his body are constantly operating, seeming to want to fuse together, but they have produced extremely powerful repulsive forces. For a long time, Kakashi had cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes, dripping with cold sweat. The feeling of chest tightness told Kakashi that he had failed again. This jade for seeking Taoism is really not so condensed. When I saw the images of immortals before, the 6 immortals condensed the jade for seeking Taoism so easily, which is really enviable. Kakashi said with emotion. He didn't feel disappointed. Even if there is a method of practice, seeking Taoism is not that easy to practice. But yin-yang done Kakashi has already started. After a while, it is not difficult to condense a black stick like pain. Time is running out. I hope it's too late, Kakashi murmured. Considering that both Naruto and Sasuke of the original book were sent directly by the 6 ways of immortals, without practicing, Kakashi expressed envy. Sure enough, people are more angry than people. It was already early August, and after the 5 Shadows Conference, I was afraid that the 4th World War was about to be prepared. There is not much time left for Kakashi. Practicing to no avail, Kakashi did not continue to reluctantly. This kind of practice has failed many times, and it is also harmful to the body, so the right amount is enough. Quietly across the night, the sky is already rising. The sun illuminates the Iron City, and a new day begins again. Not long after dawn, 3 teams appeared at the gate of the Iron City, a total of 9 people. It is the 9 people from Cheyenne, Union and Yanyan. The 3 teams arrived at the same time, all gathered at the door. After hearing the sound, McCune moved and rushed to the gate. Master Fennying, Master Tuiying, Master Aiying, a few are really on time. Please inside. Master Naruto and Master Yuin have already arrived. Unexpectedly, Master Shuiying and Master Naruto came so early. Gaara whispered. What's weird about Hokage being so close? It's that Shuiying came so fast, which surprised me a bit. Oh Yemi said. No matter how much he is, just go in and talk about it. The 4th generation of Liang was obviously a little impatient. Gaara and Onoki didn't care, so they walked in together. The meeting room had been prepared long ago, and Tsunade and Tumim sat in their respective positions. Kakashi stood behind Tsunade. Tumiming looked at Kakashi, full of resentment. Kakashi could only pretend not to see it. But what he didn't know was that this made Tumiming even more angry. Fortunately, Tumiming is also well measured, knowing the situation at this time, and he can't do anything too extraordinary. It's just that the atmosphere at this time has become a bit awkward. Fortunately, before long, the door of the meeting room opened. Gaara, Onoki, and the 4 generations of Raikage appeared one after another. The 3 of them looked at the people in the room. Gaara looked around, then focused on Kakashi's body. He really came. Onoki glanced at Kakashi twice. This rising star who has become famous in the ninja world in recent years. Onoki is also very interested. The gazes of these 2 were quite gentle, and the gazes of the 4th generation of Raikage were a bit naked. Hammer Kakashi, I didn't expect you to come too. The 4th generation Raikage said directly. Kakashi smiled and said, Lord Raikage, long time no see. Humphrey. The 4th generation Liang snorted coldly, and stopped speaking. He is still a little unhappy with Kakashi, but at this time the overall situation is more important, and his little grudges should be put aside for the time being. Tumiming looked at the 4 generations of Raikage and saw that he was not friendly to Kakashi, and said, Lord Raikage, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why is he missing one left arm? The fourth generation of Ling's expression remained the same, but said indifferently, "It's just a mere left arm, it's nothing." Master Reikage is really confident. Meme smiled. The fourth generation of Ling snorted and stopped speaking, and sat back to his place. 5 shadows sat in their own positions, and Sanquan also sat in the chair. In response to Master Reikage's call, the 5 shadows gathered here at this time. The old man is the manager of Sanfun here. Next, please put your shadow hats away and the 5 shadows conference officially begins. In some dark rooms, 6 lights shone on the 6 people. Kakashi and others sat in the seats behind their respective shadows. "It's finally starting," Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Gaara said in a low voice, "Then, let me talk about it first." Onoki sneered when he heard the words. Feng Ying is really young. To be a shadow at such a young age, he must be very good. Just didn't you learn to respect seniors? This guy, Kakashi was helpless. Onogi's character was really a bit old-fashioned. Everyone is a movie, and they are of equal status. It would be inappropriate to say this. Gaara looked at Onoki and said, "Master Tuiying, maybe you haven't learned how to speak at the 5 Shadows conference." "Ha, sharp-toothed kid." Master Fukage, Master Fukage continue talking. Tsunade said. Onoki glanced at Tsunade, and said, unexpectedly, "Sarutobi Izumi will retire one day." "I thought he would choose to die in this position." Konoha is full of talents, so Sarutobi-teacher naturally doesn't have to work on it all the time. "But you, Dokage-sama, don't think about retirement at such an age? Or is there no one to take over from Iwagin?" Tsunade sarcastically Tao. Onoma's face was a little ugly after hearing this. The Terracotta and Lois behind him are also a little uncomfortable. Tsunade is not a submissive character. Onoki is provocative, and she will not sit and be beaten. "Ahem, sir. Shouldn't you come to quarrel? Please restrain yourself." Mifune coughed lightly. Onoki went down the steps and stopped talking. Mifune looked at Gaara and said, "Master Fennying, please continue." Ailuo was not polite after hearing this, and continued, "I am Renzieli. I was arrested by Akatsuki and almost died. After that, I also sent a document to your 4 villages, explaining Akatsuki's harm. Unfortunately, there is only wood." Yuin listened, but Yanyin and Yanyin completely ignored them. Now that the 7-tailed beasts have been arrested before the 5 Shadows conference is held, it is already a bit late. "HMPH, my own tail beast was caught. It is the truth that I found it secretly, relying on other villages. I really lose face," Onoma said with disdain. "Face? Even talking about face in this kind of thing. Master Tuiying is really pedantic," Gaara said coldly. Chapter 635 Silhouettes that appeared suddenly facing Gaara's remarks. Onoki was non-committal, and chuckled. "Feng Ying is really young, and I don't even understand this. Even if Akatsuki captures the tail beast, what can we do? We have a lot of time to take it away." Recapture. Cultivating human pillar power is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Gaara condensed his eyes and looked at Onoki and said, "Even so, Akatsuki has already become an existence that endangers the ninja world. How much can some rebellious forbearance do?" Onoki said disdainfully. "Enough, Dokage. Do you think I don't know? You Yanyan used Akatsuki's power in the last war." Reikage scolded angrily. "What? Lord Tuiying, is this true?" Gaara questioned. So what? Now that the world of ninja is peaceful, you just start wars. Iwagaki's financial resources are limited. If a large number of ninjas are lost, it will be a huge burden for us. Using Akatsuki's power can not only save labor costs, you can also save a lot of money. "Why not?" Onoki said coldly. "The ridiculous reason is simply to use your own funds to cultivate an enemy." Fennying, you don't have to be so surprised. Yu Shein used the power of Oshimaru to invade Konoha before, and Oshimaru is Akatsuki's person. Ying said. Ailuo was silent after hearing this. Although this is not his problem, it has something to do with him. There is also Konoha. Although you didn't use Akatsuki's power, as far as I know, Akatsuki, Suikai, Hitachi and Osamaru are all Konoha people. Konoha's rebellious forbearance is really much. Tsunade was speechless when he heard this. There seems to be no problem with this statement. Ying looked at Nuin, and then said, as for Nuin, I even wonder if you are the birthplace of Akatsuki. Yumi was a little embarrassed when he heard the words, and said, I honestly say that the 4 previous generations of adults were controlled by Sharingan, which led to the blood fog policy. Writing round eyes. The people present showed surprised expressions. Yes, it's just writing round eyes, or kaleidoscope writing round eyes. This is also the result of our previous investigation. So the previous generation will be dismissed. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Reikage heard the words and looked at Kakashi behind Tsunade. At this time, Kakashi was the only known kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Kakashi smiled when he noticed Reikage's gaze. Haki Kakashi, don't you want to explain? As far as I know, your left eye is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Ying said. Reikage's words put the eyes of everyone present on Kakashi's body. Kakashi scratched his head and said, well, it's nothing. My left eye is indeed a kaleidoscope chakra. It's just that when the 4 generations of water shadows took office, I hadn't written chakras yet, not to mention I was only 10 years old at that time. As soon as these words came out, Onoki and Reikage, who had originally suspected Kakashi, were also relieved of their guard. Indeed, when Kakashi was still young and did not try to round eye, he could not do this at all. Then the Uchiha clan did it. Reikage looked at Tsunade. Tsunade did not answer, but said, Kakashi, you can tell everyone present. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Kakashi did not refuse, but went straight forward. The other 4 shadows are a little confused. Tsunade didn't talk about it himself, but let Kakashi talk about what he meant. The Uchiha clan did not have a person who could remotely control the 4 generations of water shadows. Even if they did, they would not do such a thing, because it is meaningless to Konoha. The land of water is located in the sea, it's far from Konoha, and it doesn't border on it. If we really want to control a shadow, we will choose the other 3 ninja villages that are closer. Kakashi's words directly proved his innocence in the opposite direction. Indeed, if he wanted to annex Uin, it would be a long-term battle for Konoha, and it was not necessary. Compared to the time, a weaker Sand Shadow would be a better choice. Who knows if you would do the opposite? Besides Konoha, who else has the writing wheel eyes? Onoki said coldly. Kakashi glanced at Onoki. The old Ukage looked at her with unkind eyes. Kakashi was a little weird at first, but then he wanted to understand. Because of Deidara. Deidara was the disciple of the 3 generations of Ying. Although he finally rebelled, he still had feelings. Kakashi killed Deidara, and Onoki was naturally quite upset. Kakashi chuckled. Master Ying, who can use the writing wheel to control the 4 generations of water shadows. What do you think of his strength? You know, the 4th generations of water shadows are the same as the 8-tailed Rabbi. A person who can perfectly control the tail beast. This. Master Ying, there is a pair of writing round eyes. Maybe you still have an impression. Kakashi continued. What? Uchiha Madara. Kakashi said the name lightly, but it shocked everyone present. Uchiha Madara suppressed the name of an era. It was a dark age, because Konoha had the absolute right to speak. God of Shinobi, the 1st generation of Naruto, Kaien Zuzuma, Ninja Shura, Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Madara. Together, the 2 have almost the ability to push the entire ninja world. And Onogi was killed by Uchiha Madara in the first place. He still remembers that kind of fear. Therefore, even if he heard a name at this time, it was enough to make Onoki sweat. He's not dead yet. How could it be possible? Oyemi was shocked. Unfortunately, based on Konoha's many years of investigation, it has been concluded recently that Akatsuki's leader is Uchiha Madara. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. and the expressions on the faces of all those present who had heard the name were not very good. Onoki also closed his mouth at this time and stopped speaking. The shocking news left his head blank for the time being. Now everyone understands what a terrifying organization Akatsuki is, Kakashi whispered. The audience was silent. At this moment, Kakashi frowned suddenly. The 5 shadows present also looked towards a certain direction at the same time. Someone invaded. This is what everyone thinks at this time. Call out. A figure suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, Kakashi disappeared with a scream. This is ... space ninjutsu. Oyemu asked in surprise. The 4th generation of Raikage showed a shocked expression. This is the art of flying thunder god. What a fast speed, who is that person? At this moment, the space fluctuated, and a masked man wearing a red cloud robe with a black background appeared above Kakashi's original position. Everyone, you seem to be discussing me. Chapter 636 Snake Move. Kakashi only felt a flower in front of him, and then left the scene of the 5 Shadows conference. The next moment, Kakashi saw the blue sky and white clouds, and the cold man under the blue sky and white clouds. Plain white kimono, golden pupils, Oshimaru. Behind him was a man with white hair. His unique costume made it easy for people to recognize him. The 2nd generation of Naruto, 1,000 hands. It's just that at this time, his eyes were dumb, and he obviously didn't recover his sanity. Reincarnated from the filthy soil, Kakashi brought Kakashi here with the technique of Thunder God just now, and here, there is only -1 alone. The answer is self-evident. Dashimaru's hands were sealed and turned into confetti in the sky, disappearing without a trace. Thousands of hands was completely controlled, and there was no time to release the technique of reincarnation from the dirty soil. Maybe he didn't even think that one day he would be teased by the forbidden technique he created. With that arrogant temperament, I might feel very aggrieved. Kakashi's long time no see. Oshimaru's hoarse voice floated in the air and fell into Kakashi's ears. Kakashi frowned slightly, a little confused. What is Dashimaru? Oshimaru, what do you want to do? Why did you bring me here? He even used the dirty soil to reincarnate and summon the 2nd generation of adults. Oshimaru chuckled. The reason is very simple, because Mr. Madara said that if you are in the 5 Shadows conference, I am afraid that it will prevent him from declaring war with the 5 Shadows, so let me take you out to see the scenery. Should the boring 5 Shadows conference seem more interesting? Kakashi was shocked when he heard the words, and it seemed that bringing the earth was worried that the power of God would be blocked by him, which would make it impossible to get out. After all, I had told Daita before that I knew his identity. Then it is not difficult to crack his blur. It's just that Kakashi wondered why Dashimaru came to this muddy water. It seems that Kakashi-kun is very puzzled. Then, maybe we can talk. Oshimaru smiled. Kakashi did not grind, and asked directly, why do you want to join Akatsuki again? Naturally, because Akatsuki has a lot of interesting things. For example, the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. After Oshimaru finished speaking, he looked at Kakashi, as if he wanted to observe the changes in his face. Kakashi's heart shuddered, but the surface was calm. Seeing Dashimaru's answer, I must have known the identity of Taito. Sure enough, he took the notebook away, and it seems that Dashimaru also cracked many of them. At least the identity of the soil has been known by Dashimaru. Kakashi quickly recalled what was written in the diary in his mind at this time. Although the specific content has been forgotten, the general direction is still remembered. Except for the content before Shippuden, the rest is the death of Asuma, the death of Jiraiya. Then there are Akatsuki's abilities, as well as the things of two, Madara and Kaguya. It also includes the last rebirth of the filthy soil. It even includes the role of Oshimaru in the ninja world. Other than that, there seems to be no more. As for Sasuke and Naruto's last hang-up, it was not recorded, because Kakashi knew that this kind of thing was impossible to forget. After all, when I first saw it, my soul was also traumatized to a certain extent. There is no record of how to fight Madara, how to defeat Kaguya. After all, who can remember so many details? Kakashi had only seen Hokage intermittently in his previous life. Those who can remember all the details of the 4 world wars are probably fanatical fans of Naruto. But the content recorded in it is enough for Daishiwan to grasp the overall situation of the 4 wars. Especially the reincarnation of the filthy soil, indeed brought a lot of trouble to the 4th World War. It seems that Kakashi-kun is thinking about something. Is it about Mr. Madara? No. Maybe it should be called Taito-kun. As Oshimaru said, there was an interesting expression on his face. Kakashi was not surprised at all, as if uttering this name from the mouth of Oshimaru was really normal for him. Seeing that Kakashi didn't respond, Dashwin didn't care. Kakashi-kun, the opening of the 4 wars is overwhelming. Then, is the path you have to choose still the original one? Kakashi did not answer, but instead asked, Oshimaru, what's your choice? Join Akatsuki. Complete the 4 wars? My choice? Hee. I don't have much interest in war, but I am very interested in the so-called sacred tree. What is the power of the source of the ninja world? Don't you find it very interesting? As Oshimaru said, a trace of enthusiasm appeared in his eyes. Pursuing the source of the ninja world, the ancestor of chakra. These are simply fatal temptations for Oshimaru, who is keen on ninjutsu. Your goal is the sacred tree? Kakashi frowned. What do you mean? Kakashi-kun, Oshimaru said, again showing an inexplicable smile. Kakashi felt uncomfortable when he saw this, and his intuition told him that in the future, Oshimaru must be a big trouble. As soon as he stretched out his right hand, Kianting instantly appeared in his hand. That being the case, if it doesn't, leave the Oshimaru here. Seeing Kakashi took out Kianting, Oshimaru didn't care. It was as if the thundering blade didn't exist. You know, I don't know how much blood of the powerful ninja world was contaminated on it. Haha, Kakashi-kun, you are impulsive. You can't keep me. Oshimaru sneered. How can I know if I don't try? Kakashi said coldly. You know, Kakashi-kun. As Daishiwan said, the purple eyeshadow on his face became heavier, and a special breath rose on his body. The power of immortals. What a powerful fairy power. Kakashi's pupils shrunk slightly, and he did not expect that Daishiwan had already mastered this degree of immortality. Does the body of the Huai clan fit the magic of Longdidong so much? The body of the Hui clan, coupled with the perfect level of Longdidong immortal technique, at this time the Dashwin is a bit horrible. Kakashi-kun, the battle is imminent. You don't need to rush for a moment in the battle between you and me. The chess game has been laid, and it depends on whether you can go to the last place to play against me. Haha. Daishimaru gave a chuckle, and then slowly sank to the ground. Kakashi did not stop the departure of Oshimaru. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. At this time, the strength displayed by Oshimaru was not much worse than that of himself. Coupled with Oshimaru's first-class escape skills, Kakashi really doesn't have much confidence to keep him. Doing it is just a waste of effort. Besides, there is no complete certainty. How could Dashwin come here? I was really impulsive just now. Kianting disappeared in his hands, and Kakashi fell into silence. Things are getting more and more complicated. Chapter 637. Please start your performance. Kakashi stood still, thinking about Oshimaru's plan. From the information revealed by Daishimaru, it can be known that the reason why he was involved was for the tree and the ancestor of the ninja world, Kaguya. For the big snake pill who is crazy about science. These two are obviously more attractive than anything in this world. The information obtained in the diary also let Oshimaru know this. So in that case, the purpose of Daishimaru is to bring Kaguya back to life. After all, if he is not resurrected, even if he is interested in Kaguya, there is no way he can do it. But once Kaguya was resurrected, why would Oshimaru feel that she was capable of subduing her? That was the ancestor of the ninja world. Even if it was the 6 Tao immortals, It was not her opponent. What does he want to do? Kakashi wondered. But judging from the current situation, Dashwin obviously will not really help bring soil. He has other plans. So for the unlimited monthly reading plan that Taito wants to do, it is impossible for Oshimaru to really help him complete it. From this point of view, today's Oshimaru is not an enemy. Perhaps Oshimaru's so-called final game should be the moment after Kagayaji was resurrected. So, how does he plan to deal with such an enemy? Kakashi now knows a little bit more information than Oshimaru, but he has no confidence in how to deal with Kagayaji. Kakashi didn't believe that Oshimaru had the confidence to deal with Kagayaji. Therefore, Oshimaru must have other plans. Then, let me see what your last resort is, Kakashi whispered softly, regaining his former calm. No matter how hard it is to toss Dashwin, one thing is certain. That is, Oshimaru will never allow anyone to complete unlimited monthly reading. He is definitely not a person willing to be a puppet. He is definitely not a person willing to succumb to others. Furthermore, he is definitely not a person who will initiate unlimited monthly reading, because he is not so boring. Knowing this is enough. Perhaps before the final decisive battle, Oshimaru is a friend but not an enemy. Kakashi looked around and quickly figured out the direction here. It's not far from the Iron City, and it's just a few minutes after you drive with all your strength. Of course, Kakashi has a faster way to return to the Five Shadows Conference. That is to use the mark of Thunder God left on Trumima. But that seemed a bit too blatant. Furthermore, the time wasted just now, I am afraid that Chita has already declared war by this time. I am rushing back now, I'm afraid it's just a shot in the air. Kakashi was taken away from the venue of the Five Shadows convention before, and it was not that he could not react. But when he saw the second generation of Hokage use the technique of Thunder God, he knew it. Oshimaru wants to see herself. After all, at that time, it was possible to control the second generation of Hokage's dirty reincarnation, and only Oshimaru could use it. It just so happened that Kakashi wanted to talk to Oshimaru, so he didn't resist. Of course, if it's a trap, Kakashi can also get away by virtue of the technique of the Thunder God. This is due to the self-confidence of strength. In today's ninja world, those who can slay Kakashi have not been resurrected. Kakashi was about to leave when he suddenly sensed that someone was advancing quickly not far away. Kakashi was taken aback and looked over. Soon, the face of that figure became clear. Kakashi saw a smile on the face of the person who came. The man also saw Kakashi, with an equally surprised look on his face. Yinshi, why are you here? Isn't it the one who came to pick me up? The black samurai suit that came here looked so energetic, and the whole person was like a sword out of its sheath. But in a moment, he recovered this aura, as if it had just been an illusion. Amazing control. Kakashi couldn't help being a little surprised at this. Being able to do this shows that this person's strength has improved again. Iron Sword, although I really want to say that, but unfortunately, it's not like that. Then what are you doing here? I heard Teacher Mifune said that today should be the day of the Five Shadows Conference. Well, things are a bit complicated. I'm rushing back to the City of Iron. Let's talk on the way. Good. Just to compare, who is faster? After Iron Sword finished speaking, with a scream, it turned into a streamer and rushed towards the Iron City. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, and followed. On the other side, the venue of the Five Shadows Conference. Where did you get Kakashi? Tsunade said angrily. I just asked Oshimaru to have a good chat with the Hagaki Kakashi, and there is no malice. Daito whispered. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this, and it was Oshimaru again. How could this guy just keep going? Trumi was also slightly relieved when he heard that, with Kakashi's strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Who are you? Ying looked at the man with the spiral mask in front of him coldly. Aren't you discussing me just now? Tan said coldly. Impossible. You will never be Uchiha Madara. At this time, even if he doesn't die, he is only a man who is about to die. Depending on your body shape, this is definitely not the case. Ongoki said excitedly. Hee, indeed. I am not what I used to be. I am just an empty shell that has lost power. In that case, Go to death. Dust escape. The technique of stripping the original world. The transparent cube was formed between Ying's hands and turned directly into a beam of light, slamming straight against the soil. Boom! With a loud noise, the venue of the Five Shadows conference was directly smashed out of a big hole. The figure with the soil disappeared instantly. What's the matter? Disappeared? Kankuro asked in shock. Kaito said, it was bombed into particles by the dust of Lord Ying. No, he avoided. Onoki said with an ugly expression. Sure enough, the next moment, the figure with soil appeared on the spot again. It's really a rude way of welcome. Although I am an empty shell with no strength at this time, there are still means of self-preservation. Daito whispered. Asshole! Ying yelled and turned into a thunder, with his right fist directly hitting the soil, very fast. But that powerful blow was completely empty. Ying showed a look of horror, and saw his fist directly pass through the body with soil, and then his body also passed through the body with soil. Boom! Ying fell to the ground, smashed a hole, turned and looked at the dirt. His face was extremely ugly. It deserves to be the fourth generation of Raikage that can compete with the Yellow Flash. It is really fast, but unfortunately, I can't touch my body. Damn fellow, what exactly do you want to do? Raikage said angrily. It seems that you have calmed down a little bit. Then, let me tell you about the past history and my Moon Eye project. The exposed left eye was full of cold light. Chapter 638. Can't get it? Bringing the soil slowly revealed his Moon Eye plan, capturing the 9 big-tailed beasts, resurrecting the 10-tailed beast, and becoming the 10-tailed human column force, launching the strongest illusion technique, and unlimited monthly reading. Let the world indulge in the ideal world. What a joke. Do you want all the people in the world to become your puppets? Ying said angrily. No, this is a kind of great compassion. Everyone is immersed in their ideal world. There is no need to experience pain or failure. Everything will be moving in a better and better direction. What a wonderful feeling. Absurd. What's the point of such a life? Tsunade scolded angrily. Absurd? Maybe you think that the death of the loved one in your life is a meaningful life? 5 generations of Hokage. Maybe you have forgotten how sad you were when your brother and lover died. Tsunade was speechless for a while. People present, I am afraid that everyone has experienced this kind of pain, and the people of the dearest died in front of them. And the original promises of life have all been in vain. Because this unfair world will not make people happy. And all of this, in the world of unlimited monthly reading, will no longer exist. It is a beautiful world without any pain. Talking with soil, there is a trace of longing in the words. In that world, he would be with Lin, and he would have his ideal companion. It's just self-deception. It's evading reality. Ying shouted. Escape from reality? 4 generations of Raikage. How can you know that the world you are in now is not a dream, and it is still an unpleasant dream? Is there a difference? Ying was taken aback, and for a while, he felt that there was some truth to what brought the soil. Dream and reality, which one is true? Infinite Moon reading the beauty of the world, the cruelty of the real world. 2 choices. Believe that smart people will make the right choice. Hand over Yao and Kyuubi to help me complete the Moon Eye plan, otherwise, war will come. Wu Ying remained silent for a while, and faced with the earthy rhetoric, they fell silent for a while. But soon, all 5 of them reacted. The world I know is what I think is true. Even if there are many sufferings in this world, it is also part of my life. I will never choose that hypocritical dream to escape these sufferings. Tsunade resolutely said. Yes, maybe that illusion world is very beautiful, but it's definitely not my pursuit. True Miming smiled lightly. Onogi smiled and said, the old man lives at this age and thinks his life is pretty good. The old man is not interested in the world you describe. HMPH, I will decide my life by myself. You don't need to intervene. Ying said. I won't give Naruto to you. Gaara whispered. Bringing soil looked at the 5 shadows in front of him, as if he was not surprised by this result. Those who can become a shadow are determined to be determined. But how can they change their minds just because of a word or 2 of themselves? Although I don't have the power, but with the 7 big-tailed beasts, you have no chance of winning. Gaara looked firm and looked at Taito and said, "We will not give up hope." Really? It seems that the negotiations have broken down. Then, in the name of Uchiha Madara, I announce that the Fourth Ninja World War began. After taking the soil, he stood up straight, and the whole person's aura became completely different. "Are you serious?" Onoki whispered. "Oh, see you on the battlefield next time." After taking the soil, he disappeared into everyone's sight. Yu Ang's face was very ugly. With the help of one person, it was the first time in the history of the ninja world to declare war on the 5 great ninja villages. But they didn't think it was ridiculous, because this man called himself Uchiha Madara, and he also had 7 big tail beasts. The terrifying combat power gave him the confidence to speak like this. "So, what should I do next?" Onogi said with an ugly expression. "In order to fight against Uchiha Madara and the 7 big tails, we must form an alliance of ninjas so that there is a chance of victory." Gaara said. "I agree, set up a coalition army, and get rid of Akatsuki in one go." Ying said. "Then, I agree too." Onoki nodded in response. Tsunade and Tsumi will not refuse naturally. After all, their purpose at this time was to establish the Ninja Alliance army. Although this is a matter of your ninja world, it is related to the peace of the world, and the samurai of my Iron Country are also willing to participate in the war. Mifune said. "Thank you, Mr. Mifune." Tsunade thanked. Mifune was non-committal and couldn't help but think of Kakashi's words last night. Has he already thought of this? How far does he see? In order to stop the Moon Eye project, Yao and Kyuubi must not fall into Madara's hands, so we should hide them. Tsumi Ming said. "No, Madara has 7 big-tailed beasts. I am afraid that it is not only used by the method of human pillar power. Otherwise, the attitude will not be so tough. I think it is more appropriate to use the 8 tails and 9 tails as combat power. But if Yao and Kyuubi participate in the war, they will inevitably become Madara's key targets. This war may be to draw Kyuubi and Yao out." Gaara said. "I agree with Fennying's statement." Tsumi responded. "I also agree, and my brother doesn't understand strategy at all. I'm afraid he will become more chaotic on the battlefield." Ying said. Tsunade heard this and said, "Naruto is almost the same." "No, I think both of them should be on the battlefield." The abrupt voice entered Yu Ang's ears, and everyone present was stunned. Everyone turned around and looked at the speaker. It was Kakashi who just came back. "Kakashi, where did you go? Is it Oshimaru?" Tsunade asked. Kakashi nodded. "Kakashi, what did you mean by that? Could it be collusion with Akatsuki?" Reikage asked suspiciously. "Master Reikage, this kind of boring suspicion is meaningless. There is only one reason why I put Yao and 9 Tails on the battlefield. With the strength of the Ninja Alliance, it is far from enough." "Huh?" "Although the tail beast is very strong, but the 5 ninja villages must be enough to deal with it." "Kakashi, where do you start?" Mifune asked in confusion. "Mr. Mifune, how many samurai can participate in the war in the Iron Country?" After a moment of contemplation, Sanquin said, "About 8,000 people." Konoha's available combat power is about 12,000 people. Presumably the situation in the other 4 villages is similar. The combined ninja forces should be about 80,000 people. Then you know how many battles there are in Madara's hands. "Is it strong?" Kakashi whispered. "How much?" Oyemi solemnly said. He had already guessed that it must be an astonishing number. Kakashi looked at the people present, and said word by word, 100,000 army. "What?" Chapter 639. Who is the leader? Seeing everyone's astonishment, Kakashi continued. The power of the 7-tailed beast was used by Madara. Through the cells of the first generation of Naruto-sama, 100,000 clones were cultivated, which is the so-called Baiju. Their battle, although his strength is not as good as the first generation adults, he also has the strength of Songrin and extremely strong disguise, which is hard for ordinary people to distinguish, and it is definitely not to be underestimated. Baiju, Onoki said solemnly. For Akatsuki, Onoki knew a lot. After all, He was an employer who had hired Akatsuki. But Beiji Onoki didn't know it, but it was absolutely, Onoki had some influence. The Nepenthe-like shape will be unforgettable for anyone who has seen it once. Reikage looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, how do you know these things? This should be the secret of Akatsuki's organization. In the past few years, Konoha's investigation of Akatsuki has not stopped. Jiraiya-sama, one of the three ninjas, has been out inquiring about news all year round. All this is the credit of Jiraiya-sama. Is it, Jiraiya? No wonder. Naturally, this information was not brought by the source, but the result of Itachi investigation. Itachi had been lurking in Akatsuki for so long, but it was not that he didn't do anything. Itachi still knows a bit about some preparations for bringing soil. Beiji was only part of it. Do you really think Itachi is in charge of acting in Akatsuki's organization? As for why Kakashi didn't reveal the identity of Itachi, it was because the time had not yet arrived. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't let Itachi hide his identity in Konoha. This is a dark hand. There will always be a useful day. In this way, the human strength of Yao and Nine Tails may not be hidden. Their combat power is indispensable. Onoki said, if the other party really has 100,000 army, I am afraid it can only be so. Ying whispered. Gaara showed a thoughtful look, and finally agreed. 100,000 army. This terrible number really makes your scalp numb. This will be an unprecedented battle. Both parties will use their full strength. Liu Miming and Tsunade would naturally not object. For a time, Liu Ying reached a consensus. At this time, Kakashi continued. Master Reikage, there is something I need to trouble you. Reikage was a little surprised. Kakashi still begged himself. Huh? What is it? Since the fighting power of Nine Tails and Eight Tails is needed, then Naruto's ability to control Nine Tails requires Kairobi's guidance. After all, he is still too immature, Kakashi said. Ying snorted when he heard the words, and said, so you are doing this abacus. If it is normal, I will definitely reject you directly, but at this time, knowing that it is letting you take advantage, I still have to agree. Kakashi smiled and said, then thank you Lord Ying. Humphrey, although Raking has a bad temper, when he is calm, he has a big picture of the overall situation, and will not affect the whole battle because of personal grievances. This is also what Reikage excels. With that said, Master Five Shadows has reached a consensus on this, Mifune said. Five Shadows nodded after hearing the words. Then, there is one last question left. Who is the leader of the Ninja Alliance? Mifune said softly, looking at Liu Ying with scrutiny. Five Shadows showed a thoughtful look after hearing the words. This is a problem. Liu Ying looked at each other, but didn't know who to choose. As a neutral country, can you give me an opinion? Mifune saw no response from the five people, so he continued. Liu Ying heard the words and set his sights on Sunken. Mr. Mifune, please speak. Gaara said. Master Fenning is too young, and he has never experienced war. To become a leader, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the crowd. Ailuo nodded when he heard this. He also knew that he had no such ability. The strength may be okay, but the experience of war cannot be derived out of thin air. Although his childhood was dark, it was not a war. Even Konoha's collapse plan was just to fight with Naruto. Being young is sometimes an advantage and sometimes a disadvantage. Mifune finished speaking and looked at Onogi. Master Tuiying is on the contrary. He is too old and has some physical discomfort. I am afraid it will be difficult to work. What's more, Master Tuiying has hired Akatsuki before and lacks some credit issues. Onoki smiled when he heard the words, but didn't say anything. Mitsune's gaze fell on Shui Ying again. Master Shui Ying is also a credit issue. Xiao once controlled Liu Ying. At this time, how many Liu Ying still belonged to Xiao? I am afraid it is difficult to prove. Yumi nodded helplessly, acknowledging her. Although she thought she had completely cleaned up Akatsuki's remnants of power, from this point of view, it was indeed difficult for her to gain complete trust. Master Reikage has enough experience, and Yunin does not have a betrayal. From this point of view, He is indeed a suitable candidate. But Master Raikage is too irritable. Once angry, I am afraid it will be difficult to control himself. Liang snorted coldly, without reason. Finally, Mifune set his sights on Tsunade and said, "The last Naruto-sama possesses powerful medical ninjutsu, and has more experience in 2 battles in the ninja world. He has a calm mind and is also a suitable candidate." Tsunade was named by Mifune, a bit unexpectedly, but he didn't expect Mifune to value himself so much. Only after Mifune analyzed it, Tsunade seemed to be the most suitable candidate. So, Mifune isn't thinks Naruto-sama is the most suitable leader? Gaara said. No, Naruto-sama is indeed a more suitable one in the 5 shadows, but her personality is also flawed and too hot, which may affect the judgment of the battle. According to you, isn't anyone suitable to be the leader of the coalition army? Liang said coldly. No, there is one more person. I think it is the most suitable person. Mifune, are you talking about yourself? Onoki said maliciously. Mitsune shook his head and said, the old man is self-aware. The governance of the Iron Kingdom has exhausted me, let alone the leader of the coalition forces. Then who are you talking about? Onoki said. Mifune smiled and looked at Kakashi, who was aside. The candidate I'm talking about is Kakashi Hagai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and obviously did not expect that Mifune would say this name. Kakashi himself was taken aback. Mr. Mifune joked. Kakashi said quickly. No, I'm not joking. When it comes to strength, you are no weaker than the 5 shadows. When it comes to ninja prestige, you are not bad at all. In the 3 wars, although you were a teenager, you also showed great color. The most important thing is, you have a cool head and can quickly analyze and process anything. Kakashi, you are the most suitable candidate. Chapter 640. Prepare separately. Yuang didn't oppose it for the first time upon hearing this, but fell into thinking. Kakashi's name resounded throughout the ninja world, and they naturally knew a little about it. Needless to say, Tsunade, from the village. Needless to say, Terumi Ming, the one who has the closest relationship with Kakashi here is him, belongs to the relationship of negative distance. I don't need to say much about Gaara, the apprentice's wife. Keek, it's not right. Gaara and Kakashi also have a lot of intersections. He also knows Kakashi's abilities very well. Although Raikage had been defeated by Kakashi, he was quite dissatisfied with him, but in terms of ability, Raikage was quite convinced by Kakashi. The last Onoki, he may be the most unhappy person to see Kakashi. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. Although Kakashi is excellent, but he has no shadow. The name is not right. Onoki said. These are just small sections, I don't think it will affect. Mifune said. The 5 shadows stand opposite each other, seeming to be thinking about something. At this time, Kakashi said, thank you Mifune for your love, but this matter, I think I am not appropriate. Huh? Why? Mifune asked in confusion. Gokage also looked at Kakashi with some doubts. As the leader of the coalition army, I must hide behind the coalition and command the battle of tens of thousands of people. I don't have this experience. This is one of them. Secondly, I think Konoha's Naryaku-Iza is more suitable for the control of the battle situation. Regarding this point, I think a think tank should be established to bring together the 5 soldiers from Ninja Village and analyze it together. The third is the issue of prestige. I don't have the name of the shadow, just as Master Tuang said, the name is not righteous. Fourth, I think I am more suitable for charging forward than commanding from the rear. What's more, the man's Uli Naruto Uzumaki from the 9 Tails is my disciple. I think I need to follow him to ensure that he is not captured by Madara. Kakashi talked about it, explaining his reasons one by one. Upon hearing this, Yuang and Mifune both thought Kakashi's words were reasonable. Kakashi's statement is reasonable, and the think tank's suggestion can be adopted. Tsunade said. The other 4 shadows nodded one after another. In that case, the position of the leader is to choose between Naruto-sama and Raikage-sama. Seeing Kakashi gave up, Mifune was not reluctant, so he had to say. Raikage glanced at Tsunade and said, Let Naruto be the leader. My abilities are more suitable for charging forward, not behind. Naruto's medical ninjutsu can be used by slugs at a long distance, and it shouldn't affect it. After hearing this, everyone agreed. When Tsunade saw this, he did not refuse. As a result, the coalition leader was officially determined. The Slug Princess, one of the three ninjas, Konoha, is currently the fifth generation of Hokage. Tsunade, the leader, has been determined. The next step is the issue of combat readiness. Hokage-sama, since you are the leader, you will make the arrangements, Mifune said. Tsunade nodded and said, Akatsuki has declared war, but the war is not a child's play. Kakashi said that the 100,000 army must be put into the front line, and it will inevitably require a process. We also need to start preparing. All the combat power is extracted. Xiaren does not participate in the battle, and only the combat power of Zongren is extremely high. It can be divided into surprise troops, medical troops, intelligence troops, combat troops, sensing troops, and so on. A clear division of labor will be done when the manpower is available. There is also the question about the daimyo. In order to prevent Akatsuki from disintegrating the ninja coalition by controlling daimyo, we have to set up a guard. The above are the questions that I can think of for the time being. If there are any shortcomings, please add. After hearing the words, everyone was silent for a moment, and then they all shook their heads. According to Hokage's statement, let's prepare separately, and the speed must be as fast as possible. Ying said, the shadow of the Fourth World War swept everyone's hearts in an instant. War? What a terrible term. Anyone who has experienced it will probably not want to experience it a second time. The Five Shadows conference officially ended. Although there have been some episodes, but still follow the original trajectory, embarked on the established path. Regarding Naruto going to learn with Kairabi, the fourth generation of Raikage has let go. Next, Kakashi only needs to send Naruto to Turtle Island where Kairabi is located. Presumably there, Naruto can complete the final practice on Renzulai, and the process should be much simpler than the original. After all, the relationship between Kyuubi and Naruto at this time was much better than before. After the meeting, the Five Shadows did not stay much in the Iron Country, and rushed back to the village. The war is imminent, and they still have a lot to do. War is not just a fight. Many preparations need to be made in advance. If the war is launched hastily, it is very likely to usher in a tragic failure. The urgency of the war made Tsuyumi temporarily forget about finding Kakashi to settle accounts. This made Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief. After the war was resolved, Tsuyumi might have forgotten this incident. Kakashi suddenly felt that this war might not be a bad thing either. Because of the departure of the Five Shadows, the Iron Kingdom has once again recovered its calm. It's just that this calm is only temporary. Now that it has decided to participate in the war, Mifune will also begin to mobilize the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. Fortunately, the return of Iron Sword at this time made this task much easier. Iron Sword was trained by Mifune as his successor, so he was familiar with the affairs of the Iron Kingdom. Taijian didn't decline either, and accepted the task. When he returned with Kakashi, Iron Sword also heard about this incident from Kakashi. The whole world is in distress, and a person with a sense of justice like Iron Sword will naturally not ignore it. The Five Shadows has not yet returned to the village, and the Iron Country has become the first country to prepare for the Fourth World War. On the way back to Konoha, Tsunade suddenly said, Kakashi, what did Ozamaru tell you? Does he really have to go with you Akiha Madara? Kakashi heard the words and said, I still don't fully understand Oshamaru's thoughts. But judging from the current situation, he is indeed on Akatsuki's side. Damn, what the does this guy want to do? Isn't he only interested in ninjutsu? Why do you want to start a ninjutsu war? What can he get? Tsunade said angrily. Kakashi was silent when he heard that. He couldn't tell Tsunade some things. Because of those secrets, too many things are implicated. Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, and then said, is it the second generation who took you away before? Kakashi nodded, and said, Soda-sama, this time the Ninja World War, I'm afraid we must be prepared to fight the undead. Tsunade clenched his fists. The expression on his face was unclear. Chapter 641 Calm Before the War August 15th. Konoha. The largest village in the ninja world. At this time, I was immersed in the hustle and bustle of the summer festival. Tsunade and others are still on their way back to Konoha. Konoha Shopping Street. Ah, it's so boring these days. Naruto complained. Naruto, if you have this free time, you should learn theoretical knowledge, you know, but you are the only one who can bear it now. Sakura murmured. Sakura, it's not that I don't want to learn, but those things really make me big-head at a glance. Naruto said helplessly. HMPH, if you go on like this, you will always be just a ninja, and you want to become Hokage. How is it possible? Sasuke attacked mercilessly. After hearing this, Naruto surprisingly did not refute, but fell into a gray state. In fact, with Naruto's strength at this time, it can be completely upgraded to Sharingan. But Kakashi didn't let Naruto do that. The responsibilities of the upper ninja are completely different from those of the lower ninja. In addition to strength, it also requires strategy, knowledge, judgment, and so on. Because they often lead a small team. As the captain of the squad, you must have this ability. Even if it is Kai, although it looks stupid and cute, it is actually quite wise. Although Naruto is considered to be wise and foolish at this time, he lacks a lot of basic knowledge. This is Naruto's shortcoming. Even with Kakashi's teaching, it is only the level of ninja school graduation. To reach the level of Shinobu, Naruto was still a little bit close. But Sakura and Sasuke are different. They have this quality. Perhaps this is one of the benefits of IQ points on the face. Well, I won't talk about this today. Today is a summer festival. I also called Xiangrin, Shigeo and Hinata. Let's get together, Naruto said. Sakura and Sasuke did not continue to attack Naruto after hearing this, and left with Naruto. Konoha's commercial street is very lively at this time, and everyone does not know that the war is coming. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Under a certain big tree, Xianglin and others were already waiting. Xiangrin, Shigeo, were here. Naruto yelled as he ran. Naruto, you are too slow, Xianglin said dissatisfied. Sorry, I just lost some time, Naruto said embarrassedly. Sasuke and Sakura also had apologies on their faces. Xianglin couldn't say much when he saw this. He glanced at the three of them and said, why are you still wearing your usual clothes? Today you are going to wear kimonos. The three of them were all taken aback, but this matter was forgotten. At this time, both Xiangrin and Shigeo were wearing kimonos, and they looked much more relaxed than usual. Naruto scratched his head and said, I forgot about this. I really lost to you. Xiangrin helped her forehead. At this time, Minato and Neji also walked out. The two are also wearing kimonos. Minato at this time is more beautiful and dynamic than usual. She applied a slight blush on her face and looked charming and lovely. Ningsi showed his smooth forehead. His long black hair fell down his shoulders, and a small part of his hair was with a headband, looking very handsome. Naruto. June. Hinata whispered. Hinata, you are also wearing kimonos. I forgot about them. Naruto smiled awkwardly. No. It's okay. Naruto-kun can do anything, Hinata said blushing. Hearing this, Ningsi looked at Naruto with a scrutiny in his eyes. Naruto was a little uncomfortable with this look. Nenji, even if I wear a kimono, you don't have to look at me like this, right? Naruto said helplessly. Naruto, you have to pay attention to some problems, Ningsi said suddenly and seriously. Naruto was confused when he heard the words. What? Seeing this, Hinata pulled Ray Ninja's sleeve and said, Brother Ningsi. Seeing Hinata's look rather pleading, Ningsi was helpless and temporarily put aside his preaching to Naruto. At this time, Xiangrin took the opportunity to jump on the back of Ningsi. Ningsi, you didn't even see me, Xiangrin said dissatisfiedly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ningsi's face turned red. Xiangrin, what are you doing? So many people here are watching, Ningsi said embarrassedly. Sure enough, Xianglin's abrupt behavior attracted the attention of many people. "What's wrong with this? Can't I do this?" Xianglin whispered in Ning's ear. The exhaled heat blew at the base of Neji's ears, making his body a little hot. After all, young people have grown up, and many of the same things will have different results. "Xianglin, come down first," Ningxi said after calming down slightly. "What, Ningxi, you are really boring," Xianglin said dissatisfiedly, and then jumped off. Xianglin turned to leave. Ningxi grabbed her hand. Xianglin was taken aback, then looked back at Ningxi. Ningxi's face turned red, and he whispered, "Well, don't you want to spend it together today?" With eyes facing each other, a peculiar sour smell suddenly filled the air. Kozakura looked at this scene quite enviously, and at the same time looked at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't seem to see it, and looked away. Kozakura was slightly disappointed. This road itself seems to be going for a while. What Sakura didn't notice was that Sasuke's ears were already flushed. Hinata kept his eyes on Naruto. Chongo looked at the 6 people in front of him, and suddenly missed tension a little. The 7 people got together, and the atmosphere became warm for a while. The 3 Naruto finally changed their kimonos. The summer festival is a grand event, so it is very lively. Naruto saw a mask shop and went in to buy a few on a whim. The owner of the mask shop at this time would naturally not refuse to sell it to Naruto. Naruto wore a fox mask full of joy, and thought of the Silver Horde man again. As the sky darkened, Tsunade and others also returned to Konoha. Looking at the lively street scene in front of them, the 3 of them were a little surprised. "Today seems to be a summer festival, no wonder it is so lively," Mute said after thinking about it. "That's the case. I'll wait until tomorrow for the preparation time. It's getting late, and it's not too late." "Kakashi, come to my office tomorrow morning," Tsunade said. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Kakashi whispered. The 3 people dispersed and returned home. Kakashi walked halfway, looking at the lively crowd. The corners of his mouth could not help but cocked slightly. People are still social animals. "Ah, this thing is delicious. Sasuke, do you want to try it?" "No, you have eaten it." "Really? I haven't met here." "Give it to you." "No." The familiar voice pierced Kakashi's ears. Looking back, it was Naruto and Sasuke, and beside them, there are also acquaintances. The smile at the corner of Kakashi's mouth grew bigger. "Yo! What are you guys doing here?" Several people were taken aback for a moment, and then all revealed a look of surprise. "Maybe I didn't expect to see Kakashi here." "Was Kakashi brother?" A smile bloomed on the face of the teenager. Chapter 642 Sasuke's eyes. The encounter between the teenagers and Kakashi brought back many memories of the past. Many years ago, they also met on such a night. It's just that they were only 12 or 13 years old that year, and they were still immature. Now, many years have passed, and the teenagers already have the ability to stand alone. Kakashi also inexplicably feels that there is a young woman in my family. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto in front of them, there seemed to be nothing wrong. Several people exchanged greetings, and then they went to Huoyingyan together. There is the best place to watch the next fireworks display. Sure enough, this is a good place to watch the fireworks festival. Look, there are brilliant lights. Naruto looked at the entire Konoha below, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. Naruto vowed to protect such a warm place with his whole life. Everyone looked over, and a turbulent mood also rose in their hearts. This prosperous age is worthy of the heroes Konoha has sacrificed over the years. Shoo! Countless fireworks rose into the sky, illuminating the originally dark night sky. Colorful. Upon seeing this, Naruto couldn't help shouting, "I, Naruto Uzumaki, determined to become the greatest Naruto in history. Bring happiness to all the people in Konoha village." Seeing Naruto so passionate, the rest of the people couldn't help being infected. Sasuke took a step forward and also shouted, "I, Uchiha Sasuke, to become the greatest Uchiha patriarch, guard Konoha." Upon seeing this, Neji also shouted, "Me, Neji Hyuga. I wish to protect the Hyuga clan forever. Protect Konoha." Perhaps this sentiment was too contagious, And the remaining few people also shouted, "Me, Harunosara, to be the greatest medical ninja. Become Sasuke's bride. I, Uzumaki Xiangrong, will inherit Uzumaki's name. Become Neji's bride. I weigh myself. I want to guard everyone around me. Guard this home called Konoha." Seeing that Hinata hadn't made a sound, Naruto hurriedly called out, "Hinata, you are the only one left." Hinata looked at Naruto with a flushed face, and said softly, "Okay, Naruto-kun." Hinata stood beside Naruto and whispered, "I, Hinata, want to be." Hinata said more and more quietly, and in the end everyone did not hear Hinata's last words. "Hinata, what are you talking about?" Naruto asked puzzledly. Hinata blushed and said, "I've finished talking." "If Naruto-kun doesn't hear it, then forget it." "Huh?" Naruto asked puzzledly. Kakashi on the side smiled slightly. No one else heard Hinata's words, but he did. That was a little girl's mind. He naturally wouldn't expose it. At this time, Xianglin called out, "Brother Kakashi, you haven't said yet." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Kakashi. "Me?" Kakashi whispered, then jumped and stood in front of the crowd. Also fell on the head of the fourth generation of Hokage. There used to be a place where Teacher Watergate struggled with the soil. "I will guard everything in this life in the name of Hagai Kakashi." Under the stars, they all made their own vows. The summer festival ended the final ceremony amidst the hustle and bustle. This may be the last prosperity before the war. Next time, these people may not be able to get together so neatly. On the second day, the news of the Fourth Ninja World War spread like a virus throughout the entire ninja world. All villages began to shrink their combat power. The ninjas who were sent out before have been asked to return to the village. For a time, there were ninjas carrying out missions everywhere in the ninja world rushing towards their village. But it is obviously impossible to come back immediately. There is no way to save the necessary time. Fortunately, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. As the head of the secret department, Kakashi naturally has to deal with many things. But on this day, Kakashi handed over all the affairs to Amazura and Hyuga Tora, and came to Uchiha's house alone. In the secret room, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Fuyu sat opposite each other. Kakashi and Fuyu are indifferent, while Sasuke is at a loss. He was a little puzzled. Why all of a sudden, Teacher Kakashi and his father called themselves here? What is even more incomprehensible is that the two of them didn't say a word at this time. Kakashi sensei, "Father, what are you going to do?" Sasuke asked puzzledly. Upon hearing this, the two turned their eyes to Sasuke's body. "Senior Fuyu, this matter is up to you." Fu nodded, and said, "Sasuke, I am calling you over this time because there is one thing I want to tell you." "What?" "Before that, I want to ask you a question first." "Dad, please, are you satisfied with the power you currently have?" Fu said, looking at Sasuke seriously. Sasuke was a little puzzled, but still said, "I'm still a long way from the battle with Pain. Even if it was with Naruto, I am not his opponent. I know that I have a long way to go." "Okay, then I ask you, do you know, what is the highest state of Uchiha's writing wheel eyes?" Sasuke shook his head, a little dazed. Immediately, Fu told Sasuke about the eternal kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. Sasuke was shocked when he heard this. How come this way? It's so cruel. Is it true that the Uchiha clan is really a cursed clan? Sasuke said in disbelief. Sasuke, this method does exist. Then Dad, what do you mean? Sasuke seemed to have thought of a certain possibility and looked at Futake in disbelief. Sasuke, the last time you fought with Pain, you used Susanoo several times. At this time, the vision of your eyes should have declined. You need new light. Fu finished speaking, and that serious face suddenly appeared. There was a warm smile. No, Dad, I don't want it. Sasuke stood up abruptly. He already understood what Fu meant. He wanted to exchange his eyes for himself, and reproduce the lost eternal kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. Sasuke, you have grown up, and I believe in your ability to use these eyes well. This is not the time for willfulness. The Ninja World War is imminent, and Konoha needs your power. Dad, even if there is no eternal kaleidoscope to write round eyes, I can defeat the enemy. I don't want my father to sacrifice for me like this, Sasuke excitedly said. Fuayu shook his head and said, Sasuke, don't worry, the kaleidoscope is of no use to me. When did you see me using it? It's just a waste to leave these eyes on me. Moreover, I have found it. Substitutes. Fu spoke and stretched out his right hand. Above are two scarlet A's. How could the Uchiha clan not have the inventory of writing round eyes? Seeing the writing wheel eyes in the green liquid, Sasuke fell silent. Sasuke, you are my son, and I will be proud of you. Sasuke was shocked when he heard the words. Chapter 643 New Light Futake, with a gentle smile on his face, and Sasuke's impression of the father are completely two people. But Sasuke did not doubt that the person in front of him would not be his father, because that feeling can't be wrong. Father. Sasuke's expression of embarrassment, on the one hand, was recognized by his father, which made him quite excited. But on the other hand, at this time Fuayu's request made it difficult for Sasuke to accept. For strength, Fu's father's eyes. This behavior is unacceptable for Sasuke today. Just as the original Itachi said, Sasuke is a blank piece of paper, how he will become like how others portray him. Sasuke in the original book is bound by Itachi with vengeance and embarks on a dark road. At this time, Sasuke, under the leadership of Kakashi, embarked on a bright road. The two are definitely different. Seeing the smile on Fuayu's face, Sasuke suddenly remembered that he had the same smile the last time he saw Itachi. For Sasuke, they can always sacrifice themselves. This may be the instinct of being a father and brother. Sasuke, accept your father's wishes. It is not only for Futake-senpai, but also for the future of ninja. This fourth ninja battle, the scale of the war far exceeds your imagination. If that person really is Madara, then he who has the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes cannot be resisted by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes alone. Kakashi said. Kakashi Sensei, but Sasuke still hesitated. Sasuke, power is not something a ninja should pursue, but in order to protect the belief in our heart, power is an indispensable thing. We need to make a choice after weighing it. This is also the decisive ability a ninja needs. Hesitation. Sometimes it will only make us lose more things. When we stop, we will suffer the chaos. Sasuke heard this, thoughtful. Fu looked at Kakashi in surprise. Kakashi's opinion is as if he had faced such a choice. If it is not immersive, how can there be such an understanding? Fu was curious about Kakashi for a while. Did he have such a moment before? Looking at Kakashi's blocked left eye. In other words, it seems that Kakashi has never seen Kakashi use that eye with all his strength. And, after so many years, hasn't Kakashi's left eye been blinded yet? You know, Kakashi has had a lot of fierce battles in the anime career. There was a bold idea in Fuyu's heart. Could it be that Kakashi's eyes? When Fu thought of this, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. But, if this is the case, where do the eyes come from? Fu couldn't help but fall into doubts. At this time, Sasuke also made a choice. Dad, Kakashi Sensei, I understand. I will shoulder his responsibility. With these eyes, I will protect Konoha, my companion, and Uchiha. As Sasuke spoke, a six-pointed star appeared in his eyes. In those scarlet A's, there is an unrelenting belief. Kakashi and Fu both smiled upon hearing this. Okay, I deserve to be Uchiha Tomitake's son. Futake laughed. In that case, let's start. The fusion of the eyes should take a while. We don't know when the war will break out. We have to do it as soon as possible, Kakashi said. Fu and Sasuke both nodded, expressing understanding. Upon seeing this, Kakashi did not waste any more time. Sasuke lay flat on the bed, waiting for Kakashi's actions. Kakashi glanced at Fuayu. Fuayu understood. When chakra moved, a special pattern appeared in his eyes. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Fu did not hesitate, stretched out his right hand and placed it on the socket of his right eye. The thumb, index finger and were slightly hardened, and Fu pulled off the scarlet right eye. Kakashi reached out to take it. bright red blood flowing in his palm. Walking to Sasuke's side, Kakashi said, "Sasuke, no matter what happens next, don't move. Understand?" "Yeah," Sasuke replied softly. Upon seeing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of foul breath. Although it was not the first time, he still had to be careful. After all, it is the first time for Sasuke, and for the first time, it is inevitable that there will be some fear and even some pain. Kakashi put Fuyu's right eye on Sasuke's right eye. The close distance allowed Sasuke to clearly look at the eyeballs that were still stained with Fuyu's blood. Today, Sasuke is also a ninja who has seen blood, but it is his father's blood, so he still has an inexplicable feeling in his heart. But this feeling didn't last long. Kakashi put his right eye on Sasuke's right. For a while, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Sasuke wanted to growl, but he stopped abruptly. As a ninja, how can you not be patient? Fuyu's right eye shattered every inch, and then it merged into Sasuke's right eye. Sasuke felt the pain in his eyes as if glass dross had entered. Kakashi was relieved when he saw this. The process was the same as before, and there should be no problem. Kakashi's gaze fell on Fuyu again. Fuyu didn't talk nonsense, and with the same movement of his left hand, he also plucked his left eye. At this time, Fuyu's eyes were gone, only the dark eye sockets still had blood. Kakashi took his left eye and repeated the same operation. After a while, Fuyu's eyes had completely merged with those of Sasuke. As Sasuke held the bedsheet with both hands, his veins flared up, and the white bedsheet was even more stained with blood. Well, blood in the eyes. At this time, Sasuke felt boundless pain coming from his eyes, but after 10 minutes, the pain disappeared. Sasuke even felt that new pupil power was continuously being poured into his eyes. A new force seems to be emerging. That is a very terrifying force. Sasuke could feel that that power was absolutely beyond his imagination. How strong is the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes? At this time, Fuyu's eyes were already wrapped in bandages. Earlier, Kakashi had replaced Fuyu with the spare writing wheel. It only takes some time for Fuyu to see the light again. The same goes for Sasuke, who needs to recuperate for a while. After all, neither of them is Uchiha Madara. They don't have the power of the ten-tailed man's pillar or the power of the 6 ways. Naturally, they can't use their eyes as cosmetic contact lenses. Medical treatment still has to pay attention to the basic law. Seeing Sasuke calm down, Kakashi knew that the fusion process was over. "Sasuke, the eyes have been merged. After a while, you will be able to regain the light, and you will get more powerful eyes." "Thank you, Mr. Kakashi." Sasuke clenched his hands. At this time, he had a little more confidence in the unknown future. Chapter 644 On the road. Eye replacement surgery was successfully performed. Both Futake and Sasuke entered a period of weakness. But this is Konoha, so naturally there is no danger. Kakashi left Uchiha's house and met Itachi. "Is there something?" "Itachi." Kakashi didn't seem to be surprised by Itachi's appearance, and asked directly, "Senior Kakashi, did the operation go well?" Kakashi nodded. Itachi's cold face relaxed slightly. Kakashi changed Futake and Sasuke's eyes. How could Itachi not know? Originally Itachi intended to contribute his own eyes, but neither Kakashi nor Fuyu refused. It's not that Itachi's eyes can't, but because Itachi can play a bigger role in war than Fuyu. When it comes to the development of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, Fuyu is far inferior to it. Whether it is Fuyu or Itachi, it is a genius who can open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel. It's just that geniuses can be distinguished from superior and inferior, as well as young and old. Itachi at this time, but 20 years old, is the golden age of ninjas. Fuyu is already 48 years old, and is gradually going downhill. Moreover, as the father, Fuyu would not let his children sacrifice. The left and right are just a pair of eyes, and Fuyu can afford it. "Senior Kakashi, you seem to value Sasuke very much. In this war, Do you have to rely on Sasuke's power in the end? Itachi asked in a puzzled manner. Itachi never doubted Sasuke's talent. He also knew that the future Sasuke would inevitably surpass himself. But at this time, Sasuke, Itachi believes that he has not fully grown up yet. Perhaps it will play a role in the four wars, but the decisive role should not be Sasuke. However, looking at Kakashi's meaning, it seems that Sasuke will inevitably become the main force in the final battle. This is difficult for Itachi to understand. The war is imminent. Even if the eternal kaleidoscope has been achieved, can Sasuke's strength surpass himself like riding a rocket? Beyond Shisui, beyond Kakashi? Yes, it is really possible. And it does not follow the basic law at all. Itachi, it's always good to have more power. Sasuke has special potential. You will understand in the future. Kakashi obviously didn't intend to talk more, just a perfunctory sentence. Itachi frowned slightly, feeling that Kakashi seemed to be hiding something. Itachi, tomorrow I will leave Konoha and take Naruto to find Yosuren'zui to learn how to manipulate. Sasuke's safety is up to you. But I think, without me, you should do it too. Kakashi smiled. Naturally, I will be responsible for Sasuke's safety. That's good. Trouble you. Itachi, if Shisui and I are alive after this war is over, we will drink together again. Then, don't refuse again. Kakashi smiled. Hearing the words, Itachi was taken aback, as if he could hear something different from Kakashi's words. But Itachi did not point out, just said, of course, definitely. Kakashi smiled, waved his hand, turned and left. Watching Kakashi leave, Itachi secretly said in his heart, Senior Kakashi, are you? Kakashi didn't know what Itachi thought. At this time, he was lying on his own bed, a little tired. Years of planning have reached the final stage. It won't be too far. Early the next morning, Naruto and Sakura were bored at the 7th exercise site. It's strange, why Sasuke hasn't come yet? That guy is usually not late, Naruto asked puzzledly. Sakura was also a little worried. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. As for Kakashi hasn't arrived yet, Naruto and Sakura are not surprised. Well, it can be said to be used to it. No, it should be said that people's bottom line is broken step by step. It doesn't matter from the madness at the beginning to the later. They would be surprised if Kakashi arrived early. It didn't take long before Kakashi arrived late, with a slight sleepiness on his face. Well, yesterday it was too late to study the intimacy of heaven, and I went to bed a little late. Don't tell me, this kind of intimacy to heaven really has magical powers. Kakashi was curious about how much money Jiraiya made with this book. You know, otaku's money is used to seduce this kind of thing, but it is very profitable. Sorry, I got lost on the way of life in the morning, so I was late. Naruto and Sakura are unable to complain. Probably because they don't want to agree with such a crappy reason. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke hasn't come yet. Could something be wrong, right? Sakura asked worriedly. Well, don't worry. Sasuke is at home. He has some things, so he won't come to gather anymore. The village has entered a state of war preparation. This is the last time we gathered before the end of the war. Sakura, you go afterwards. See Master Tsunade. She has something to leave to you. Naruto, you and I leave the village. There is something to do. Huh? What is it? Naruto asked curiously. Let you have a deeper communication with the fox in your stomach, and, don't you always want to see your parents? This time, you will see it. Kakashi smiled. Naruto was surprised and delighted when he heard this. Really? Teacher Kakashi? Can I meet my parents? Are they here? Naruto was very excited. Sakura was a little surprised. Isn't Naruto an orphan? His parents are still alive. Looking at the excited Naruto, Kakashi pressed his head and said, if you want to see it, just leave with me. It is good, Naruto said without hesitation. He believed that Kakashi would not deceive himself. To be able to meet his parents is definitely an exciting thing for Naruto. But Kakashi was a little emotional at this time. Naruto is really growing taller. Kakashi took Naruto to leave. and Sakura also went to the Hokage office. Kakashi said that Tsunade had something to do with Sakura. Naturally, he did not deceive Sakura, but that there was something to happen. At this moment, Tsunade had just finished part of his work, and when she saw Kozakura come in, she called him over. "Master, Kakashi-sensei said you have something to find me." Sakura said. Kozakura is Tsunade's apprentice, and when no one or acquaintances, she would call Tsunade master. When there are outsiders, they will be called Naruto-sama. This is etiquette. "Well, the battle is coming soon. I want to see how your 100 powers technique is progressing." It has entered the final stage. It should be completed before the war, Sakura said. Tsunade smiled upon hearing this, and said, "Very good, your talent is really outstanding. Silent has been with me for so many years, but it hasn't condensed, but you are one step ahead." The silence on the side was a bit embarrassing. Thinking that the 13-year-old herself is not as good as the 16-year-old Sakura, Mute suddenly felt tears streaming down her face. People are really incomparable. Master praised Sakura, "Since you are about to complete the technique of the 100 powers, then the next task is left to you." Tsunade said solemnly. "Yes, Master." Kozakura accepted Tsunade's appointment and led the medical team to prepare all their necessary medical supplies. On the other side, Naruto followed Kakashi to Turtle Island. "Ms. Kakashi, can I really see my parents this time?" Naruto asked again. Kakashi was helpless. This was already the 183rd time Naruto asked. "Yes, Naruto," Kakashi replied again. "Really? Oh. Before Naruto finished speaking, he found that his mouth was sealed by Kakashi with tape. The world is finally quiet. Chapter 645. Great Route. Before heading to Turtle Island, Kakashi took Naruto to Miyomu Mountain for an entry ceremony. After all, this is the key to opening the Seal of Nine Tails. Without this thing, it is still a bit troublesome. When Naruto was performing the ceremony of entering Tibet, Shinjuo Xianran called Kakashi aside. "Little Kakashi, do you plan to fully unlock the power of Nine Tails on Naruto this time?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes. The final battle is right in front of you. Now is the best time." "Are you sure?" Although Naruto has mastered the fairy mode perfectly, no one in history can do it in order to perfectly control the Nine Tails. Kakashi heard the words and smiled. "Don't worry, you may not be able to be a fairy, but I have confidence in Naruto and he can do it." Seeing that Kakashi is now sure, Shinjuo Xianran no longer speaks much. He believed in Kakashi's judgment. Furthermore, Naruto's potential as a fairy is also seen before him. If it weren't for Kakashi, Naruto would be the most outstanding descendant of Miyomu Mountain over the years. Leaving Miyomu Mountain, Kakashi brought Naruto to the border terminal of the Land of Fire. What Kakashi and Naruto are going to at this time is Turtle Island, where the eight-tailed Manjuriki rabbi practiced, also known as the Island of Paradise. Since it is called an island, it is naturally at sea. Therefore, they must set off by boat. Although ninjas can stand on the water for a long time, strange things may happen in the sea, such as tsunamis, whirlpools, schools of fish and so on. These all need ships to resist. Moreover, this journey is not close. It may take a few days. Kakashi and Naruto couldn't have been running wildly on the sea. People are always tired. If you encounter an enemy at this time, the fun will be great. Of course, it is impossible for Kakashi and Naruto to set off in two. After all, it's definitely not enough to rely on two people in sailing matters. So Yamato was dispatched by Kakashi early in the morning to prepare related matters. As for why let Yamato come? Because this guy's ability is really convenient. Even if there is no boat, he can build one for you every minute. Mudun changes life. Senior Kakashi, we are ready. As soon as Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the dock, Yamato ran over. "Huh? Captain Yamato? Why are you here?" Naruto said with some surprise. "I asked Yamato to come over in advance to prepare," Kakashi explained casually, and then took out a nautical chart. It marked the location of Turtle Island, which was given to Kakashi by Raikage before. It turned out to be like this. "Captain Yamato, do you want to come with us?" "Yes, Naruto. Sea travel requires a lot of manpower. With the three of us, it is not enough. I have hired some people and they will follow us. Where is our ship? Naruto asked excitedly. Yamato pointed to the large ship on the dock. Naruto became even more excited when he saw it, and hurried over. Yamato, are those personnel reliable? Kakashi asked in a low voice. Senior, don't worry, those are my own. Kakashi nodded, relieved. Senior, it may take some time for those people to gather in an hour. An hour? Then he'll go shopping. Yes, Senior Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was leaving, Naruto asked, Ms. Kakashi, where are you going? Go buy something, you wait here. What? Naruto wanted to say something, but Kakashi disappeared in a flash. Really? I also want to say go with Mrs. Kakashi. Naruto complained. Yamato smiled and said, Naruto, let's go and have a look on the boat. Yamato's words aroused Naruto's interest again, and Naruto happily responded, and immediately followed Yamato to board the boat. Kakashi didn't go anywhere else, but first went to the market to buy some things. Sailing supplies are still needed. But when Kakashi finished collecting and wanted to leave, he suddenly saw a shop selling straw hats. Seeing Kakashi stopped, the boss quickly said, Sir, do you need a straw hat? The straw hat can play a big role in the wind and sun on the sea. Seeing Kakashi carrying a lot of things, the boss knew at a glance that Kakashi was going to sea. Generally speaking, people who buy things here are going to sea. Looking at the yellow hat, Kakashi moved in his heart and bought it on a whim. Thank you, sir. Kakashi wore a straw hat and left the market, but did not return to the ship immediately. It's about to start, and it is necessary to inquire about possible problems on the nautical route. The bar is a place where dragons and snakes are mixed, and it is most suitable for inquiring about news. Naturally, all the nautical routes cannot be known, but if you intercept some of them and ask others, there is no big problem. You want to take this route? When Kakashi intercepted part of the route and asked the bar attendant, the man showed a surprised expression. What's wrong? Is there any problem with this route? Seeing that man was so surprised, Kakashi was also a little curious. The waiter showed a look of fear and said, This guest, I advise you not to take this route. Recently, there have been ships taking this route, but they have not returned. Several survivors said that they had encountered ghosts. The ship, so the whole army was wiped out. Ghost ship. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard that. There is still such a thing in this world? Yes, I heard that there will be crows flying and ghost fires ignited before, and ghost ships will come out in the thick fog. There will be many monsters afterwards, the waiter said with a look of fear. Uncle Okura, are there really ghost ships in this world? Kakashi hasn't answered yet. A little boy about 7 or 8 years old said from the side. The waiter was taken aback and said, Luffy, don't run around in the bar. Your mother will be angry if you find out. Uncle Okura, what's the matter? You can go on. What are those monsters? The little boy asked curiously. How do I know that those seamen said so much? What? It's really boring. Kakashi looked at the boy named Luffy curiously, and it was strange to see such a small child in the bar. Before Kakashi finished speaking, the little boy spoke first. You are going to this route, right? I heard people say that it is a great route, and I really want to go. Will you take me there? The boy's eyes widened, looking expectantly at Kakashi. Upon seeing this, the waiter pulled the little boy over and said, Luffy, stop messing around. The little boy was not obedient and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and pressed the straw hat on the head of the little boy, covering his eyes. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Chapter 646 Pirates. The little boy named Luffy will naturally not be the one in the legend. It's just a child with the same name and yearning for the sea. As for whether he will really embark on a journey to the sea when he grows up, it is not something Kakashi considers. What I didn't expect was that the straw hat I had just acquired would be given away so soon. Kakashi didn't care much about this. On the contrary, there is a feeling of returning to the original owner. Back on the ship, The personnel were already there. Kakashi checked and found no problems. The big ship left the pier and headed to the island of Paradise. The estimated voyage is approximately 5 days. On the boat, on the bed, Kakashi sat cross-legged, practicing yin and yang escape. After a while, Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and a thin black stick emerged from his palm. It grew to a length of about 1 meter before it stopped. Kakashi held it lightly and waved casually. Yin and yang escape seems to have been initially mastered, and the rest is seeking Daon. It's just that I haven't gotten started with Daon. It is a bit troublesome. I hope I can master it before the war comes. Kakashi sighed secretly, not knowing how much he would win against Uchiha Madara. I know you are going to say 5050. Kakashi stood up, and suddenly, the ship shook violently. What's the matter? Kakashi was a little surprised. Could it be that something happened at sea? Thinking of this, Kakashi left the room. If you really encounter a shipwreck, you have to deal with it as soon as possible. Kakashi didn't worry about the danger. It really couldn't. His flying thunder god's running skills were still very good. When he arrived on the deck, Kakashi was quite surprised by the scene in front of him. It was a huge crab, and its size was not inferior to Wentai. At this time, Naruto and Yamato were fighting with them. It's just that the defensive power of this crab is quite amazing, and Naruto's spiral pill was unscathed even when hitting it. Is it a psychic beast? Although there are many powerful animals in this world, they are basically psychic beasts. After all, human beings always have a possessive desire for powerful creatures. Strong as a tail beast, isn't it also made into a human pillar by a ninja? Ms. Kakashi, this crab is so difficult to entangle. Naruto was shot flying by the crab and landed beside Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head and said, "It's trouble on the sea. Naruto, please eat crab legs tonight." What? Naruto hasn't reacted yet. Kakashi has jumped up. The sound of thousands of birds screamed, and the 10-meter-long blade appeared in Kakashi's hands. Stabbed. With a light movement of Kakashi's right hand, the sharp edge of the Chidori spear directly looked down at the crab leg of the huge crab. Ah, how do you call the crab? I don't know. With a cry of pain, the crab fell into the sea and disappeared. Awesome, Naruto said in surprise. Kakashi looked at the crab legs on the deck in front of him, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "This crab leg is good, it's plump, and it's perfect for dinner." The appearance of the giant crab brought a little fun to the boring sailing life. In the evening dinner, the delicious steamed crab legs appeared. Don't tell me, such a big crab leg tastes different. Above the sea, as far as the eye can see, there is often a feeling that the ship is not running at all. Kakashi was lying on the mast at this moment, watching the seagulls flying around in the sky. Such a leisurely life is really good. While Kakashi was enjoying the sun, the beach, and the cactus, a call came. Ms. Kakashi. Okay. Kakashi looked down and saw Naruto calling himself on the deck. Teacher Kakashi, it's okay to be idle. Why don't you teach me spiritual practice? Kakashi heard the words and jumped down. Also, just as the two were communicating, there was a sudden explosion. Boom! The root of the ship was suddenly exploded with a big splash. What's the situation? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and a ball flew over in the sky and landed directly on both sides of the ship. This is the detonator. Those spheres are just shells made by detonating talisman groups together. Kakashi looked in the direction from which the shells came, and saw a larger ship there. A black skull and crossbones flag hung on it. Pirate? Such a ridiculous idea could not help but surfaced in Kakashi's heart. At this time, the people on the boat gathered together. Senior Kakashi, there seems to be a pirate ship ahead. Yamato whispered. Kakashi nodded, expressing understanding. One of the crew members said fearfully, "That sign is the pirate Roger Red Ogawa. He is the king of this sea. When he meets him, no one can keep his ship. Everything will become his trophy." The other crew members also showed fearful expressions. Obviously, they are very familiar with the name of the famous pirate Roger Red Ogawa. On the contrary, the Kakashi trio knew nothing about it. After all, Ninjas and pirates are not in line. Senior Kakashi, what do you do now? Looking at the shells still being fired, Yamato asked with some worry. But Kakashi was very interested. After so long in this world, it was the first time he encountered pirates. Let's take a look, Kakashi said, walking to the bow. I saw that the other party's ship was full of cannons, and a middle-aged man stood on the bow. His right eye seemed to be blind, covered with a black cloth. There is a scar on his face and a black straw hat is on his head. It seemed a bit cruel. Listen to the people in front. You are already surrounded by my pirate Roger Edogawa. Hurry up and surrender, and hand over the ship and all your belongings. Otherwise, my cannon will sink your ship. All of you, go feed the sharks, the middle-aged man said, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The familiar words were clearly telling people that it was not the first time that he did this. Kakashi glanced at the pirate, and soon lost interest. It seems that he should be a master of the ninja level. No wonder he will get mixed up here. Asshole, how dare to ignore me? Seeing that Kakashi and others did not reply to himself, Roger Edogawa furiously said, fire. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen shells shot out one after another, and the target was Kakashi's ship. Kakashi chuckled lightly, and thunder flashed in his right hand with a light flick. Chidorichimoto. Thousands of Kienban hit the shell and directly detonated it. Bang bang bang. The aftermath of the explosion sounded a huge storm. Kakashi's tiptoe was a little bit, and Roger Edogawa appeared behind him in an instant. Yo, how are you? Chapter 647 Strange Rumors. Roger Edogawa looked at Kakashi, who suddenly appeared behind him, and couldn't help being a little surprised. As a Shangren, he was so close to him. The strength of the person should not be underestimated. Looking at the forehead guard on Kakashi's head, Roger Edogawa was stunned. Konoha's ninja? Thanks for your consideration. Can you let the root go? Kakashi smiled. Even if it is Konoha, in this sea, it is the world of my pirate Roger Edogawa. Hand over your goods obediently, otherwise, all of you will feed the sharks. Edogawa said coldly. Kakashi looked slightly cold when he heard the words, but still smiled. If you say that, you just don't have to talk about it. Less nonsense. Before Roger Edogawa finished speaking, he felt blood splashing. At the same time, a right arm flew up and fell into the sea, and that arm gave him a very familiar feeling. It seems to be his own. The pain on his right arm also reminded him that something seemed to disappear from his body. Kakashi's right eye was cold, with a slight suffocation. Don't look at Kakashi's usual gentle appearance, but after all, he is the minister of Anbu, and the number of lives in his hands has definitely reached an exaggerated number. For this kind of pirate, if the other party does not come to trouble him, then forget it. If the other party is not interesting, Kakashi doesn't mind doing a good deed. Roger Edogawa's left hand pressed the right arm. His face was full of fear and disbelief. But in an instant, the opponent's blade cut off his arm. What a terrible strength this is. Silver white hair, the left eye covered, and the blade that shone cold in the sun. Roger Edogawa's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, Konoha ... Hagai Kakashi. Kakashi was slightly surprised, and whispered, congratulations, you guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Roger Edogawa took 2 steps back in shock, his left hand trembling slightly. Why are you here? This is not important. What is important is that you should not see the sun tomorrow. When Roger Edogawa heard this, his face was full of fear. He knew that he had provoked a killer who could never be provoked. Sorry, I never. Before Roger Edogawa finished speaking, a blood spattered from his throat. Stabbed. Seal the throat with a sword. Under the splashing blood were Kakashi's cold eyes. Kienting returned to the cage. Kakashi looked at the islands behind him indifferently. This was Roger Edogawa's men, and they were already dumbfounded at this moment. Unexpectedly, his captain would become the soul of others under the sword in an instant. For a while, everyone rushed away and hid in the cabin. Kakashi did not stop either, but jumped and returned to his boat. Kakashi faced the pirate ship, making seals with both hands. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A huge fireball ejected from Kakashi's mouth. Yes, wearing a mask can also be sprayed out. It is so capricious. A little bit, boom. With a loud noise, the pirate ship was engulfed by flames, and the entire ship was on fire. From time to time, the screams of pirates sounded. There are also some island jump boats to escape. It's just that in this vast ocean, the chances of surviving without a ship are really not high. The trouble is solved. Let's continue on the road. Kakashi turned and smiled. All the crew members were taken aback for a while, and then they retreated and started their own work. Although they are Konoha's peripheral members, they are not ninjas, so they are still quite afraid of this kind of fight. Naruto was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Although there was blood in the previous mission, it was the first time for such a situation. Ms. Kakashi, is this too much? Naruto said hesitantly. After all, this scene is still quite impactful for Naruto. Kakashi smiled and said, Naruto, forbearance is a word. The upper is the blade, the lower is the heart. Do you know what it means? Naruto shook his head quickly. This kind of thing? He knew there was a ghost. Blade is strength and heart is belief. The so-called ninja is a person who uses strength to guard his beliefs. When you strengthen your beliefs, then there will be no confusion in the path you take. Even if it is a one, the road is full of blood. Naruto nodded in a seemingly understandable way, and then asked, Kakashi-sensei, although I don't quite understand what you said, it seems to make sense. Just, what does it have to do with what you just said? It's the relationship. Naturally there is no. Kakashi said, revealing the iconic crescent eyes. Huh? Naruto said with a dazed expression. It's just a sudden thought of this matter. Just say it in passing. As for what you said, these pirates robbed everywhere on the sea, and the people they met were better off wealth and avoid disaster. It was almost the entire ship who died. It is not worthy of sympathy. From the moment they picked up the butcher knife, they should have thought of such a day. Naruto was a little silent upon hearing this. He has a kind heart, and he is still quite resistant to murder. Kakashi didn't say much about this. The growth of the ninja must be accompanied by blood. Naruto does not understand at this time, but the time has not yet arrived. Perhaps by the time of the Fourth World War, he will be able to realize it. In the shinobi world, it is also involuntary. The pirate ship turned to ashes in the sea, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Perhaps many years later, people will salvage the remains of the ship here, and it is not always necessary to obtain treasures. There were not many people on the pirate ship, and 1 or 2 lucky people escaped. They knew that Roger Edogawa had a treasure house, hidden somewhere in the sea. It's just that they don't even know where they are. When they were drunk in the bar, they began to brag, saying that somewhere in the sea, there was a treasure that belonged to the pirate Roger Edogawa. If someone can get this treasure, they can get fame, fortune, status and woman. As soon as the news spread, and after a lot of added oil and vinegar, some people even believed that the treasure would be able to conquer the world. So there was a wave of enthusiasm for going to sea. Many young people set foot on that route, hoping to find the treasures that the legendary pirate Roger Edogawa has collected for a lifetime. People named this route. Not to mention gossip. After 5 days in the sea, Kakashi and others encountered various troubles. Fortunately, they were overcome one by one. Speaking of it, the sea is really full of crises. In a thick fog, Kakashi and others finally saw the destination of the trip, Paradise Island. From a distance, there are countless spikes on the island, which looks quite eerie and terrifying. Is this the island of paradise? It looks crazier than a death forest. Kakashi chuckled. Chapter 648. What? Your name is Ms. Kakashi? Is this the island of paradise? Why is there no joy at all? But it looks so gloomy. Naruto vomited. There should be nothing wrong. This is what is shown on the map, Kakashi said, putting away the map. Naruto scratched his head. Since Kakashi said so, there should be nothing wrong. Ready to dock, with a soft drink, the ship slowly approached the shore. At this time, The abnormality is protruding. Huge tentacles rushed from all directions to lock the ship firmly. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Kakashi and Yamato looked over at the same time, and saw that the pink tentacles looked quite funny, but the powerful force made the ship sway from side to side. "Cuttlefish." Kakashi was a little surprised. "The ecology of this place is really good. There are such big cuttlefish. If there is soy sauce vinegar, this kind of stuff is still delicious when cut down and eaten with sauce." The ship shook violently, and the crew panicked. "Damn it, let me fix it." After Naruto finished speaking, he rushed over. Just halfway through the rush, he was caught by a tentacle. "Ah, it's disgusting," Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi shook his head. "Naruto is still so reckless." "Yamato, cover," Kakashi whispered, and then he instantly appeared beside Naruto. He held Kienting, who appeared out of thin air, with his right hand, and with a light wave, he directly chopped off the tentacle that had grasped Naruto. Naruto fell straight down. "Ah!" Naruto exclaimed. At this time, Yamato yelled softly, "Wouldn't escape." The technique of big trees. Yamato's right arm turned into a tree and caught the fallen Naruto. "Ha, him saved," Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Kakashi didn't stop there, but jumped up and onto the squid's head. "It's not a small size. If Bay was here, maybe he would be very happy," Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Thunderlight appeared on Kienting, but at this moment, a huge bull's head suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. This bull head was so familiar. Looking down, under the bull's head, there are 8 tentacles. 8-tailed bull ghost. The cow ghost blasted out with a punch, hit the squid's body, and directly sent it flying. Kakashi leapt slightly and landed on the deck. Kienting turned into streamer and disappeared. The huge size of the bull ghost gradually disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. "It's been a few days for you guys. It's slow enough, idiot bastard," Kairabi said in a strange tone and fiddled with strange gestures. Naruto looked at Kairabi with a dazed expression, and said in his heart, "Who is this funny?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Kairabi, long time no see." Kairabi's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, and only then did he look at Kakashi. "It's you, Guy Kakashi. I didn't expect it to be you, asshole idiot." As Kairabi said, he seemed to be quite angry. Obviously, he still has a grudge about what happened back then. Of course, Kairabi is not a stingy person, just a little unhappy. "Excuse me this time." Kakashi smiled, seemingly not caring about the slight hostility of Kairabi. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed as Yanren came over from the shore. "Hey, Konoha people, come here quickly." Upon hearing this, Kakashi and others pulled the ship ashore. Everyone got off the boat one after another and left together. During Kairabi did not speak, just walked ahead. Naruto asked questioningly in Kakashi's ear, "Kakashi-sensei, are we here to find that strange uncle in sunglasses? What does it have to do with the parents who met me?" "Naruto, this uncle in sunglasses is an excellent man who perfectly controls Yo's strength. As long as you learn from him, you can perfectly control the power of the 9 tails. Have you seen the huge bull-headed octopus just now? That is the result of practice. And in the process of this practice, you will be able to meet your parents," Kakashi said softly. "Really?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "Naturally it is true. When did I lie to you? This time you have to practice hard. Sasuke's writing wheel has been raised to another level. If you don't learn to control Kyuubi, you won't be able to catch up with Sasuke. What? Sasuke's writing wheel has improved again? Damn. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry, I will definitely practice well," Naruto said with a firm expression. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this, and said nothing more. Sure enough, there is nothing more useful to inspire Naruto than Sasuke. Alas, this is the power of friendship. It's really enviable. At this time, a huge orangutan suddenly jumped out, with a loud roar, showing a fierce expression. Everyone in Konoha was taken aback. Just as Kakashi wanted to fight back, Kairabi stepped forward and talked to the orangutan about trap. The orangutan was dumbfounded. and then left happily. Everyone in Konoha was dumbfounded again. This operation was really irritating. Yunren, who just appeared, said, "There are many large animals on this island, but they have been tamed by Lord Kairabi. He is the king of beasts here. As long as you follow Lord Kairabi, there will be no danger." Everyone was stunned. Kakashi said, "So that's the case. May I ask what this gentleman is?" "My name is Ki. I am Zongnin, who takes care of Mr. Kairabi's daily life. This time I am also responsible for receiving Konoha's people base." "Yes, it's me." It's a good name." "Then ill trouble Mr. J this time. The mission is, Lord Kakashi, you are welcome," J said respectfully. He also admired Kakashi's name. Ninja World has always respected the strong. Even if they are not in the same camp, this respect exists. Not long after everyone left, they came to a residence. In the room, Kairabi and Kakashi stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. A moment later, Kakashi broke the silence first. "Mr. Kairabi, the purpose of my bringing Naruto here this time, you should also know from Reikage. I will trouble you to teach Naruto to control the nine tails." Kairabi glanced at Kakashi and said, "Although my eldest brother asked me to instruct Naruto use Uzumaki, I still have to see if he meets my requirements. If he doesn't meet my requirements, I can teach him." "Idiot." "I understand. It's up to you." Kakashi smiled. "Kakashi boy, the last battle has not yet been determined. Are we going to have another one?" "Idiots." As Kairabi said, the octopus tentacles stretched out from behind. Chapter 649 Real Waterfall. Kairabi stretched out the eight-tailed tentacles, but Kakashi remained unmoved. "Boy, do it." "Asshole, idiot." Kakashi smiled and said, "Sorry, now is not the time to fight. If you are interested, after the end of the 4 wars, I don't mind having a fight with you." "Cut. What a boring guy." "Idiot." Kairabi said, retracting the tentacles. If Kakashi should not fight, then his engagement will be meaningless. "So, when do you plan to start guiding Naruto's practice?" Kakashi asked. "That 9-tailed kid looks pretty good. You let him pass the real waterfall first, and I will guide him to control the power of the tail beast." "Asshole idiot." "Real waterfall?" Kakashi frowned slightly. "The foundation will take you to the relevant place." "Okay, I have an appointment with King Kong for a sumo match. Let's go first." "Asshole idiot." Kairabi finished speaking, jumped out from the window, and left quickly. Kakashi shook his head. This guy's temperament really escaped. "Is it a real waterfall? It seems to be an interesting place. Let's go and take a look," Kakashi whispered to himself, and then walked to Ki's room. Clatter. There was a crisp knock on the door, and soon Ki's door opened. "Mr. Kakashi, why are you here? Do you have any orders?" he said in surprise. "Kairabi asked you to take us to the real waterfall to complete the first stage of practice." "Is it true waterfall?" "I understand. Please Mr. Kakashi to come with me." Jiwenyan was not surprised. Obviously Kairabi had already ordered this matter to him. Kakashi called Naruto and Yamato, and followed J to leave the station. "Ms. Kakashi, where are we going?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Go and complete the first stage of practice. After completing this practice, you will be able to meet your mother." Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard this, and said, "Really? That's great. Don't be happy too early. This practice is not that easy." "Don't worry, Teacher Kakashi, I will definitely complete this practice." Seeing Naruto's full of fighting spirit, Kakashi felt relieved. As long as Naruto stays in this state, there will be nothing in this world that can hold him up. This may also be Naruto's personality charm. After passing through a small forest, the four quickly reached a small waterfall. Under the small waterfall is a pool, and in the middle of the water, there is a stone platform that exposes the pool. He pointed to the waterfall and said, "Mr. Kakashi, that is the real waterfall. As long as you sit cross-legged on the stone platform in the middle, you can see your true self." "The real self?" Kakashi frowned slightly. This thing sounds rather mysterious. Lifting the forehead, The writing wheel I turned slightly. But there was nothing strange about this waterfall. If there is anything to say, it is that there is a cave behind the waterfall. Seeing this, Kakashi's face was a little weird. Because this place looks a bit like Huaguashan Blessed Land, Shiliandong Cave Sky. This world is really good at playing. The writing wheel turned again, and Kakashi found that there seemed to be a mysterious power in the cave. Perhaps it is this mysterious force that leads to the so-called true self. Mr. Kakashi, Naruto needs to pass this real waterfall before he has completed the first trial. How do you pass? Naruto asked curiously. It's very simple. As long as you can defeat the true self and exit the true waterfall without any problems, you will be successful, Ji explained. Upon hearing this, Naruto hammered his right hand on the palm of his left hand, and said, "That's it, it's easy, I'll try it." After Naruto finished speaking, he walked to the stone platform. Kakashi whispered, "Naruto, be careful. This practice is not as simple as it seems on the surface." "Don't worry, Teacher Kakashi, I will succeed," Naruto said with a smile, and then sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Kakashi didn't stop it either. This practice is not life-threatening. Even if it fails, the big deal is to start all over again. The Kakashi trio stepped back and gave the place to Naruto. "Kakashi-senpai, is Naruto okay?" Yamato said worriedly. After spending time with Naruto, Yamato also understood Naruto's character. Although it's reliable sometimes, it's funny most of the time. Trust Naruto, he is no ordinary person. Kakashi said softly, looking at the waterfall slightly curious. Something seems to be calling himself. Naruto was motionless and seemed to have entered the inner world. It seems that Naruto has successfully met his true self, Ji judged. Then it's up to Naruto himself. Kakashi looked at Naruto's back, looking forward to it. Naruto's truth may be hatred. Although Naruto is like the sun, his tragic experience as a child left a shadow on him. If you can't see it at ordinary times, it doesn't mean it does not exist. No matter who you are, you have been disgusted, beaten, or verbally abused by people in the village since you were young, and you will have complaints in your heart. Naruto is no exception. Only in the process of growing up, Naruto met people who led him to the light. This is no blackening. But even if it is not blackened, Naruto must have a hatred side in his heart. And if you want to fully control the power of Kyuubi, it is necessary to eliminate this hatred. Because the power of Nine Tails was originally a collection of hatred, and only with a bright heart can it be perfectly controlled. While Kakashi was thinking, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, and then half-kneeled on the ground, panting heavily. Failed? Kakashi didn't have any big accidents. It was a difficult thing to succeed once. "Naruto, how do you feel?" Naruto's face was sad, and he whispered, "Mr. Kakashi, there is another me in the waterfall." He is full of resentment towards Konoha. Is this hatred in my heart? His power is very strong. I'm the same. I can't beat him at all. Naruto lowered his head, a little lost. Originally thought it was a very simple matter, but at this time, it seemed as if it were difficult to reach the sky. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Kakashi gently placed his wide right hand on top of his head. The golden hair is as soft as before. Naruto was taken aback, and raised his head to meet Kakashi's eyes. Those eyes that seemed to be always smiling. "Naruto, the darkness inside is not terrible. Everyone has it. Believe in yourself and face it bravely." Ms. Kakashi forgot what I said. Ninjas are people who use their power to guard their beliefs. Naruto was silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I understand." Chapter 650 Kakashi and Kakashi. After Kakashi's mouth escape, Naruto regained his confidence, ready to enter the real waterfall again. Hiding his dark self, Naruto sat down cross-legged, and soon entered the real waterfall again. "Oh? Did you come back so soon? Don't you know that I am the real you?" "In your heart, there is hatred for Konoha," Dark Naruto said in that low voice. In other words, Dark Naruto doesn't look stupid at all. It was obviously the same face. but Dark Naruto's face seemed to be filled with IQ. Can blackening really increase IQ? Think about it with soil like this, is the law of nature. It's really amazing. It is true that, as you said, I once hated Konoha's villagers because they abused me, beat me, and made me live a life of bruises and bruises since I was a child. Yeah, you think so? So why protect those idiots? You see, when you have no power, they look down on you and beat you. When you can fight pain, they start again. I adore you. What a foolish villager. Perhaps, but I like the feeling of being admired so much. I also want to try to be a hero, just like Teacher Kakashi, Naruto said, with a bright smile on his face. Dark Naruto was taken aback and immediately retorted, "You can't become Teacher Kakashi. He is totally different. He doesn't understand your feelings at all. As long as I am, only I in this world can understand you. I understand your anxiety, understand your pain, understand your anger. Why in turn protect those who have hurt you? Yes, they all hurt me. But my life is not completely dark. After I met Teacher Kakashi, my life has changed. Then I met Xianglin, Shijigo, Minato and the others. My life is already full of colors, isn't it?" Naruto laughed. "No, that's not the case. Think about how many people bullied you when you were a kid." Dark Naruto said excitedly. "I don't remember. I only remember that on that rainy day, I met Mrs. Kakashi and ate a bowl of the most delicious ramen in my life. I only remember that on that cold snowy day, Mrs. Kakashi, the sakura sushi given to me was very delicious, and the scarf warmed my entire childhood. In my life, I only remember these beautiful things. What about the others? Have you forgotten those who hurt you? Why do you remember them? They are all poor people." Teacher Kakashi said that they all had relatives who died in the hands of Kyuubi. They just chose me as a way to vent. Now everything is over, and I am too when I grow up and have my own sunshine. Why touch these bad things in the past? But don't you want revenge at all? Let those who hurt you pay the price. Naruto shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not what I want to do. What I want to do now is to protect the people I cherish. I want to protect Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Minato, and Karin, Shigogo, Sakura, and more people. For this, I can give up everything." "What about me? Does my existence have lost its meaning?" Dark Naruto said in disbelief. "No, it makes no sense. It is because of your unwillingness that I can go to the present. It's just that I don't need this unwillingness to support me moving forward. I have other brighter guidance." "Damn it, what should I do? Where should I go?" Dark Naruto said in shock, and then rushed towards Naruto with his fist. Naruto smiled slightly and opened his arms. "You continue to be me, just, don't be unwilling, don't hate. I'm just me, the only Uzumaki Naruto." The Dark Naruto in the embrace was completely stunned. Immediately, Dark Naruto turned into nothingness. Naruto smiled, and he succeeded. Beyond the real waterfall. Great. It worked. Naruto danced excitedly. When Kakashi and others saw this, they all smiled. "Have you succeeded?" "It's great." Kakashi smiled. "Good job, nine-tailed boy, idiot." Kyuubi's figure emerged from nowhere and fell beside Kakashi and the others. Kakashi is not surprised. It seems to have known it a long time ago. "Uncle Octopus, why are you here?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Mr. Kyuubi should have just arrived," Kakashi said. "Yes, my uncle just came here." "You did a great job, nine-tailed kid, idiot." "Hey, it's not bad, thanks to Teacher Kakashi." "Very well, even if the first trial is passed, the next second trial is very difficult. If you fail, you will die." "Asshole idiot," Kyuubi said, hiding in the sunglasses. The eyes below flashed a dignified look. "I will definitely pass," Naruto said confidently. "Just for this morale, then start the second stage." "Asshole idiot." "Wait a minute, Mr. Kyuubi, Naruto has just arrived here today, and he has consumed a lot of energy before. The second stage of practice should be carried out tomorrow," Kakashi said suddenly. "What you said makes sense. So tomorrow." "Asshole idiot." Although Naruto wanted to continue directly, but seeing Kakashi said so, there was no objection. because he believes that Kakashi's arrangements are the best. The night is getting darker. The people on Turtle Island fell asleep. Kakashi on the bed opened his eyes. Sure enough, I still care about it, so let's check it out. Kakashi put on the clothes, and left the room. When Kakashi appeared again, he was already at the real waterfall. That's it. What is the call from the heart? Just let me see it, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then sat cross-legged on the stone platform. The surroundings were quiet, only the sound of the waterfall clashed. Kakashi closed his eyes and sank into his inner world. Wow! Kakashi suddenly heard a discordant sound. Curiously, Kakashi opened his eyes. Under the waterfall, a figure was slowly coming out. Why do you appear in this world? Who on earth are you? Replacing my identity. What do you want to do? An indifferent voice came from the figure, and the water kept pouring down from the sky. When Kakashi saw the man clearly, he couldn't help being taken aback. Silver white hair, black and red eyes, green Konoha vest. You are Kakashi.